Preface to Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Preface. The unprecedented success of the romance of Varney the Vampyre leaves the author but little to say further than that he accepts that success and its results as gratefully as it is possible for anyone to do popular favours. A belief in the existence of vampires first took its rise in Norway and Sweden, from whence it rapidly spread to more southern regions, taking a firm hold of the imaginations of the more credulous portion of mankind. The following romance is collected from seemingly the most authentic sources, and the author must leave the question of credibility entirely to his readers, not even thinking that he is peculiarly called upon to express his own opinion upon the subject. Nothing has been omitted in the life of the unhappy Varney which could tend to throw a light upon his most extraordinary career, and the fact of his death, just as it is here related, made a great noise at the time through Europe, and is to be found in the public prints for the year 1713. With these few observations, the author and publisher are well content to leave the work in the hands of a public which has stamped it with an approbation far exceeding their most sanguine expectations, and which is calculated to act as the strongest possible incentive to the production of other works, which in a like, or perchance a still further degree, may be deserving of public patronage and support. To the whole of the metropolitan press for their laudatory notices, the author is peculiarly obliged. London, September 1847. End of preface. Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 1. How graves give up their dead, and how the night air hideous grows with shrieks. Midnight. The hailstorm, the dreadful visitor, the vampire. The solemn tones of an old cathedral clock have announced midnight. The air is thick and heavy. A strange, death-like stillness pervades all nature. Like the ominous calm which precedes some more than usually terrific outbreak of the elements, they seem to have paused even in their ordinary fluctuations, to gather a terrific strength for the great effort. A faint peal of thunder now comes from far off. Like a signal gun for the battle of the winds to begin, it appeared to awaken them from their lethargy, and one awful, warring hurricane swept over a whole city, producing more devastation in the 4 or 5 minutes it lasted than would a half-century of ordinary phenomena. It was as if some giant had blown up some toy town and scattered many of the buildings before the hot blast of his terrific breath. For as suddenly as that blast of wind had come did it cease, and all was as still and calm as before. Sleepers awakened, and thought that what they had heard must be the confused chimera of a dream. They trembled, and turned to sleep again. All is still, still as the very grave. Not a sound breaks the magic of repose. What is that? A strange, pattering noise as of a million fairy feet. It is hail. Yes, a hailstorm has burst over the city. Leaves are dashed from the trees, mingled with small boughs. Windows that lie most opposed to the direct fury of the pelting particles of ice are broken, and the rapt repose that before was so remarkable in its intensity is exchanged for a noise which in its accumulation drowns every cry of surprise or consternation which here and there arose from persons who found their houses invaded by the storm. Now and then, too, there would come a sudden gust of wind that in its strength as it blew laterally would for a moment hold millions of the hailstones suspended in mid-air, but it was only to dash them with redoubled force in some new direction, where more mischief was to be done. Oh, how the storm raged! Hail, rain, wind. It was, in very truth, an awful night. There was an antique chamber in an ancient house. Curious and quaint carvings adorn the walls, and the large chimney-piece is a curiosity of itself. The ceiling is low, and a large bay window from roof to floor looks to the west. The window is latticed and filled with curiously painted glass in rich stained pieces, which send a strange yet beautiful light when sun or moon shines into the apartment. There is but one portrait in that room, although the walls seem panelled for the express purpose of containing a series of pictures. That portrait is of a young man, with a pale face, a stately brow, and a strange expression about the eyes, which no one cared to look on twice. There is a stately bed in that chamber, of carved walnut wood is it made, rich in design and elaborate in execution, one of those works which owe their existence to the Elizabethan era. It is hung with heavy silken and damask furnishing, nodding feathers are at its corners, covered with dust are they, and they lend a funereal aspect to the room. The floor is of polished oak. God, how the hail dashes on the old bay window! Like an occasional discharge of mimic musketry, it comes clashing, beating, and cracking upon the small panes. But they resist it. Their small size saves them. The wind, the hail, the rain, expend their fury in vain. The bed in that old chamber is occupied. A creature formed in all fashions of loveliness lies in a half-sleep upon that ancient couch, a girl young and beautiful as a spring morning. Her long hair has escaped from its confinement, and streams over the blackened coverings of the bedstead. She has been restless in her sleep, for the clothing of the bed is in much confusion. One arm is over her head, the other hangs nearly off the side of the bed near to which she lies. A neck and bosom that would have formed a study for the rarest sculptor that ever Providence gave genius to, were half disclosed. She moans slightly in her sleep, and once or twice the lips moved as if in prayer. At least one might judge so, for the name of him who suffered for all came once faintly from them. She had endured much fatigue, and the storm does not awaken her, but it can disturb the slumbers it does not possess the power to destroy entirely. The turmoil of the elements wakens the senses, although it cannot entirely break the repose they have lapsed into. Oh, what a world of witchery was in that mouth, slightly parted, and exhibiting within the pearly teeth that glistened even in the faint light that came from that bay window! How sweetly the long silken eyelashes lay upon the cheek! Now she moves, and one shoulder is entirely visible. Whiter, fairer than the spotless clothing of the bed on which she lies, is the smooth skin of that fair creature just budding into womanhood, and in that transition state which presents to us all the charms of the girl, almost of the child, with the more matured beauty and gentleness of advancing years. Was that lightning? Yes, an awful, vivid, terrifying flash, then a roaring peal of thunder, as if 1,000 mountains were rolling one over the other in that blue vault of heaven. Who sleeps now in that ancient city? Not one living soul. The dread trumpet of eternity could not more effectually have awakened anyone. The hail continues, the wind continues, the uproar of the elements seems at its height. Now she awakens, that beautiful girl on the antique bed. She opens those eyes of celestial blue, and a faint cry of alarm bursts from her lips. At least it is a cry which, amid the noise and turmoil without, sounds but faint and weak. She sits upon the bed and presses her hands upon her eyes. Heavens, what a wild torrent of wind and rain and hail! The thunder likewise seems intent upon awakening sufficient echoes to last until the next flash of forked lightning should again produce the wild concussion of the air. She murmurs a prayer for those she loves best. The names of those dear to her gentle heart come from her lips. She weeps and prays. She thinks then of what devastation the storm must surely produce, and to the great God of heaven she prays for all living things. Another flash, a wild, blue, bewildering flash of lightning streams across that bay window, for an instant bringing out every colour in it with terrible distinctness. A shriek bursts from the lips of the young girl, and then, with eyes fixed upon that window, which in another moment is all darkness, and with such an expression of terror upon her face as it had never before known. She trembled, and the perspiration of intense fear stood upon her brow. What was it?" she gasped. "Real or delusion? Oh God, what was it? A figure tall and gaunt, endeavouring from the outside to unclasp the window. I saw it. That flash of lightning revealed it to me. It stood the whole length of the window." There was a lull of the wind. The hail was not falling so thickly. Moreover, it now fell, what there was of it, straight, and yet a strange clattering sound came upon the glass of that long window. It could not be a delusion. She is awake, and she hears it. What can produce it? Another flash of lightning, another shriek. There could be now no delusion. A tall figure is standing on the ledge immediately outside the long window. It is its fingernails upon the glass that produces that sound so like the hail, now that the hail has ceased. Intense fear paralyzed the limbs of the beautiful girl. That one shriek is all she can utter, with hands clasped, a face of marble, a heart beating so wildly in her bosom that each moment it seems as if it would break its confines. Eyes distended and fixed upon the window, she waits, froze with horror. The pattering and clattering of the nails continue. No word is spoken, and now she fancies she can trace the darker form of that figure against the window, and she can see the long arms moving to and fro, feeling for some mode of entrance. What strange light is that which now gradually creeps up into the air? Red and terrible, brighter and brighter it grows. The lightning has set fire to a mill, and the reflection of the rapidly consuming building falls upon that long window. There can be no mistake. The figure is there, still feeling for an entrance, and clattering against the glass with its long nails, that appear as if the growth of many years had been untouched. She tries to scream again, but a choking sensation comes over her, and she cannot. It is too dreadful. She tries to move. Each limb seems weighed down by tons of lead. She can but in a hoarse, faint whisper cry, "Help! Help! Help! Help!" And that one word she repeats like a person in a dream. The red glare of the fire continues. It throws up the tall, gaunt figure in hideous relief against the long window. It shows, too, upon the one portrait that is in the chamber, and the portrait appears to fix its eyes upon the attempting intruder, while the flickering light from the fire makes it look fearfully lifelike. A small pane of glass is broken, and the form from without introduces a long, gaunt hand, which seems utterly destitute of flesh. The fastening is removed, and one half of the window, which opens like a folding door, is swung wide open upon its hinges. And yet now she could not scream, she could not move. "Help! Help! Help!" was all she could say. But oh, that look of terror that sat upon her face! It was dreadful. A look to haunt the memory of a lifetime. A look to obtrude itself upon the happiest moments, and turn them to bitterness. The figure turns half round, and the light falls upon its face. It is perfectly white, perfectly bloodless. The eyes look like polished tin. The lips are drawn back, and the principal feature next to those dreadful eyes is the teeth, the fearful-looking teeth, projecting like those of some wild animal, hideously, glaringly white and fang-like. It approaches the bed with a strange, gliding movement. It clashes together the long nails that literally appear to hang from the finger ends. No sound comes from its lips. Is she going mad? That young and beautiful girl exposed to so much terror? She has drawn up all her limbs. She cannot even now say help. The power of articulation is gone, but the power of movement has returned to her. She can draw herself slowly along to the other side of the bed from that towards which the hideous appearance is coming. But her eyes are fascinated. The glance of a serpent could not have produced a greater effect upon her than did the fixed gaze of those awful, metallic-looking eyes that were bent down on her face. Crouching down so that the gigantic height was lost, and the horrible, protruding white face was the most prominent object, came on the figure. What was it? What did it want there? What made it look so hideous, so unlike an inhabitant of the earth, and yet be on it? Now she has got to the verge of the bed, and the figure pauses. It seemed as if when it paused she lost the power to proceed. The clothing of the bed was now clutched in her hands with unconscious power. She drew her breath short and thick. Her bosom heaves, and her limbs tremble, yet she cannot withdraw her eyes from that marble-looking face. He holds her with his glittering eye. The storm has ceased. All is still. The winds are hushed. The church clock proclaims the hour of 1. A hissing sound comes from the throat of the hideous being, and he raises his long, gaunt arms. The lips move. He advances. The girl places one small foot onto the floor. She is unconsciously dragging the clothing with her. The door of the room is in that direction. Can she reach it? Has she power to walk? Can she withdraw her eyes from the face of the intruder, and so break the hideous charm? God of heaven, is it real, or some dream so like reality as to nearly overturn judgment forever? The figure has paused again, and half on the bed and half out of it, that young girl lies trembling. Her long hair streams across the entire width of the bed. As she has slowly moved along, she has left it streaming across the pillows. The pause lasted about a minute. Oh, what an age of agony! That minute was, indeed, enough for madness to do its full work in. With a sudden rush that could not be foreseen, with a strange, howling cry that was enough to awaken terror in every breast, the figure seized the long tresses of her hair, and twining them round his bony hands, he held her to the bed. Then she screamed. Heaven granted her then power to scream. Shriek followed shriek in rapid succession. The bedclothes fell in a heap by the side of the bed. She was dragged by her long silken hair completely onto it again. Her beautifully rounded limbs quivered with the agony of her soul. The glassy, horrible eyes of the figure ran over that angelic form with a hideous satisfaction, horrible profanation. He drags her head to the bed's edge. He forces it back by the long hair still entwined in his grasp. With a plunge, he seizes her neck in his fang-like teeth. A gush of blood and a hideous sucking noise follows. The girl has swooned, and the vampire is at his hideous repast. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Peckett PREST. Chapter 2. The Alarm, the Pistol Shot, the Pursuit and its Consequences. Lights flashed about the building, and various room doors opened. Voices called one to the other. There was an universal stir and commotion among the inhabitants. "Did you hear a scream, Harry?" asked a young man, half-dressed, as he walked into the chamber of another about his own age. "I did. Where was it?" "God knows I dressed myself directly." "All is still now." "Yes, but unless I was dreaming, there was a scream." "We could not both dream there was. Where do you think it came from?" "It burst so suddenly upon my ears that I cannot say." There was a tap now at the door of the room where these young men were, and a female voice said, "For God's sake, get up!" "We are up," said both the young men, appearing. "Did you hear anything?" "Yes, a scream." "Oh, search the house, search the house. Where did it come from, can you tell?" "Indeed, we cannot, Mother." Another person now joined the party. He was a man of middle age, and as he came up to them he said, "Good God, what is the matter?" Scarcely had the words passed his lips than such a rapid succession of shrieks came upon their ears that they felt absolutely stunned by them. The elderly lady, whom one of the young men had called a mother, fainted, and would have fallen to the floor of the corridor in which they all stood, had she not been promptly supported by the last comer, who himself staggered, as those piercing cries came upon the night air. He, however, was the first to recover, for the young men seemed paralyzed. "Henry," he cried, "for God's sake support your mother. Can you doubt that these cries come from Flora's room?" The young man mechanically supported his mother, and then the man who had just spoken darted back to his own bedroom, from whence he returned in a moment with a pair of pistols, and shouting, "Follow me who can!" he bounded across the corridor in the direction of the antique apartment from whence the cries proceeded, but which were now hushed. That house was built for strength, and the doors were all of oak, and of considerable thickness. Unhappily, they had fastenings within, so that when the man reached the chamber of her who so much required help, he was helpless, for the door was fast. "Flora, Flora!" he cried. "Flora, speak!" All was still. "Good God!" he added, "we must force the door." "I hear a strange noise within," said the young man, who trembled violently. "And so do I. What does it sound like?" "I scarcely know, but it closest resembles some animal eating or sucking some liquid." "What on earth can it be? Have you no weapon that will force the door? I shall go mad if I am kept here." "I have," said the young man. "Wait here a moment." He ran down the staircase, and presently returned with a small but powerful iron crowbar. "This will do," he said. "It will, it will. Give it to me." "Has she not spoken?" "Not a word. My mind misgives me that something very dreadful must have happened to her." "And that odd noise?" "Still goes on. Somehow it curdles the very blood in my veins to hear it." The man took the crowbar, and with some difficulty succeeded in introducing it between the door and the side of the wall. Still, it required great strength to move it, but it did move, with a harsh, crackling sound. "Push it!" cried he who was using the bar. "Push the door at the same time." The younger man did so. For a few moments the massive door resisted. Then, suddenly, something gave way with a loud snap. It was part of the lock, and the door at once swung wide open. How true it is that we measure time by the events which happen within a given space of it, rather than by its actual duration. To those who were engaged in forcing open the door of the antique chamber, where slept the young girl whom they named Flora, each moment was swelled into an hour of agony. But, in reality, from the first moment of the alarm to that when the loud cracking noise heralded the destruction of the fastening to the door, there had elapsed but very few minutes indeed. "It opens! It opens!" cried the young man. "Another moment," said the stranger, as he still plied the crowbar. "Another moment, and we shall have free ingress to the chamber. Be patient." This stranger's name was Marchdale, and, even as he spoke, he succeeded in throwing the massive door wide open and clearing the passage to the chamber. To rush in with a light in his hand was the work of a moment to the young man named Henry, but the very rapid progress he made into the apartment prevented him from observing accurately what it contained, for the wind that came in from the open window caught the flame of the candle, and although it did not actually extinguish it, it blew it so much to one side that it was comparatively useless as a light. "Flora! Flora!" he cried. Then, with a sudden bound, something dashed from off the bed. The concussion against him was so sudden and so utterly unexpected, as well as so tremendously violent, that he was thrown down, and in his fall the light was fairly extinguished. All was darkness, save a dull, reddish kind of light that now and then from the nearly consumed mill in the immediate vicinity came into the room. But by that light, dim, uncertain, and flickering as it was, someone was seen to make for the window. Henry, although nearly stunned by his fall, saw a figure, gigantic in height, which nearly reached from the floor to the ceiling. The other young man, George, saw it, and Mr. Marchdale likewise saw it, as did the lady who had spoken to the two young men in the corridor when first the screams of the young girl awakened alarm in the breasts of all the inhabitants of that house. The figure was about to pass out at the window which led to a kind of balcony, from whence there was an easy descent to a garden. Before it passed out they each and all caught a glance of the side face, and they saw that the lower part of it and the lips were dabbled in blood. They saw, too, one of those fearful-looking, shining, metallic eyes, which presented so terrible an appearance of unearthly ferocity. No wonder that for a moment a panic seized them all, which paralyzed any exertions they might otherwise have made to detain that hideous form. But Mr. Marchdale was a man of mature years. He had seen much in life, both in this and in foreign lands, and he, although astonished to the extent of being frightened, was much more likely to recover sooner than his younger companions, which indeed he did, and acted promptly enough. "Don't rise, Henry," he cried. "Lie still." Almost at the moment he uttered these words, he fired at the figure, which then occupied the window, as if it were a gigantic figure set in a frame. The report was tremendous in that chamber, for the pistol was no toy weapon, but one made for actual service, and of sufficient length and bore of barrel to carry destruction along with the bullets that came from it. "If that has missed its aim," said Mr. Marchdale, "I'll never pull trigger again." As he spoke, he dashed forward, and made a clutch at the figure he felt convinced he had shot. The tall form turned upon him, and when he got a full view of the face, which he did at that moment, from the opportune circumstance of the lady returning at the instant with a light she had been to her own chamber to procure, even he, Marchdale, with all his courage, and that was great, and all his nervous energy, recoiled a step or two, and uttered the exclamation of, "Great God!" That face was one never to be forgotten. It was hideously flushed with color, the color of fresh blood. The eyes had a savage and remarkable luster, whereas, before, they had looked like polished tin, they now wore 10 times brighter aspect, and flashes of light seemed to dart from them. The mouth was open, as if, from the natural formation of the countenance, the lips receded much from the large canine-looking teeth. A strange howling noise came from the throat of this monstrous figure, and it seemed upon the point of rushing upon Mr. Marchdale. Suddenly, then, as if some impulse had seized upon it, it uttered a wild and terrible shrieking kind of laugh, and then, turning, dashed through the window, and in one instant disappeared from before the eyes of those who felt nearly annihilated by its fearful presence. "God help us!" ejaculated Henry. Mr. Marchdale drew a long breath, and then, giving a stamp on the floor as if to recover himself from the state of agitation into which even he was thrown, he cried, "Be it what or who it may, I'll follow it." "No, no, do not," cried the lady. "I must, I will, let who will come with me. I follow that dreadful form." As he spoke, he took the road it took, and dashed through the window into the balcony. "And we too, George," exclaimed Henry. "We will follow Mr. Marchdale. This dreadful affair concerns us more nearly than it does him." The lady who was the mother of these young men, and of the beautiful girl who had been so awfully visited, screamed aloud, and implored them to stay, but the voice of Mr. Marchdale was heard exclaiming aloud, "I see it! I see it! It makes for the wall!" They hesitated no longer, but at once rushed into the balcony, and from thence dropped into the garden. The mother approached the bedside of the insensible, perhaps murdered, girl. She saw her, to all appearance, weltering in blood, and overcome by her emotions, she fainted on the floor of the room. When the two young men reached the garden, they found it much lighter than might have been fairly expected, for not only was the morning rapidly approaching, but the mill was still burning, and those mingled lights made almost every object plainly visible, except when deep shadows were thrown from some gigantic trees that had stood for centuries in that sweetly wooded spot. They heard the voice of Mr. Marchdale as he cried, "There, there, towards the wall! There, there! God, how it bounds along!" The young men hastily dashed through a thicket in the direction from whence his voice sounded, and then they found him looking wild and terrified, and with something in his hand which looked like a portion of clothing. "Which way? Which way?" they both cried in a breath. He leant heavily on the arm of George as he pointed along a vista of trees and said in a low voice, "God help us all! It is not human! Look there! Look there! Do you not see it?" They looked in the direction he indicated. At the end of this vista was the wall of the garden. At that point it was full 12 feet in height, and as they looked they saw the hideous, monstrous form they had traced from the chamber of their sister, making frantic efforts to clear the obstacle. They saw it bound from the ground to the top of the wall, which it very nearly reached, and then each time it fell back again into the garden with such a dull, heavy sound that the earth seemed to shake again with the concussion. They trembled, well indeed they might, and for some minutes they watched the figure making its fruitless efforts to leave the place. What is it?" whispered Henry in hoarse accents. "God, what can it possibly be?" "I know not," replied Mr. Marchdale. "I did seize it. It was cold and clammy, like a corpse. It cannot be human." "Not human?" "Look at it now. It will surely escape now. No, no, we will not be terrified thus. There is heaven above us. Come on, and for dear Flora's sake, let us make an effort yet to seize this bold intruder." "Take this pistol," said Marchdale. "It is the fellow of the one I fired. Try its efficacy." "He will be gone," exclaimed Henry, as at this moment, after many repeated attempts and fearful falls, the figure reached the top of the wall, and then hung by its long arms a moment or two, previous to dragging itself completely up. The idea of the appearance, be it what it might, entirely escaping, seemed to nerve again Mr. Marchdale, and he, as well as the two young men, ran forward towards the wall. They got so close to the figure before it sprang down on the outer side of the wall that to miss killing it with the bullet from the pistol was a matter of utter impossibility, unless willfully. Henry had the weapon, and he pointed it full at the tall form with steady aim. He pulled the trigger. The explosion followed, and that the bullet did its office there could be no matter of doubt, for the figure gave a howling shriek and fell headlong from the wall on the outside. "I have shot him!" cried Henry. "I have shot him!" End of Chapter 2. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 3 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Jones. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Peckett, PREST. The disappearance of the body, Flora's recovery and madness, the offer of assistance from Sir Francis Varney. "He is human!" cried Henry. "I have surely killed him." "It would seem so," said Mr. Marchdale. "Let us now hurry round to the outside of the wall, and see where he lies." This was at once agreed to, and the whole three of them made what expedition they could towards a gate which led into a paddock, across which they hurried, and soon found themselves clear of the garden wall, so that they could make way towards where they fully expected to find the body of him who had worn so unearthly an aspect, but who it would be an excessive relief to find was human. So hurried was the progress they made, that it was scarcely possible to exchange many words as they went. A kind of breathless anxiety was upon them, and in the speed they disregarded every obstacle, which would at any other time have probably prevented them from taking the direct road they sought. It was difficult on the outside of the wall to say exactly which was the precise spot which it might be supposed the body had fallen on. But by following the wall its entire length, surely they would come upon it. They did so, but, to their surprise, they got from its commencement to its further extremity without finding any dead body, or even any symptoms of one having lain there. At some parts close to the wall there grew a kind of heath, and consequently the traces of blood would be lost among it, if it so happened that at the precise spot at which the strange being had seemed to topple over, such vegetation had existed. This was to be ascertained, but now, after traversing the whole length of the wall twice, they came to a halt, and looked wonderingly in each other's faces. "There is nothing here," said Henry. "Nothing," added his brother. "It could not have been a delusion," at length said Mr. Marchdale with a shudder. "A delusion!" exclaimed the brothers. "That is not possible. We all saw it." "Then what terrible explanation can we give?" "By heavens, I know not!" exclaimed Henry. "This adventure surpasses all belief, and but for the great interest we have in it, I should regard it with a world of curiosity." "It is too dreadful," said George. For God's sake, Henry, let us return to ascertain if poor Flora is killed." "My senses," said Henry, "were all so much absorbed in gazing at that horrible form, that I never once looked towards her further than to see that she was, to appearance, dead. God help her, poor, poor, beautiful Flora. This is indeed a sad, sad fate for you to come to, Flora, Flora." "Do not weep, Henry," said George. "Rather let us now hasten home, where we may find that tears are premature. She may yet be living and restored to us. And," said Mr. Marchdale, "she may be able to give us some account of this dreadful visitation." "True, true," exclaimed Henry. "We will hasten home." They now turned their steps homewards, and as they went they much blamed themselves for all leaving home together, and with terror pictured what might occur in their absence to those who were now totally unprotected. "It was a rash impulse of all of us to come in pursuit of this dreadful figure," remarked Mr. Marchdale. "But do not torment yourself, Henry. There may be no reason for your fears." At the pace they went, they very soon reached the ancient house, and when they came in sight of it, they saw lights flashing from the windows, and the shadows of faces moving to and fro, indicating that the whole household was up and in a state of alarm. Henry, after some trouble, got the hall door opened by a terrified servant, who was trembling so much that she could scarcely hold the light she had with her. "Speak at once, Martha," said Henry. "Is Flora living?" "Yes, but—" "Enough, enough. Thank God she lives. Where is she now?" "In her own room, Master Henry. Oh dear, oh dear! What will become of us all?" Henry rushed up the staircase, followed by George and Mr. Marchdale, nor paused he once until he reached the room of his sister. "Mother," he said, before he crossed the threshold, "are you here?" "I am, my dear, I am. Come in, pray come in, and speak to Flora." "Come in, Mr. Marchdale," said Henry. "Come in, we will make no stranger of you." They all entered the room. Several lights had been now brought into the antique chamber, and, in addition to the mother of the beautiful girl, who had been so fearfully visited, there were two female domestics, who appeared to be in the greatest possible fright, for they could render no assistance whatever to anybody. The tears were streaming down the mother's face, and the moment she saw Mr. Marchdale she clung to his arm, evidently unconscious of what she was about, and exclaimed, "Oh, what is this that has happened? What is this? Tell me, Marchdale. Robert Marchdale, you whom I have known even from my childhood, you will not deceive me. Tell me the meaning of all this." "I cannot," he said, in a tone of much emotion. "As God is my judge, I am as much puzzled and amazed at the scene that has taken place here tonight as you can be." The mother wrung her hands and wept. "It was the storm that first awakened me," added Marchdale, "and then I heard a scream." The brothers tremblingly approached the bed. Flora was placed in a sitting, half-reclining posture, propped up by pillows. She was quite insensible, and her face was fearfully pale, while that she breathed at all could be but very faintly seen. On some of her clothing, about the neck, were spots of blood, and she looked more like one who had suffered some long and grievous illness, than a young girl in the prime of life, and in the most robust health, as she had been on the day previous to the strange scene we have recorded. "Does she sleep?" said Henry, as a tear fell from his eyes upon her pallid cheek. "No," replied Mr. Marchdale. "This is a swoon, from which we must recover her." Active measures were now adopted to restore the languid circulation, and, after preserving in them for some time, they had the satisfaction of seeing her open her eyes. Her first act upon consciousness returning, however, was to utter a loud shriek, and it was not until Henry implored her to look around her and see that she was surrounded by none but friendly faces, that she would venture again to open her eyes, and look timidly from one to the other. Then she shuddered, and burst into tears as she said, "Oh, heaven, have mercy upon me! Heaven, have mercy upon me, and save me from that dreadful form!" "There is no one here, Flora," said Mr. Marchdale, "but those who love you, and who, in defence of you, if needs were, would lay down their lives." "Oh God! Oh God!" "You have been terrified, but tell us distinctly what has happened. You are quite safe now." She trembled so violently that Mr. Marchdale recommended that some stimulant should be given to her, and she was persuaded, although not without considerable difficulty, to swallow a portion of some wine from a cup. There could be no doubt but that the stimulating effect of the wine was beneficial, for a slight accession of color visited her cheeks, and she spoke in a firmer tone as she said, "Do not leave me, oh, do not leave me, any of you. I shall die if left alone now. Oh, save me, that horrible form, that fearful face." "Tell us how it happened, dear Flora," said Henry. "No, no, no," she said. "I don't think I shall ever sleep again." "Say not so. You will be more composed in a few hours, and then you can tell us what has occurred." "I will tell you now. I will tell you now." She placed her hands over her face for a moment as if to collect her scattered thoughts, and then she added, "I was awakened by the storm, and I saw the terrible apparition at the window. I think I screamed, but I could not fly. Oh God, I could not fly. It came, it seized me by the hair. I know no more. I know no more." She passed her hand across her neck several times, and Mr. Marchdale said, in an anxious voice, "You seem, Flora, to have hurt your neck. There is a wound." "A wound?" said the mother, and she brought to light close to the bed, where all saw on the side of Flora's neck a small punctured wound, or rather two, for there was one a little distance from the other. It was from these wounds the blood had come which was observable upon her night clothing. "How came these wounds?" said Henry. "I do not know," she replied. "I feel very faint and weak, as if I had almost bled to death." "You cannot have done so, dear Flora, for there are not above half a dozen spots of blood to be seen at all." Mr. Marchdale leaned against the carved head of the bed for support, and he uttered a deep groan. All eyes were turned upon him, and Henry said, in a voice of the most anxious inquiry, "Have you something to say, Mr. Marchdale, which will throw some light upon this affair?" "No, no, no, nothing," cried Mr. Marchdale, rousing himself at once from the appearance of depression that had come over him. "I have nothing to say, but that I think Flora had better get some sleep if she can." "No sleep, no sleep for me," again screamed Flora. "Dare I be alone to sleep?" "But you shall not be alone, dear Flora," said Henry. "I will sit by your bedside and watch you." She took his hand in hers, and while the tears chased each other down her cheeks, she said, "Promise me, Henry, by all your hopes of heaven, you will not leave me." "I promise." She gently laid herself down, with a deep sigh, and closed her eyes. "She is weak, and will sleep long," said Mr. Marchdale. "You sigh," said Henry. "Some fearful thoughts, I feel certain, oppress your heart." "Hush, hush," said Mr. Marchdale, as he pointed to Flora. "Hush, not here, not here." "I understand," said Henry. "Let her sleep." There was a silence of some few minutes' duration. Flora had dropped into a deep slumber. That silence was first broken by George, who said, "Mr. Marchdale, look at the portrait." He pointed to the portrait in the frame which we have alluded, and the moment Marchdale looked at it, he sunk into a chair as he exclaimed, "Gracious heaven, how alike!" It is," said Henry. "Those eyes! And see the contour of the countenance, and the strange shape of the mouth." "Exact, exact." "That picture shall be moved from here. The sight of it is at once sufficient to awaken all her former terrors in poor Flora's brain if she should chance to awaken and cast her eyes suddenly upon it." "And is it so like him who came here?" said the mother. "It is the very man himself," said Mr. Marchdale. "I have not been in this house long enough to ask any of you whose portrait that may be." "It is," said Henry, "the portrait of Sir Runagate Bannerworth, an ancestor of ours, who first, by his vices, gave the great blow to the family prosperity." "Indeed, how long ago?" "About 90 years." 90 years! 'Tis a long while, 90 years. You muse upon it. No, no, I do wish, and yet I dread— What? To say something to you all, but not here, not here. We will hold a consultation on this matter tomorrow. Not now, not now. The daylight is coming quickly on, said Henry. I shall keep my sacred promise of not moving from this room until Flora awakens. But there can be no occasion for the detention of any of you. One is sufficient here. Go all of you, and endeavor to procure what rest you can. I will fetch you my powder flask and bullets, said Mr. Marchdale, and you can, if you please, reload the pistols. In about 2 hours more it will be broad daylight. This arrangement was adopted. Henry did reload the pistols and place them on a table by the side of the bed, ready for immediate action, and then, as Flora was sleeping soundly, all left the room but himself. Mrs. Bannersworth was the last to do so. She would have remained, but for the earnest solicitation of Henry, that she would endeavor to get some sleep to make up for her broken night's repose, and she was indeed so broken down by her alarm on Flora's account, that she had not power to resist, but with tears flowing from her eyes, she sought her own chamber. And now the calmness of night resumed its sway in that evil-fated mansion, and although no one really slept but Flora, all were still. Busy thought kept everyone else wakeful. It was a mockery to lie down at all, and Henry, full of strange and painful feeling as he was, preferred his present position to the anxiety and apprehension on Flora's account, which he knew he should feel if she were not within the sphere of his own observation, and she slept soundly as some gentle infant tired of its playmates and its sports. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Scott Jones, San Clemente, California.
Chapter 4 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jody Krangle. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 4. The Morning, the Consultation, the Fearful Suggestion. What wonderfully different impressions and feelings with regard to the same circumstances come across the mind in the broad, clear, and beautiful light of day, to what haunt the imagination, and often render the judgment almost incapable of action when the heavy shadow of night is upon all things. There must be a downright physical reason for this effect. It is so remarkable and so universal. It seems that the sun's rays so completely alter and modify the constitution of the atmosphere that it produces, as we inhale it, a wonderfully different effect upon the nerves of the human subject. We can account for this phenomenon in no other way. Perhaps never in his life had he, Henry Bannersworth, felt so strongly this transition of feeling as he now felt it, when the beautiful daylight gradually dawned upon him as he kept his lonely watch by the bedside of his slumbering sister. The watch had been a perfectly undisturbed one. Not the least sight or sound or any intrusion had reached his senses. All had been as still as the very grave. And yet, while the light lasted, and he was more indebted to the rays of the candle, which he had placed upon a shelf for the power to distinguish objects than to light of the morning, 1,000 uneasy and strange sensations had found a home in his agitated bosom. He looked so many times at the portrait which was in the panel that at length he felt an undefined sensation of terror creep over him whenever he took his eyes off it. He tried to keep himself from looking at it, but he found it vain, so he adopted what perhaps was certainly the wisest, best plan, namely, to look at it continually. He shifted his chair so that he could gaze upon it without any effort, and he placed the candle so that a faint light was thrown upon it, and there he sat, a prey to many conflicting and uncomfortable feelings, until the daylight began to make the candle flame look dull and sickly. Solution for the events of the night he could find none. He racked his imagination in vain to find some means, however vague, of endeavoring to account for what occurred, and still he was at fault. All was to him wrapped in the gloom of the most profound mystery. And how strangely, too, the eyes of that portrait appeared to look upon him, as if instinct with life, and as if the head to which they belonged was busy in endeavouring to find out the secret communings of his soul. It was wonderfully well executed, that portrait, so lifelike that the very features seemed to move as you gazed upon them. "It shall be removed," said Henry. "I would remove it now, but it seems absolutely painted on the panel, and I should awake Flora in any attempt to do so." He arose and ascertained that such was the case, and that it would require a workman with proper tools adapted to the job to remove the portrait. "True," he said, "I might now destroy it, but it is a pity to obscure a work of such rare art as this is. I should blame myself if I were. It shall be removed to some other room of the house, however." Then, all of a sudden, it struck Henry how foolish it would be to remove the portrait from the wall of a room which, in all likelihood, after that night, would be uninhabited, for it was not probable that Flora would choose again to inhabit a chamber in which she had gone through so much terror. "It can be left where it is," he said, "and we can fasten up, if we please, even the very door of this room, so that no one need trouble themselves any further about it." The morning was now coming fast, and just as Henry thought he would partially draw a blind across the window in order to shield from the direct rays of the sun the eyes of Flora, she awoke. "Help! Help!" she cried, and Henry was by her side in a moment. "You are safe, Flora, you are safe," he said. "Where is it now?" she said. What, dear Flora?" "The dreadful apparition! Oh, what have I done to be made thus perpetually miserable?" "Think no more of it, Flora." "I must think. My brain is on fire. A million of strange eyes seem to be gazing on me." "Great heaven, she raves," said Henry. "Hark, hark, hark! He comes on the wings of the storm. Oh, it is most horrible, horrible!" Henry rang the bell, but not sufficiently loudly to create any alarm. The sound reached the waking ear of the mother, who in a few moments was in the room. "She has awakened," said Henry, "and has spoken, but she seems to me to wander in her discourse. For God's sake, soothe her, and try to bring her mind round to its usual state." "I will, Henry, I will." "And I think, mother, if you were to get her out of this room and into some other chamber as far removed from this one as possible, it would tend to withdraw her mind from what has occurred." "Yes, it shall be done. Oh, Henry, what was it? What do you think it was?" "I am lost in a sea of wild conjecture. I can form no conclusion. Where is Mr. Marchdale?" "I believe in his chamber." "Then I will go and consult with him." Henry proceeded at once to the chamber which was, as he knew, occupied by Mr. Marchdale, and as he crossed the corridor he could not but pause a moment to glance from a window at the face of nature. As is often the case, the terrific storm of the preceding evening had cleared the air and rendered it deliciously invigorating and lifelike. The weather had been dull, and there had been for some days a certain heaviness in the atmosphere which was now entirely removed. The morning sun was shining with uncommon brilliancy. Birds were singing in every tree and on every bush. So pleasant, so spirit-stirring, health-giving a morning seldom had he seen, and the effect upon his spirits was great, although not altogether what it might have been had all gone on as it usually was in the habit of doing at that house. The ordinary little casualties of evil fortune had certainly from time to time, in the shape of illness and one thing or another, attacked the family of the Bannerworths in common with every other family, but here suddenly had arisen a something at once terrible and inexplicable. He found Mr. Marchdale up and dressed, and apparently in deep and anxious thought. The moment he saw Henry, he said, "Flora is awake, I presume?" "Yes, but her mind appears to be much disturbed." "From bodily weakness, I dare say." "But why should she be bodily weak? She was strong and well, aye, as well as she could ever be in all her life. The glow of youth and health was on her cheeks. It is possible that in the course of one night she should become bodily weak to such an extent?" "Henry," said Mr. Marchdale sadly, "sit down. I am not, as you know, a superstitious man." "You certainly are not." "And yet I never in all my life was so absolutely staggered as I have been by the occurrences of tonight." "Say on." "There is a frightful, a hideous solution for them, one which every consideration will tend to add strength to, one which I tremble to name now, although yesterday at this hour I should have laughed it to scorn." "Indeed!" Yes, it is so. Tell no one that which I am about to say to you. Let the dreadful suggestion remain with ourselves alone, Henry Bannersworth. I am lost in wonder. You promise me. What? What? That you will not repeat my opinion to anyone. I do. On your honor. On my honor, I promise. Mr. Marchdale rose, and proceeding to the door, he looked out to see that there were no listeners near. Having ascertained then that they were quite alone, he returned, and drawing a chair close to that on which Henry sat, he said, "Henry, have you never heard of a strange and dreadful superstition which, in some countries, is extremely rife, by which is it supposed that there are beings who never die?" "Never die?" "Never. In a word, Henry, have you never heard of, I dread to pronounce the word. Speak it, God of heaven, let me hear it. A vampire." Henry sprang to his feet. His whole frame quivered with emotion. The drops of perspiration stood upon his brow as, in a strange, hoarse voice, he repeated the words, "A vampire?" "Even so. One who has to renew a dreadful existence by human blood. One who eats not and drinks not as other men. A vampire." Henry dropped into his seat and uttered a deep groan of the most exquisite anguish. "I could echo that groan," said Marchdale, "but that I am so thoroughly bewildered I know not what to think. Good God! Good God! Do not too readily yield to belief in so dreadful a supposition, I pray you." "Yield belief!" exclaimed Henry, as he rose, and lifted up one of his hands above his head. "No, by heaven, and the great God of all who there rules, I will not easily believe aught so awful and so monstrous." "I applaud your sentiment, Henry. Not willingly would I deliver up myself to so frightful a belief. It is too horrible. I merely have told you that which you saw was on my mind. You have surely before heard of such things." "I have. I have." "I much marvel, then, that the supposition did not occur to you, Henry." "It did not. It did not. Marchdale, it was too dreadful, I suppose, to find a home in my heart. Oh, Flora, Flora, if this horrible idea should once occur to you, reason cannot, I am quite sure, uphold you against it." "Let no one presume to insinuate it to her, Henry. I would not have it mentioned to her for worlds." "Nor I, nor I. Good God! I shudder at the very thought, the mere possibility. But there is no possibility, there can be none. I will not believe it." "Nor I." "No, by heaven's justice, goodness, grace, and mercy, I will not believe it." "'Tis well sworn, Henry. And now, discarding the supposition that Flora has been visited by a vampire, let us seriously set about endeavouring, if we can, to account for what has happened in this house." I cannot now." "Nay, let us examine the matter. If we can find any natural explanation, let us cling to it, Henry, as the sheet-anchor of our very souls." "Do you think? You are fertile in expedients. Do you think, Marchdale, and for heaven's sake, and for the sake of our worn peace, find out some other way of accounting for what has happened than the hideous one you have suggested? And yet my pistol bullets hurt him not, and he has left the tokens of his presence on the neck of Flora." "Peace, oh, peace! Do not, I pray you, accumulate reasons why I should receive such a dismal, awful superstition. Oh, do not, Marchdale, as you love me." "You know my attachment to you," said Marchdale, "is sincere, and yet, heaven help us." His voice was broken by grief as he spoke, and he turned aside his head to hide the bursting tears that would, despite all his efforts, show themselves in his eyes. "Marchdale," added Henry, after a pause of some moments' duration, "I will sit up to-night with my sister." "Do, do." "Think you there is a chance it may come again?" "I cannot. I dare not speculate upon the coming of so dreadful a visitor, Henry, but I will hold watch with you most willingly." "You will, Marchdale?" "My hand upon it. Come what dangers may, I will share them with you, Henry." "A thousand thanks. Say nothing then to George of what we have been talking about. He is of a highly susceptible nature, and the very idea of such a thing would kill him." "I will. Be mute. Remove your sister to some other chamber, let me beg of you, Henry. The one she now inhabits will always be suggestive of horrible thoughts." "I will, and that dreadful-looking portrait with its perfect likeness to him who came last night." "Perfect indeed. Do you intend to remove it?" "I do not. I thought of doing so, but it is actually on the panel in the wall, and I would not willingly destroy it, and it may as well remain where it is in that chamber, which I can readily now believe will become henceforward a deserted one in this house. It may well become such. Who comes here? I hear a step. There was a tap at the door at this moment, and George made his appearance in answer to the summons to come in. He looked pale and ill, his face betrayed how much he had mentally suffered during the night, and almost directly he got into the bedchamber he said, "I shall, I am sure, be censured by you both for what I am going to say, but I cannot help saying it nevertheless, for to keep it to myself would destroy me." "Good God, George, what is it?" said Mr. Marchdale. "Speak it out," said Henry. "I have been thinking of what has occurred here, and the result of that thought has been one of the wildest suppositions that ever I thought I should have to entertain. Have you never heard of a vampire?" Henry sighed deeply, and Marchdale was silent. "I say a vampire," added George, with much excitement in his manner. "It is a fearful, a horrid supposition, but our poor dear Flora has been visited by a vampire, and I shall go completely mad." He sat down, and covering his face with his hands, he wept bitterly and abundantly. "George," said Henry, when he saw that the frantic grief had in some measure abated, "be calm, George, and endeavour to listen to me." "I hear, Henry." "Well, then, do not suppose that you are the only one in this house to whom so dreadful a superstition has occurred." "Not the only one?" "No, it has occurred to Mr. Marchdale also." "Gracious heaven!" "He mentioned it to me, but we have both agreed to repudiate it with horror." "To repudiate it?" "Yes, George." And yet... Hush, hush. I know what you would say. You would tell us that our repudiation of it cannot affect the fact. Of that we are aware, but yet will we disbelieve that which a belief in would be enough to drive us mad. What do you intend to do? To keep this supposition to ourselves, in the first place, to guard it most zealously from the ears of Flora. Do you think she has never heard of vampires? I never heard her mention that in all her reading she had gathered even a hint of such a fearful superstition. If she has, we must be guided by circumstances and do the best we can. Pray heaven she may not. "Amen to that prayer, George," said Henry. "Mr. Marchdale and I intend to keep watch over Flora tonight. May not I join you? Your health, dear George, will not permit you to engage in such matters. Do you seek your natural repose, and leave it to us to do the best we can in this most fearful and terrible emergency." "As you please, brother, and as you please, Mr. Marchdale. I know I am a frail reed, and my belief is that this affair will kill me quite. The truth is, I am horrified, utterly and frightfully horrified. Like my poor dear sister, I do not believe I shall ever sleep again." "Do not fancy that, George," said Marchdale. "You very much add to the uneasiness which must be your poor mother's portion by allowing this circumstance to so much affect you. You will know her affection for you all, and let me therefore, as a very old friend of hers, entreat you to wear as cheerful an aspect as you can in her presence." "For once in my life," said George sadly, "I will, to my dear mother, endeavour to play the hypocrite." "Do so," said Henry. "The motive will sanction any such deceit as that, George, be assured." The day wore on, and poor Flora remained in a very precarious situation. It was not until midday that Henry made up his mind he would call in a medical gentleman to her, and then rode to the neighbouring market town, where he knew an extremely intelligent practitioner resided. This gentleman Henry resolved upon, under a promise of secrecy, making a confidant of, but long before he reached him, he found he might well dispense with the promise of secrecy. He had never thought, so engaged had he been with other matters, that the servants were cognizant of the whole affair, and that from them he had no expectation of being able to keep the whole story in all its details. Of course, such an opportunity for tale-bearing and gossiping was not likely to be lost, and while Henry was thinking over how he better act in the matter, the news that Flora Bannersworth had been visited in the night by a vampire, for the servants named the visitation such at once, was spreading all over the country. As he rode along, Henry met a gentleman on horseback who belonged to the county, and who, reining in his steed, said to him, "Good morning, Mr. Bannersworth." "Good morning," responded Henry, and he would have ridden on, but the gentleman added, "Excuse me for interrupting you, sir, but what is the strange story that is in everybody's mouth about a vampire?" Henry nearly fell off his horse, he was so much astonished, and, wheeling the animal around, he said, "In everybody's mouth?" Yes, I have heard it from at least a dozen persons. You surprise me. Is it untrue? Of course I am not so absurd as really to believe about the vampire, but is there no foundation at all to it? We generally find that at the bottom of these common reports there is a something around which, as a nucleus, the whole has formed. My sister is unwell. Ah, and that's all. It really is too bad now. We had a visitor last night. A thief, I suppose? Yes, yes, I believe a thief. I do believe it was a thief, and she was terrified. Of course. And upon such a thing is grafted a story of a vampire, and the marks of his teeth being upon her neck, and all the circumstantial particulars. Yes, yes. Good morning, Mr. Bannerworth. Henry bade the gentleman good morning, and, much vexed at the publicity which the affair had already obtained, he set spurs to his horse, determined that he would speak to no one else upon so uncomfortable a theme. Several attempts were made to stop him, but he only waved his hand and trotted on. Nor did he pause in his speed till he reached the door of Mr. Chillingworth, the medical man whom he intended to consult. Henry knew that at such a time he would be at home, which was the case, and he was soon closeted with the man of drugs. Henry begged his patient hearing, which being accorded, he related to him at full length what had happened, not omitting, to the best of his remembrance, any one particular. When he had concluded his narration, the doctor shifted his position several times, and then said, "That's all?" "Yes, and enough, too. More than enough, I should say, my young friend. You astonish me." "Can you form any supposition, sir, on the subject?" "Not just now. What is your own idea?" "I cannot be said to have one about it. It is too absurd to tell you that my brother George is impressed with a belief a vampire has visited the house." "I never in all my life heard a more circumstantial narrative in favor of so hideous a superstition." "Well, but you cannot believe—" "Believe what? That the dead can come to life again, and by such a process keep up vitality?" "Do you take me for a fool?" "Certainly not." "Then why do you ask me such questions?" "But the glaring facts of the case—" "I don't care if they were 10 times more glaring. I won't believe it. I would rather believe you were all mad, the whole family of you, that at the full of the moon you all were a little cracked." "And so would I." "You go home now, and I will call and see your sister in the course of 2 hours. Something may turn up yet, to throw some new light on this strange subject." With this understanding, Henry went home, and he took care to ride as fast as before in order to avoid questions, so that he got back to his old ancestral home without going through the disagreeable ordeal of having to explain to anyone what had disturbed the peace of it. When Henry reached his home, he found that the evening was rapidly coming on, and before he could permit himself to think upon any other subject, he inquired how his terrified sister had passed the hours during his absence. He found that but little improvement had taken place in her, and that she had occasionally slept, but to awaken and speak incoherently, as if the shock she had received had had some serious effect upon her nerves. He repaired at once to her room, and finding that she was awake, he leaned over her and spoke tenderly to her. "Flora," he said, "dear Flora, you are better now?" "Harry, is that you?" "Yes, dear." "Oh, tell me what has happened." "Have you not a recollection, Flora?" "Yes, yes, Henry, but what was it? They none of them will tell me what it was, Henry." "Be calm, dear. No doubt some attempt to rob the house." "Think you so?" "Yes. The bay window was particularly adapted for such a purpose, but now that you are removed here to this room, you will be able to rest in peace." "I shall die of terror, Henry. Even now those eyes are glaring on me so hideously. Oh, it is fearful. It is very fearful, Henry. Do you not pity me? And no one will promise to remain with me at night." "Indeed, Flora, you are mistaken, for I intend to sit by your bedside armed, and so preserve you from all harm." She clutched his hand eagerly as she said, "You will, Henry, you will, and not think it too much trouble, dear Henry." "It can be no trouble, Flora." "Then I shall rest in peace, for I know that the dreadful vampire cannot come to me when you are by." "The what, Flora?" "The vampire, Henry. It was a vampire." "Good God, who told you so?" "No one. I have read of them in the book of travels in Norway which Mr. Marchdale lent us all." "Alas, alas!" groaned Henry. "Discard, I pray you, such a thought from your mind." "Can we discard thoughts? What power have we but from the mind, which is ourselves?" "True, true." "Hark, what noise is that? I thought I heard a noise. Henry, when you go, ring for someone first. Was there not a noise?" The accidental shutting of some door, dear. Was it that? It was. Then I am relieved, Henry. I sometimes fancy I am in the tomb, and that someone is feasting on my flesh. They do say, too, that those who in life have been bled by a vampire become themselves vampires, and have the same horrible taste for blood as those before them. Is it not horrible? You only vex yourself with such thoughts, Flora. Mr. Chillingworth is coming to see you. Can he minister to a mind diseased? But yours is not, Flora. Your mind is healthful, and so, although his power extends not so far, we will thank heaven, dear Flora, that you need it not. She sighed deeply, and she said, Heaven help me, I know not, Henry. The dreadful being held on to my hair. I must have it all taken off. I tried to get away, but it dragged me back. A brutal thing it was. Oh, then at that moment, Henry, I felt as if something strange took place in my brain, and that I was going mad. I saw those glazed eyes close to mine. I felt a hot, pestiferous breath upon my face. Help! Help! Hush, my Flora, hush. Look at me. I am calm again. It fixed its teeth in my throat. Did I faint away? You did, dear. But let me pray you to refer all this to imagination, or at least the greater part of it. But you saw it. Yes. All saw it. We all saw some man, a housebreaker. It must have been some housebreaker. What more easy, you know, dear Flora, than to assume some such disguise? Was anything stolen? Not that I know of, but there was an alarm, you know. Flora shook her head as she said in a low voice, That which came here was more than mortal. Oh, Henry, if it had but killed me, now I had been happy, but I cannot live. I hear it breathing now. Talk of something else, dear Flora, said the much distressed Henry. You will make yourself much worse if you indulge yourself in these strange fancies. Oh, that they were but fancies! They are, believe me. There is a strange confusion in my brain, and sleep comes over me suddenly when I least expect it. Henry, Henry, what I was, I shall never, never be again. Say not so. All this will pass away like a dream, and leave so faint a trace upon your memory that the time will come when you will wonder it ever made so deep an impression on your mind. You utter these words, Henry, she said, but they do not come from your heart. Ah, no, no, no. Who comes? The door was opened by Mrs. Bannersworth, who said, It is only me, my dear Henry. Here is Dr. Chillingworth in the dining-room. Henry turned to Flora, saying, You will see him, dear Flora. You know Mr. Chillingworth well. Yes, Henry, yes, I will see him, or whoever you please. Shoo Mr. Chillingworth up, said Henry to the servant. In a few moments the medical man was in the room, and he at once approached the bedside to speak to Flora, upon whose pale countenance he looked with evident interest, while at the same time it seemed mingled with a painful feeling, at least so his own face indicated. Well, Miss Bannersworth, he said, what is all this I hear about an ugly dream you have had? A dream? Said Flora, as she fixed her beautiful eyes on his face. Yes, as I understand. She shuddered and was silent. Was it not a dream, then? Added Mr. Chillingworth. She wrung her hands, and in a voice of extreme anguish and pathos said, Would it were a dream! Would it were a dream! Oh, if any one could but convince me it was a dream! Well, will you tell me what it was? Yes, sir, it was a vampire. Mr. Chillingworth glanced at Henry as he said in reply to Flora's words, I suppose that is, after all, another name, Flora, for the nightmare? No, no, no. Do you really, then, persist in believing anything so absurd, Miss Bannersworth? What can I say to the evidence of my own senses? She replied. I saw it. Henry saw it. George saw. Mr. Marchdale, my mother, all saw it. We could not all be at the same time the victims of the same delusion. How faintly you speak. I am very faint and ill. Indeed, what wound is that on your neck? A wild expression came over the face of Flora, a spasmodic action of the muscles accompanied with a shuddering, as if a sudden chill had come over the whole mass of blood took place, and she said, It is the mark left by the teeth of the vampire. The smile was a forced one upon the face of Mr. Chillingworth. Draw up the blind of the window, Mr. Henry, he said, and let me examine this puncture to which your sister attaches so extraordinary a meaning. The blind was drawn up, and a strong light was thrown into the room. For full 2 minutes Mr. Chillingworth attentively examined the 2 small wounds in the neck of Flora. He took a powerful magnifying glass from his pocket and looked at them through it, and after his examination was concluded, he said, They are very trifling wounds indeed." "But how inflicted?" said Henry. "By some insect, I should say, which probably, it being the season for many insects, has flown in at the window." "I know the motive," said Flora, "which prompts all these suggestions. It is a kind one, and I ought to be the last to quarrel with it, but what I have seen, nothing can make me believe I saw not, unless I am, as once or twice I have thought myself, really mad." "How do you now feel in general health?" "Far from well, and a strange drowsiness at times creeps over me. Even now I feel it." She sank back on the pillows as she spoke, and closed her eyes with a deep sigh. Mr. Chillingworth beckoned Henry to come with him from the room, but the latter had promised that he would remain with Flora, and as Mrs. Bannersworth had left the chamber because she was unable to control her feelings, he rang the bell and requested that his mother would come. She did so, and then Henry went downstairs along with the medical man, whose opinion he was certainly eager to be now made acquainted with. As soon as they were alone in the old-fashioned room, which was called the oak closet, Henry turned to Mr. Chillingworth and said, "What now is your candid opinion, sir? You have seen my sister, and those strange indubitable evidences of something wrong." "I have, and to tell you candidly the truth, Mr. Henry, I am sorely perplexed." "I thought you would be." "It is not often that a medical man likes to say so much, nor is it indeed often prudent that he should do so, but in this case I own I am much puzzled. It is contrary to all my notions upon all such subjects. Those wounds, what do you think of them?" "I know not what to think. I am completely puzzled as regards them." But do they not really bear the appearance of being bites?" "They really do." "And so far, then, they are actually in favour of the dreadful supposition which poor Flora entertains?" "So far they certainly are. I have no doubt in the world of their being bites, but we must not jump to a conclusion that the teeth which inflicted them were human. It is a strange case, and one which I feel assured must give you all much uneasiness, as indeed it gave me, but, as I said before, I will not let my judgment give in to the fearful and degrading superstition which all the circumstances connected with this strange story would seem to justify." "It is a degrading superstition." "To my mind, your sister seems to be labouring under the effect of some narcotic." "Indeed?" "Yes, unless she really has lost a quantity of blood, which loss has decreased the heart's action sufficiently to produce the languor under which she now evidently labours." "Oh, that I could believe the former supposition, but I am confident she has taken no narcotic. She could not even do so by mistake, for there is no drug of the sort in the house. Besides, she is not heedless by any means. I am quite convinced that she has not done so." "Then I am fairly puzzled, my young friend, and I can only say that I would freely have given half of what I am worth to see that figure you saw last night." "What would you have done?" "I would not have lost sight of it for the world's wealth." "You would have felt your blood freeze with horror. The face was terrible. And yet let it lead me where it liked, I would have followed." "I wish you had been here." "I wish to heaven I had. If I thought there was the least chance of another visit, I would come and wait with patience every night for a month." "I cannot say," replied Henry. "I am going to sit up tonight with my sister, and I believe our friend Mr. Marchdale will share my watch with me." Mr. Chillingworth appeared to be for a few moments lost in thought, and then suddenly rousing himself, as if he found it either impossible to come to any rational conclusion upon the subject, or had arrived at one which he chose to keep to himself, he said, "Well, well, we must leave the matter at present as it stands. Time may accomplish something towards its development, but at present so palpable a mystery I never came across, or a matter in which human calculation was so completely foiled. Nor I, nor I. I will send you some medicines, such as I think will be of service to Flora, and depend upon seeing me by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." "You have, of course, heard something," said Henry to the doctor as he was pulling on his gloves, "about vampires." "I certainly have, and I understand that in some countries, particularly Norway and Sweden, the superstition is a very common one." "And in the Levant." "Yes, the ghouls of the Mahometans are of the same description of beings. All that I have heard of the European vampire has made it a being which can be killed, but is restored to life again by the rays of a full moon falling on the body." "Yes, yes, I have heard as much." "And that the hideous repast of blood has to be taken very frequently, and that if the vampire gets it not, he wastes away, presenting the appearance of one in the last stage of a consumption, and visibly, so to speak, dying. That is what I have understood." Tonight, do you know, Mr. Bannerworth, is the full of the moon?" Henry started. "If now you had succeeded in killing— pshaw, what am I saying? I believe I am getting foolish, and that the horrible superstition is beginning to fasten itself upon me as well as upon all of you. How strangely the fancy will wage war with the judgment in such a way as this." "The full of the moon," repeated Henry as he glanced towards the window, "and the night is near at hand." "Banish these thoughts from your mind," said the doctor, "or else, my young friend, you will make yourself decidedly ill. Good evening to you, for it is evening. I shall see you tomorrow morning." Mr. Chillingworth appeared now to be anxious to go, and Henry no longer opposed his departure. But when he was gone, a sense of great loneliness came over him. "Tonight," he repeated, "is the full of the moon. How strange that this dreadful adventure should have taken place just the night before. 'Tis very strange. Let me see, let me see." He took from the shelves of a bookcase the work which Flora had mentioned, entitled Travels in Norway, in which work he found some account of the popular belief in vampires. He opened the work at random, and then some of the leaves turned over of themselves to a particular place, as the leaves will frequently do when it has been kept open a length of time at that part, and the binding stretched there more than anywhere else. There was a note at the bottom of one of the pages at this part of the book, and Henry read as follows: "With regard to these vampires, it is believed by those who are inclined to give credence to so dreadful a superstition, that they always endeavour to make their feast of blood for the revival of their bodily powers on some evening immediately preceding a full moon, which, if any accident befall them, such as being shot, or otherwise killed or wounded, they can recover by lying down somewhere where the full moon's rays will fall upon them." Henry let the book drop from his hands with a groan and a shudder. End of Chapter 4. The Morning, the Consultation, the Fearful Suggestion. Recording by Jody Krangle. www.voiceoversandvocals.com. Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jody Krangle. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 5. The Night Watch, the Proposal, the Moonlight, the Fearful Adventure. A kind of stupefaction came over Henry Bannerworth, and he sat for about a quarter of an hour scarcely conscious of where he was, and almost incapable of anything in the shape of rational thought. It was his brother George who roused him by saying, as he laid his hand upon his shoulder, "Henry, are you asleep?" Henry had not been aware of his presence, and he started up as if he had been shot. "Oh, George, is it you?" he said. "Yes, Henry. Are you unwell?" "No, no, I was in deep reverie." "Alas, I need not ask upon what subject," said George sadly. "I sought you to bring you this letter." "A letter to me?" "Yes. You see, it is addressed to you, and the seal looks as if it came from someone of consequence." "Indeed?" "Yes, Henry, read it, and see from whence it comes." There was just sufficient light by going to the window to enable Henry to read the letter, which he did aloud. It ran thus: Sir Francis Varney presents his compliments to Mr. Beaumont, and is much concerned to hear that some domestic affliction has fallen upon him. Sir Francis hopes that the genuine and loving sympathy of a neighbour will not be regarded as an intrusion, and begs to proffer any assistance or counsel that may be within the compass of his means. Ratford Abbey. "Sir Francis Varney?" said Henry. "Who is he?" "Do you not remember, Henry?" said George. "We were told a few days ago that a gentleman of that name had become the purchaser of the estate of Ratford Abbey." "Oh, yes, yes. Have you seen him?" "I have not." "I do not wish to make any new acquaintance, George. We are very poor, much poorer indeed than the general appearance of this place, which I fear we shall soon have to part with, would warrant anyone believing. I must of course return a civil answer to this gentleman, but it must be such a one as shall repress familiarity." "That will be difficult to do while we remain here, when we come to consider the very close proximity of the two properties, Henry." "Oh, no, not at all. He will easily perceive that we do not want to make acquaintance with him, and then, as a gentleman, which doubtless he is, he will give up the attempt." Let it be so, Henry. Heaven knows I have no desire to form any new acquaintance with anyone, and more particularly under our present circumstances of depression. And now, Henry, you must permit me, as I have had some repose, to share with you your night watch in Flora's room. I would advise you not, George. Your health, as you know, is far from good. Nay, allow me. If not, then the anxiety I shall suffer will do me more harm than the watchfulness I shall keep up in her chamber. This was an argument which Henry felt himself the force of too strongly not to admit it in the case of George, and he therefore made no further opposition to his wish to make one in the night watch. There will be an advantage, said George, you see, in 3 of us being engaged in this matter, because should anything occur, 2 can act together, and yet Flora may not be left alone. True, true. That is a great advantage. Now a soft, gentle, silvery light began to spread itself over the heavens. The moon was rising, and as the beneficial effects of the storm of the preceding evening were still felt in the clearness of the air, the rays appeared to be more lustrous and full of beauty than they commonly were. Each moment the night grew lighter, and by the time the brothers were ready to take their place in the chamber of Flora, the moon had risen considerably. Although neither Henry nor George had any objection to the company of Mr. Marchdale, yet they gave him the option, and rather in fact urged him not to destroy his night's repose by sitting up with them. But he said, "Allow me to do so. I am older, and have calmer judgment than you can have. Should anything again appear, I am quite resolved that it shall not escape me." "What would you do?" "With the name of God upon my lips," said Marchdale solemnly, "I would grapple with it." "You laid hands upon it last night." "I did, and have forgotten to show you what I tore from it. Look here, what should you say this was?" He produced a piece of cloth, on which was an old-fashioned piece of lace and 2 buttons. Upon a close inspection this appeared to be a portion of the lapel of a coat of ancient times, and suddenly Henry, with a look of intense anxiety, said, "This reminds me of the fashion of garments very many years ago, Mr. Marchdale. It came away in my grasp as if rotten and incapable of standing any rough usage. What a strange unearthly smell it has." "Now that you mention it yourself," added Mr. Marchdale, "I must confess it smells to me as if it had really come from the very grave." "It does, it does. Say nothing of this relic of last night's work to anyone." "Be assured I shall not. I am far from wishing to keep up in anyone's mind proofs of that which I would fain, very fain, refute." Mr. Marchdale replaced the portion of the coat which the figure had worn in his pocket, and then the whole 3 proceeded to the chamber of Flora. It was within a very few minutes of midnight. The moon had climbed high in the heavens, and a night of such brightness and beauty had seldom shown itself for a long period of time. Flora slept, and in her chamber sat the 2 brothers and Mr. Marchdale silently, for she had shown symptoms of restlessness, and they much feared to break the light slumber into which she had fallen. Occasionally they had conversed in whispers, which could not have the effect of rousing her, for the room, although smaller than the one she had before occupied, was still sufficiently spacious to enable them to get some distance from the bed. Until the hour of midnight now actually struck, they were silent, and when the last echo of the sounds had died away, a feeling of uneasiness came over them, which prompted some conversation to get rid of it. "How bright the moon is now," said Henry in a low voice. "I never saw it brighter," replied Marchdale. "I feel as if I were assured that we shall not tonight be interrupted." "It was later than this," said Henry. "Do not then yet congratulate us upon no visit." "How still the house is," remarked George. "It seems to me as if I had never found it so intensely quiet before." "It is very still." "Hush! She moves." Flora moaned in her sleep, and made a slight movement. The curtains were all drawn closely round the bed to shield her eyes from the bright moonlight which streamed into the room so brilliantly. They might have closed the shutters of the window, but this they did not like to do, as it would render their watch there of no avail at all, inasmuch as they would not be able to see if any attempt was made by anyone to obtain admittance. A quarter of an hour longer might have thus passed, when Mr. Marchdale said in a whisper, "A thought has just struck me that the piece of coat I have, which I dragged from the figure last night, wonderfully resembles, in colour and appearance, the style of dress of the portrait in the room which Flora lately slept in." "I thought of that," said Henry, "when first I saw it, but to tell the honest truth I dreaded to suggest any new proof connected with last night's visitation." "Then I ought not to have drawn your attention to it," said Mr. Marchdale, "and regret I have done so." "Nay, do not blame yourself on such an account," said Henry. "You are quite right, and it is I who am too foolishly sensitive. Now, however, since you have mentioned it, I must own I have a great desire to test the accuracy of the observation by a comparison with the portrait." "That may easily be done." "I will remain here," said George, "in case Flora awakens, while you two go if you like. It is but across the corridor." Henry immediately rose, saying, "Come, Mr. Marchdale, come. Let us satisfy ourselves at all events upon this point at once. As George says, it is only across the corridor, and we can return directly." "I am willing," said Mr. Marchdale, with a tone of sadness. There was no light needed, for the moon stood suspended in a cloudless sky, so that from the house being a detached one, and containing numerous windows, it was as light as day. Although the distance from one chamber to the other was only across the corridor, it was a greater space than these words might occupy, for the corridor was wide, neither was it directly across, but considerably slanting. However, it was certainly sufficiently close at hand for any sound of alarm from one chamber to reach the other without any difficulty. A few moments sufficed to place Henry and Mr. Marchdale in that antique room, where, from the effect of the moonlight which was streaming over it, the portrait on the panel looked exceedingly lifelike. And this effect was probably the greater because the rest of the room was not illuminated by the moon's rays, which came through a window in the corridor, and then at the open door of that chamber upon the portrait. Mr. Marchdale held the piece of cloth he had close to the dress of the portrait, and one glance was sufficient to show the wonderful likeness between the two. "Good God!" said Henry, "it is the same!" Mr. Marchdale dropped the piece of cloth and trembled. "This fact shakes even our scepticism," said Henry. "I know not what to make of it." "I can tell you something which bears upon it. I do not know if you are sufficiently aware of my family history to know that this one of my ancestors, I wish I could say worthy ancestors, committed suicide and was buried in his clothes." You are sure of that?" "Quite sure." "I am more and more bewildered as each moment some strange corroborative fact of that dreadful supposition we so much shrink from seems to come to light and to force itself upon our attention." There was a silence of a few moments' duration, and Henry had turned towards Mr. Marchdale to say something, when the cautious tread of a footstep was heard in the garden immediately beneath that balcony. A sickening sensation came over Henry, and he was compelled to lean against the wall for support, as in scarcely articulate accents he said, "The vampire! The vampire! God of heaven, it has come once again!" "Now heaven inspire us with more than mortal courage," cried Mr. Marchdale, and he dashed open the window at once and sprang into the balcony. Henry in a moment recovered himself sufficiently to follow him, and when he reached his side in the balcony, Marchdale said, as he pointed below, "There is someone concealed there." "Where? Where?" "Among the laurels. I will fire a random shot, and we may do some execution." "Hold!" said a voice from below. "Don't do any such thing, I beg of you." "Why, that is Mr. Chillingworth's voice," cried Henry. "Yes, and it's Mr. Chillingworth's person too," said the doctor, as he emerged from among some laurel bushes. "How is this?" said Marchdale. "Simply that I made up my mind to keep watch and ward tonight outside here, in the hope of catching the vampire. I got into here by climbing the gate." "But why did you not let us know?" said Henry. "Because I did not know myself, my young friend, till an hour and a half ago." "Have you seen anything?" "Nothing, but I fancied I heard something in the park outside the wall." "Indeed!" "What say you, Henry," said Mr. Marchdale, "to descending and taking a hasty examination of the garden and grounds?" "I am willing, but first allow me to speak to George, who otherwise might be surprised at our long absence." Henry walked rapidly to the bedchamber of Flora, and he said to George, "Have you any objection to being left alone here for about half an hour, George, while we make an examination of the garden?" "Let me have some weapon, and I care not. Remain here while I fetch a sword from my own room." Henry did so, and when George returned with a sword, which he always kept in his bedroom, he said, "Now go, Henry. I prefer a weapon of this description to pistols much. Do not be gone longer than necessary." "I will not, George, be assured." George was then left alone, and Henry returned to the balcony where Mr. Marchdale was waiting for him. It was a quicker mode of descending to the garden to do so by clambering over the balcony than any other, and the height was not considerable enough to make it very objectionable, so Henry and Mr. Marchdale chose that way of joining Mr. Chillingworth. "You are no doubt much surprised at finding me here," said the doctor, "but the fact is I half made up my mind to come while I was here, but I had not thoroughly done so, therefore I said nothing to you about it." "We are much indebted to you," said Henry, "for making the attempt." "I am prompted to it by a feeling of the strongest curiosity." "Are you armed, sir?" said Mr. Marchdale. "In this stick," said the doctor, "is a sword, the exquisite temper of which I know I can depend upon, and I fully intended to run through any one whom I saw that looked in the least of the vampire order." "You would have done quite right," replied Mr. Marchdale. "I have a brace of pistols here, loaded with ball. Will you take one, Henry, if you please, and then we shall be all armed." Thus, then, prepared for any exigency, they made the whole round of the house, but found all the fastenings secure, and everything as quiet as possible. "Suppose now we take a survey of the park outside the garden wall," said Mr. Marchdale. This was agreed to, but before they had proceeded far, Mr. Marchdale said, "There is a ladder lying on the wall. Would it not be a good plan to place it against the very spot the supposed vampire jumped over last night, and so, from a more elevated position, take a view of the open meadows? We could easily drop down on the outer side if we saw anything suspicious." "Not a bad plan," said the doctor. "Shall we do it?" "Certainly," said Henry, and they accordingly carried the ladder, which had been used for pruning the trees, towards the spot at the end of the long walk at which the vampire had made good, after so many fruitless efforts, his escape from the premises. Then made haste down the long vista of trees until they reached the exact spot, and then they placed the ladder as near as possible exactly where Henry, in his bewilderment on the evening before, had seen the apparition from the grave spring to. "We can ascend singly," said Marchdale, "but there is ample space for us all there to sit on the top of the wall and make our observations." This was seen to be the case, and in about a couple of minutes they had taken up their position on the wall, and, although the height was but trifling, they found that they had a much more extensive view than they could have obtained by any other means. "To contemplate the beauty of such a night as this," said Mr. Chillingworth, "is amply sufficient compensation for coming the distance I have." "And who knows," remarked Marchdale, "we may yet see something which may throw a light upon our present perplexities? God knows that I would give all I can call mine in the world to relieve you and your sister, Henry Bannerworth, from the fearful effect which last night's proceedings cannot fail to have upon you." "Of that I am well assured, Mr. Marchdale," said Henry. "If the happiness of myself and family depended upon you, we should be happy indeed." "You are silent, Mr. Chillingworth," remarked Marchdale after a slight pause. "Hush," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Hush, hush." "Good God, what do you hear?" cried Henry. The doctor laid his hand upon Henry's arm as he said, "There is a young lime tree yonder to the right. Yes, yes. Carry your eye from it on a horizontal line as near as you can towards the wood." Henry did so, and then he uttered a sudden exclamation of surprise and pointed to a rising spot of ground, which was yet, in consequence of the number of tall trees in its vicinity, partially enveloped in shadow. "What is that?" he said. "I see something," said Marchdale. "By heaven, it is a human form lying stretched there." "It is, as if in death." "What can it be?" said Chillingworth. "I dread to say," replied Marchdale, "but to my eyes, even at this distance, it seems like the form of him we chased last night." "The vampire?" "Yes, yes, look, the moonbeams touch him. Now the shadows of the trees gradually recede. God of heaven, the figure moves." Henry's eyes were riveted to that fearful object, and now a scene presented itself which filled him all with wonder and astonishment, mingled with sensations of the greatest awe and alarm. As the moonbeams, in consequence of the luminary rising higher and higher in the heavens, came to touch this figure that lay extended on the rising ground, a perceptible movement took place in it. The limbs appeared to tremble, and although it did not rise up, the whole body gave signs of vitality. "The vampire, the vampire," said Mr. Marchdale. "I cannot doubt it now. We must have hit him last night with the pistol bullets, and the moonbeams are now restoring him to a new life." Henry shuddered, and even Mr. Chillingworth turned pale, but he was the first to recover himself sufficiently to propose some course of action, and he said, "Let us descend and go up to this figure. It is a duty we owe to ourselves as much as to society." "Hold a moment," said Mr. Marchdale, as he produced a pistol. "I am an unerring shot, as you well know, Henry. Before we move from this position we now occupy, allow me to try what virtue may be in a bullet to lay that figure low again." "He is rising!" exclaimed Henry. Mr. Marchdale levelled the pistol. He took sure and deliberate aim, and then, just as the figure seemed to be struggling to its feet, he fired, and with a sudden bound it fell again. "You have hit it," said Henry. "You have indeed," exclaimed the doctor. "I think we can go now." "Hush," said Marchdale, "hush. Does it not seem to you that, hit it as often as you will, the moonbeams will recover it?" "Yes, yes," said Henry, "they will, they will." "I can endure this no longer," said Mr. Chillingworth, as he sprung from the wall. "Follow me or not, as you please. I will seek the spot where this being lies." "Oh, be not rash," cried Mr. Marchdale. "See, it rises again, and its form looks gigantic." "I trust in heaven and a righteous cause," said the doctor, as he drew the sword he had spoken of from the stick, and threw away the scabbard. "Come with me if you like, or I go alone." Henry at once jumped down from the wall, and then Marchdale followed him, saying, "Come on, I will not shrink." They ran towards the piece of rising ground, but before they got to it the form rose and made rapidly towards a little wood which was in the immediate neighbourhood of the hillock. "It is conscious of being pursued," cried the doctor. "See how it glances back and then increases its speed." "Fire upon it, Henry," said Marchdale. He did so, but either his shot did not take effect, or it was quite unheeded, if it did, by the vampire, which gained the wood before they could have a hope of getting sufficiently near it to effect or endeavour to effect a capture. "I cannot follow it there," said Marchdale. "In open country I would have pursued it closely, but I cannot follow it into the intricacies of a wood." "Pursuit is useless there," said Henry. "It is enveloped in the deepest gloom." "I am not so unreasonable," remarked Mr. Chillingworth, "as to wish you to follow into such a place as that. I am confounded utterly by this affair." "And I," said Marchdale. "What on earth is to be done?" "Nothing, nothing!" exclaimed Henry vehemently. "And yet I have, beneath the canopy of heaven, declared that I will, so help me God, spare neither time nor trouble in the unravelling of this most fearful piece of business. Did either of you remark the clothing which this spectral appearance wore?" "They were antique clothes," said Mr. Chillingworth, "such as might have been fashionable 100 years ago, but not now." "Such was my own impression," added Marchdale. "And such my own," said Henry excitedly. "Is it at all within the compass of the wildest belief that what we have seen is a vampire, and no other than my ancestor, who 100 years ago committed suicide?" There was so much intense excitement and evidence of mental suffering that Mr. Chillingworth took him by the arm, saying, "Come home, come home. No more of this at present. You will make yourself seriously unwell. No, no, no. Come home, I pray you. You are by far too much excited about this matter to pursue it with the calmness which should be brought to bear upon it." "Take advice, Henry," said Marchdale. "Take advice and come home at once." "I will yield to you. I feel that I cannot control my own feelings. I will yield to you, who, as you say, are cooler on this subject than I can be. Oh, Flora, Flora, I have no comfort for you now." Poor Henry Bannerworth appeared to be in a complete state of mental prostration, on account of the distressing circumstances that had occurred so rapidly and so suddenly in his family, which it had quite enough to contend with, without having superadded to every other evil the horror of believing that some preternatural agency was at work to destroy every hope of future happiness in this world, under any circumstances. He suffered himself to be led home by Mr. Chillingworth and Marchdale. He no longer attempted to dispute the dreadful fact concerning the supposed vampire. He could not contend now against all the corroborating circumstances that seemed to collect together for the purpose of proving that which, even when proved, was contrary to all his notions of heaven, and at variance with all that was recorded and established as part and parcel of the system of nature. "I cannot deny," he said, when they had reached home, "that such things are possible, but the probability will not bear a moment's investigation." "There are more things," said Marchdale, "in heaven and on earth than are dreamed in our philosophy." "There are indeed, it appears," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Are you a convert?" said Henry, turning to him. "A convert to what?" "To a belief in these vampires?" "I? No, indeed. If you were to shut me up in a room full of vampires, I would tell them all to their teeth that I defied them." "But after what we have seen tonight?" "What have we seen?" "You are yourself a witness." "True, I saw a man lying down, and then I saw a man get up. He seemed then to be shot, but whether he was or not, he only knows. And then I saw him walk off in a desperate hurry. Beyond that I saw nothing." Yes, but taking such circumstances into combination with others, have you not a terrible fear of the truth of the dreadful appearance? No, no, on my soul, no. I will die in my disbelief of such an outrage upon heaven as one of these creatures would most assuredly be. Oh, that I could think like you, but the circumstance strikes too nearly to my heart. Be of better cheer, Henry, be of better cheer, said Marchdale. There is one circumstance which we ought to consider. It is that from all we have seen, there seems to be some things which would favour an opinion, Henry, that your ancestor, whose portrait hangs in the chamber which was occupied by Flora, is a vampire. The dress is the same, said Henry. I noted it was. And I. Do you not, then, think it possible that something might be done to set that part of the question at rest? What? What? Where is your ancestor buried? Ah, I understand you now. And I, said Mr. Chillingworth. You would propose a visit to his mansion? I would, said Marchdale. Anything that may in any way tend to assist in making this affair clearer, and divesting it of its mysterious circumstances, will be most desirable. Henry appeared to rouse for some moments, and then he said, He, in common with many other members of the family, no doubt occupies a place in the vault under the old church in the village. Would it be possible, said Marchdale, to get into that vault without exciting general attention? It would, said Henry. The entrance to the vault is in the flooring of the pew, which belongs to the family in the old church. Then it could be done? Asked Mr. Chillingworth. Most undoubtedly. Will you undertake such an adventure? Said Mr. Chillingworth. It may ease your mind. He was buried in the vault, and in his clothes, said Henry musingly. I will think of it. About such a proposition I would not decide hastily. Give me leave to think of it until tomorrow. Most certainly. They now made their way to the chamber of Flora, and they heard from George that nothing of an alarming character had occurred to disturb him on his lonely watch. The morning was now again dawning, and Henry earnestly entreated Mr. Marchdale to go to bed, which he did, leaving the two brothers to continue as sentinels by Flora's bedside until the morning light should banish all uneasy thoughts. Henry related to George what had taken place outside the house, and the two brothers held a long and interesting conversation for some hours upon that subject, as well as upon others of great importance to their welfare. It was not until the sun's early rays came glaring in at the casement that they both rose and thought of awakening Flora, who had now slept soundly for so many hours. End of Chapter 5. The Night Watch, The Proposal, The Moonlight, The Fearful Adventure. Recording by Jody Krangle. www.voiceoversandvocals.com.
Chapter 6 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Liz Black. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 6. A glance at the Bannersworth family. The probable consequences of the mysterious apparition's appearance. Having thus far, we hope, interested our readers in the fortunes of a family which had become subject to so dreadful a visitation, we trust that a few words concerning them, and the peculiar circumstances in which they are now placed, will not prove altogether out of place or unacceptable. The Bannersworth family, then, were well known in the part of the country where they resided. Perhaps, if we were to say they were better known by name than they were liked on account of that name, we should be near the truth, for it had unfortunately happened that for a very considerable time past the head of the family had been the very worst specimen of it that could be procured, while the younger branches were frequently amiable and most intelligent, and such in mind and manner as were calculated to inspire good will in all who knew them. He who held the family property, and who resided in the house now occupied by Flora and her brothers, was a very so-so sort of character. This state of things, by some strange fatality, had gone on for nearly 100 years, and the consequence was what might have been fairly expected, namely, that, what with their vices and what with their extravagances, the successive heads of the Bannersworth family had succeeded in so far diminishing the family property that, when it came into the hands of Henry Bannersworth, it was of little value, on account of the numerous encumbrances with which it was saddled. The father of Henry had not been a very brilliant exception to the general rule, as regarded the head of the family. If he were not quite so bad as many of his ancestors, that gratifying circumstance was to be accounted for by the supposition that he was not quite so bold, and that the changes in habits, manners, and laws which had taken place in 100 years made it not so easy for even a landed proprietor to play the petty tyrant. He had to get rid of those animal spirits which had prompted many of his predecessors to downright crimes, had recourse to the gaming table, and, after raising whatever sums he could upon the property which remained, he naturally, and as might have been fully expected, lost them all. He was found lying dead in the garden of the house one day, and by his side was his pocket-book, on one leaf of which, it was the impression of the family, he had endeavoured to write something previous to his decease, for he held the pencil firmly in his grasp. The probability was that he had felt himself getting ill, and, being desirous of making some communication to his family which pressed heavily upon his mind, he had attempted to do so, but was stopped by the too rapid approach of the hand of death. For some days previous to his decease, his conduct had been extremely mysterious. He had announced an intention of leaving England forever, of selling the house and grounds for whatever they would fetch over and above the sums for which they were mortgaged, and so clearing himself of all encumbrances. He had, but a few hours before he was found lying dead, made the following singular speech to Henry. "Do not regret, Henry, that the old house which had been in our family so long is about to be parted with. Be assured that, if it is but for the first time in my life, I have good and substantial reasons now for what I am about to do. We shall be able to go to some other country, and there live like princes of the land." Where the means were to come from to live like a prince, unless Mr. Bannersworth had some of the German princes in his eye, no one knew but himself, and his sudden death buried with him that most important secret. There were some words written on the leaf of his pocket-book, but they were of by far too indistinct and ambiguous a nature to lead to anything. They were these: "The money is—" And then there was a long scroll of the pencil, which seemed to have been occasioned by a sudden decease. Of course, nothing could be made of these words, except in the way of a contradiction, as the family lawyer said, rather more facetiously than a man of law usually speaks, for if he had written, "The money is not," it would have been somewhere remarkably near the truth. However, with all his vices, he was regretted by his children, who chose rather to remember him in his best aspect than to dwell upon his faults. For the first time, then, within the memory of a man, the head of the family of the Bannersworth was a gentleman in every sense of the word, brave, generous, highly educated, and full of many excellent and noble qualities. For such was Henry, whom we have introduced to our readers under such distressing circumstances. And now, people said, that the family property having been all dissipated and lost, there would take place a change, and that the Bannersworth would have to take some course of honourable industry for a livelihood, and that then they would be as much respected as they had before been detested and disliked. Indeed, the position which Henry held was now a most precarious one, for one of the amazingly clever acts of his father had been to encumber the property with overwhelming claims, so that when Henry administered to the estate, it was doubted almost by his attorney if it were at all desirable to do so. An attachment, however, to the old house of his family had induced the young man to hold possession of it as long as he could, despite any adverse circumstance which might eventually be connected with it. Some weeks, however, only after the decease of his father, and when he fairly held possession, a sudden and a most unexpected offer came to him from a solicitor in London, of whom he knew nothing, to purchase the house and grounds for a client of his who had instructed him so to do, but whom he did not mention. The offer made was a liberal one, and beyond the value of the place. The lawyer who had conducted Henry's affairs for him since his father's decease advised him by all means to take it. But after a consultation with his mother and sister and George, they all resolved to hold by their own house as long as they could, and consequently refused the offer. He was then asked to let the place, and to name his own price for the occupation of it, but that he would not do. So the negotiation went off altogether, leaving only in the minds of the family much surprise at the exceeding eagerness of some one whom they knew not to get possession of the place on any terms. There was another circumstance, perhaps, which materially aided in producing a strong feeling on the minds of the Bannersworth with regard to the remaining where they were. That circumstance occurred thus. A relation of the family was now dead, and with whom had died all his means, had been in the habit for the last half-dozen years of his life of sending £100 to Henry, for the express purpose of enabling him and his brother George and his sister Flora to take a little continental or home tour in the autumn of the year. A more acceptable present, or for a more delightful purpose to young people, could not be found, and, with the quiet, prudent habits of all three of them, they contrived to go far and to see much for the sum which was thus handsomely placed at their disposal. In one of those excursions, when among the mountains of Italy, an adventure occurred which placed the life of Flora in imminent hazard. They were riding along a narrow mountain path, and, as sleeping, she fell over the ledge of a precipice. In an instant, a young man, a stranger to the whole party, who was travelling in the vicinity, rushed to the spot, and by his knowledge and exertions they felt convinced her preservation was effected. He told her to lie quiet, he encouraged her to hope for immediate succour, and then, with much personal exertion, and at immense risk to himself, he reached the ledge of rock on which she lay, and then he supported her until the brothers had gone to a neighbouring house, which, by the by, was 2 good English miles off, and got assistance. There came on, while they were gone, a terrific storm, and Flora felt that but for him who was with her she must have been hurled from the rock, and perished in the abyss below, which was almost too deep for observation. Suffice it to say that she was rescued, and he who had, by his intrepidity, done so much towards saving her, was loaded with the most sincere and heartfelt acknowledgments by the brothers as well as by herself. He frankly told them that his name was Holland, that he was travelling for amusement and distraction, and was by profession an artist. He travelled with them for some time, and it was not at all be wondered that, under the circumstances, that an attachment of the tenderest nature should spring up between him and the beautiful girl, who felt that she owed to him her life. Mutual glances of affection were exchanged between them, and it was arranged that when he returned to England he should come at once as an honoured guest to the house of the family of the Bannersworth. All this was settled satisfactorily with the full knowledge and acquiescence of the two brothers, who had taken a strange attachment to the young Charles Holland, who was indeed in every way likely to propitiate the good opinion of all who knew him. Henry explained to him exactly how they were situated, and told him that when he came he would find a welcome from all, except possibly his father, whose wayward temper he could not answer for. Young Holland stated that he was compelled to be away for a term of 2 years from certain family arrangements he had entered into, and that then he would return and hope to meet Flora unchanged as he should be. It happened that this was the last of the continental excursions of the Bannersworths, for, before another year rolled round, the generous relative who had supplied them with the means of making such delightful trips was no more, and likewise the death of the father had occurred in the manner we have related, so that there was no chance, as had been anticipated and hoped for by Flora, of meeting Charles Holland on the continent again before his 2 years of absence from England should be expired. Such, however, being the state of things, Flora felt reluctant to give up the house, where he would be sure to come to look for her, and her happiness was too dear to Henry to induce him to make any sacrifice of it to expediency. Therefore was it that Bannersworth Hall, as it was sometimes called, was retained, and fully intended to be retained at all events, until after Charles Holland had made his appearance, and his advice, for he was by the young people considered one of the family, taken with regard to what was advisable to be done. With one exception, this was the state of affairs of the whole, and that exception related to Mr. Marchdale. He was a distant relation of Mrs. Bannersworth, and, early in life, had been sincerely and tenderly attached to her. She, however, with the want of steady reflection of a young girl, as she then was, had, as is generally the case among several admirers, chosen the very worst, that is, the man who had treated her with the most indifference and who paid her the least attention was, of course, thought of the most of, and she gave her hand to him. That man was Mr. Bannersworth, but future experience had made her truly awake to her former error, and, but for the love she bore her children, who were certainly all that a mother's heart could wish, she would often have deeply regretted the infatuation which had induced her to bestow her hand in the quarter she had done so. About a month after the decease of Mr. Bannersworth, there came one to the Hall who desired to see the widow. That one was Mr. Marchdale. It might have been some slight tenderness towards him which had never left her, or it might be the pleasure merely of seeing one whom she had known intimately in early life, but, be that as it may, she certainly gave him a kindly welcome, and he, after consenting to remain for some time as a visitor at the Hall, won the esteem of the whole family by his frank demeanour and cultivated intellect. He had travelled much and seen much, and he had turned to good account all he had seen, that not only was Mr. Marchdale a man of sterling sound sense, but he was a most entertaining companion. His intimate knowledge of many things concerning which they knew little or nothing, his accurate modes of thought, and a quiet, gentlemanly demeanour, such as is rarely to be met with, combined to make him esteemed by the Bannersworths. He had a small independence of his own, and being completely alone in the world, for he had neither wife nor child, Marchdale owned that he felt a pleasure in residing with the Bannersworths. Of course, he could not, in decent terms, so far offend them as to offer to pay for his subsistence, but he took good care that they should really be no losers by having him as an inmate, a matter which he could easily arrange by little presents of one kind and another, all of which he managed should be such as were not only ornamental, but actually spared his kind entertainers some positive expense which otherwise they must have gone to. Whether or not this amiable piece of manoeuvring was seen through by the Bannersworths, it is not our purpose to inquire. If it was seen through, it could not lower him in their esteem, for it was probably just what they themselves would have felt a pleasure in doing under similar circumstances, and if they did not observe it, Mr. Marchdale would, probably, be all the better pleased. Such then may be considered by our readers as a brief outline of the state of affairs among the Bannersworths, a state which was pregnant with changes, and which changes were now likely to be rapid and conclusive. How far the feelings of the family towards the ancient house of their race will be altered by the appearance at it of so fearful a visitor as a vampire, we will not stop to inquire, inasmuch as such feelings will develop themselves as we proceed. That the visitation had produced a serious effect upon all the household was sufficiently evident, as well among the educated as among the ignorant. On the second morning Henry received notice to quit his service from the 3 servants he had with difficulty contrived to keep at the Hall. The reason why he received such notice he knew well enough, and therefore he did not trouble himself to argue about a superstition to which he felt now himself almost compelled to give way. For how could he say there was no such thing as a vampire, when he had, with his own eyes, had the most abundant evidence of the terrible fact? He calmly paid the servants, and allowed them to leave him at once without at all entering into the matter, and, for the time being, some men were procured, who, however, came evidently with fear and trembling, and probably only took the place on account of not being able to procure any other. The comfort of the household was likely to be completely put an end to, and reasons now for leaving the Hall appeared to be most rapidly accumulating. End of chapter 6. Recorded by Lizzie Black, Italy.
Of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nancy Roberts. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST, Chapter 7. The visit to the vault of the Bannersworths and its unpleasant result. The mystery. Henry and his brother roused Flora, and after agreeing together that it would be highly imprudent to say anything to her of the proceedings of the night, they commenced a conversation with her in encouraging and kindly accents. "Well, Flora," said Henry, "you see that you have been quite undisturbed tonight." "I have slept long, dear Henry." "You have, and pleasantly too, I hope." "I have not had any dreams, and I feel much refreshed now and quite well again." "Thank heaven," said George. "If you will tell dear mother that I am awake, I will get up with her assistance." The brothers left the room, and they spoke to each other of it as a favorable sign that Flora did not object to being left alone now, as she had done on the preceding morning. "She is recovering fast now, George," said Henry. "If we could now but persuade ourselves that all this alarm would pass away, and that we should hear no more of it, we might return to our old and comparatively happy condition. Let us believe, Henry, that we shall." "And yet, George, I shall not be satisfied in my mind until I have paid a visit. A visit? Where? To the family vault. Indeed, Henry, I thought you had abandoned that idea. I had. I have several times abandoned it, but it comes across my mind again and again. I much regret it. Look you, George, as yet, everything that has happened has tended to confirm a belief in this most horrible of all superstitions concerning vampires. It has. Now, my great object, George, is to endeavour to disturb such a state of thing by getting something, however slight, of a negative character for the mind to rest upon on the other side of the question. I comprehend you, Henry. You know that at present we are not only led to believe, almost irresistibly, that we have been visited by a vampire, but that that vampire is our ancestor, whose portrait is on the panel of the wall of the chamber into which he contrived to make his way. True, most true. Then let us, by an examination of the family vault, George, put an end to one of the evidences. If we find, as most surely we shall, the coffin of the ancestor of ours, who seems in dress and appearance so horribly mixed up in this affair, we shall be at rest on that head. But consider how many years have elapsed. Yes, a great number. What then do you suppose could remain of any corpse placed in a vault so long ago? Decomposition must of course have done its work, but still there must be a something to show that a corpse has so undergone the process common to all nature. Double the lapse of time surely could not obliterate all traces of that which had been. There is reason in that, Henry. Besides, the coffins are all of lead and some of stone, so that they cannot have all gone. True, most true. If in the one which, from the inscription and date, we discover to be that of our ancestor whom we seek, we find the evident remains of a corpse, we shall be satisfied that he has rested in his tomb in peace. Brother, you seem bent on this adventure, said George. If you go, I will accompany you. I will not engage rashly in it, George. Before I finally decide, I will again consult with Mr. Marchdale. His opinion will weigh much with me. And in good time, here he comes across the garden, said George, as he looked from the window of the room in which they sat. It was Mr. Marchdale, and the brothers warmly welcomed him as he entered the apartment. You have been early afoot, said Henry. I have, he said. The fact is that although at your solicitation I went to bed, I could not sleep, and I went out once more to search about the spot where we had seen I don't know what to call it, for I have a great dislike to naming it a vampire. There is not much in a name, said George. In this instance there is, said Marchdale. It is a name suggestive of horror. Made you any discovery? Said Henry. None whatsoever. You saw no trace of anyone? Not the least. Well, Mr. Marchdale, George and I were talking over this projected visit to the family vault. Yes. And we agreed to suspend our judgments until we saw you and learned your opinion. Which I will tell you frankly, said Mr. Marchdale, because I know you desire it freely. Do so. It is, you should make the visit. Indeed. Yes, and for this reason. You have now, as you cannot help having, a disagreeable feeling that you may find that one coffin is untenanted. Now, if you do find it so, you scarcely make matters worse by an additional confirmation of what already amounts to a strong supposition, and one which is likely to grow stronger by time. True, most true. On the contrary, if you find indubitable proofs that your ancestor has slept soundly in the tomb, and gone the way of all flesh, you will find yourselves much calmer, and that an attack is made upon the train of events which at present all run one way. That is precisely the argument I was using to George, said Henry, a few moments since. Then let us go, said George, by all means. It is so decided, then, said Henry. Let it be done with caution, replied Mr. Marchdale. If anyone can manage it, of course we can. Why should it not be done secretly, and at night? Of course we lose nothing by making a night visit to a vault into which daylight, I presume, cannot penetrate. Certainly not. Then let it be at night. But we shall surely require the concurrence of some of the church authorities. Nay, I do not see that, interposed Mr. Marchdale. It is to the vault actually vested in and belonging to yourself you wish to visit, and therefore you have a right to visit it in any manner or at any time that may be most suitable to yourself. But detection in a clandestine visit might produce unpleasant consequences. The church is old, said George, and we could easily find means of getting into it. There is only one objection that I see just now, and that is that we leave Flora unprotected. We do indeed, said Henry. I did not think of that. It must be put to herself, as a matter for her own consideration, said Mr. Marchdale. If she will consider herself sufficiently safe with the company and protection of your mother only. It would be a pity if we were not all three present at the examination of the coffin, remarked Henry. It would indeed. There is ample evidence, said Mr. Marchdale, but we must not give Flora a night of sleeplessness and uneasiness on that account, and the more particularly we cannot well explain to her where we are going, or upon what errand. Certainly not. Let us talk to her then about it, said Henry. I confess I am much bent upon the plan, and fain would not forego it. Neither should I like other than that we three should go together. If you determine then upon it, said Marchdale, we will go tonight, and from your acquaintance with the place, doubtless you will be able to decide what tools are necessary. There is a trap-door at the bottom of the pew, said Henry. It is not only secured down, but it is locked likewise, and I have the key in my possession. Indeed? Yes. Immediately beneath is a short flight of stone steps, which conduct at once into the vault. Is it large? No, about the size of a moderate chamber, with no intricacies about it. There can be no difficulties, then. None whatever, unless we meet with actual personal interruption, which I am inclined to think is very far from likely. All we shall require will be a screwdriver, with which to remove the screws, and then something with which to wrench open the coffin. Those we can easily provide, along with lights, remarked Mr. Marchdale. I hope to heaven that this visit to the tomb will have the effect of easing your minds, and enable you to make a successful stand against the streaming torrent of evidence that has poured in upon us regarding this most fearful of apparitions. I do indeed hope so, added Henry, and now I will go at once to Flora, and endeavour to convince her she is safe without us tonight. By the by, I think, said Marchdale, that if we can induce Mr. Chillingworth to come with us, it will be a great point gained in the investigation. He would, said Henry, be able to come to an accurate decision with respect to the remains, if any, in the coffin, which we could not. Then have him by all means, said George. He did not seem averse last night to go on such an adventure. I will ask him when he makes his visit this morning upon Flora, and should he not feel disposed to join us, I am quite sure he will keep the secret of our visit. All this being arranged, Henry proceeded to Flora, and told her that he and George and Mr. Marchdale wished to go out for a couple of hours in the evening after dark, if she felt sufficiently well to feel a sense of security without them. Flora changed colour, and slightly trembled, and then, as if ashamed of her fears, she said, Go, go, I will not detain you. Surely no harm can come to me in the presence of my mother. We shall not be gone longer than the time I mentioned to you, said Henry. Oh, I shall be quite content. Besides, am I to be kept thus in fear all my life? Surely, surely not. I ought to learn to defend myself. Henry caught at the idea, as he said, If firearms were left you, do you think you would have the courage to use them? I do, Henry. Then you shall have them. And let me beg of you to shoot anyone without the least hesitation who shall come into your chamber. I will, Henry. If ever human being was justified in the use of deadly weapons, I am now. Heaven protect me from a repetition of the visit to which I have now been once subjected. Rather, oh, much rather, would I die 100 deaths than suffer what I have suffered. Do not allow it, dear Flora, to press too heavily upon your mind in dwelling upon it in conversation. I still entertain a sanguine expectation that something may arise to afford a far less dreadful explanation of what has occurred than what you have put upon it. Be of good cheer, Flora. We shall go 1 hour after sunset, and return in about 2 hours from the time at which we leave here. You may be assured. Notwithstanding this ready and courageous acquiescence of Flora in the arrangement, Henry was not without his apprehension that when the night should come again, her fears would return with it. But he spoke to Mr. Chillingworth upon the subject, and got that gentleman's ready consent to accompany them. He promised to meet them at the church porch exactly at 9 o'clock, and matters were all arranged, and Henry waited with much eagerness and anxiety now for the coming night, which he hoped would dissipate one of the fearful deductions which his imagination had drawn from recent circumstances. He gave to Flora a pair of pistols of his own, upon which he knew he could depend, and he took good care to load them well, so that there could be no likelihood whatever of their missing fire at a critical moment. "Now, Flora," he said, "I have seen you use firearms when you were much younger than you are now, and therefore I need give you no instructions. If any intruder does come, and you do fire, be sure you take good aim, and shoot low." "I will, Henry, I will. And you will be back in 2 hours?" "Most assuredly, I will." The day wore on, evening came, and then deepened into night. It turned out to be a cloudy night, and therefore the moon's brilliance was nothing near equal to what it had been on the preceding night. Still, however, it had sufficient power over the vapors that frequently covered it for many minutes together to produce a considerable light effect upon the face of nature, and the night was consequently very far indeed from what might be called a dark one. George, Henry, and Marchdale met in one of the lower rooms of the house, previous to starting upon their expedition, and after satisfying themselves that they had with them all the tools that were necessary, inclusive of the same small but well-tempered iron crow-bar with which Marchdale had, on the night of the visit of the vampire, forced open the door of Flora's chamber, they left the hall and proceeded at a rapid pace toward the church. "And Flora does not seem much alarmed," said Marchdale, "at being left alone." "No," replied Henry. "She has made up her mind, with a strong natural courage which I knew was in her disposition, to resist as much as possible the depressing effect of the awful visitation she has endured. It would have driven some really mad. It would indeed, and her own reason tottered on its throne, but thank heaven she has recovered." "And I fervently hope that through her life," added Marchdale, "she may never have another such trial." "We will not for a moment believe that such a thing can occur twice. She is one among 1,000. Most young girls would never at all have recovered the fearful shock to the nerves." "Not only has she recovered," said Henry, "but a spirit, which I am rejoiced to see, because it is one which will uphold her, of resistance now possesses her. Yes, she actually— I forgot to tell you before, but she actually asked me for arms to resist any second visitation. You much surprise me." "Yes, I was surprised as well as pleased myself." "I would have left her one of my pistols had I been aware of her having made such a request. Do you know if she can use firearms?" "Oh, yes, well." "What a pity. I have both of them with me." "Oh, she is provided." "Provided?" "Yes, I found some pistols which I used to take with me on the continent, and she has them both well loaded, so that if the vampire makes his appearance, he is likely to meet with rather a warm reception." "Good God! Was it not dangerous?" "Not at all, I think." "Well, you know best, certainly, of course. I hope the vampire may come, and that we may have the pleasure, when we return, of finding him dead. By the by, bless me, I have forgot to get the materials for lights, which I pledged myself to do." "How unfortunate." "Walk on slowly while I run back and get them. Oh, we are too far." "Hello!" cried a man at this moment, some distance in front of them. "It is Mr. Chillingworth," said Henry. "Hello!" cried the worthy doctor again. "Is that you, my friend, Henry Bannersworth?" "It is," cried Henry. Mr. Chillingworth now came up to them and said, "I was before my time, so rather than wait at the church porch, which would have exposed me to observation perhaps, I thought it better to walk on and chance meeting with you." "You guessed we should come this way?" "Yes, and so it turns out, really. It is unquestionably your most direct route to the church." "I think I will go back," said Mr. Marchdale. "Back?" exclaimed the doctor. "What for?" "I forgot the means of getting lights. We have candles, but no means of lighting them." "Make yourselves easy on that score," said Mr. Chillingworth. "I am never without some chemical matches of my own manufacture, so that as you have the candles, that can be no bar to our going on at once." "That is fortunate," said Henry. "Very," added Marchdale, "for it seems a mile's hard walking for me, or at least half a mile from the hall. Let us now push on." They did push on, all four walking at a brisk pace. The church, although it belonged to the village, was not in it. On the contrary, it was situated at the end of a long lane, which was a mile nearly from the village, in the direction of the hall. Therefore, in going to it from the hall, that amount of distance was saved, although it was always called and considered the village church. It stood alone, with the exception of a glebe house and 2 cottages, that were occupied by persons who held situations about the sacred edifice, and who were supposed, being on the spot, to keep watch and ward over it. It was an ancient building, of the early English style of architecture, or rather Norman, with one of those antique, square, short towers, built of flint stones firmly embedded in cement, which, from time, had acquired almost the consistency of stone itself. There were numerous arched windows, partaking something of the more florid Gothic style, although scarcely ornamental enough to be called such. The edifice stood in the centre of a graveyard, which extended over a space of about half an acre, and altogether it was one of the prettiest and most rural old churches within many miles of the spot. Many a lover of the antique and of the picturesque, for it was both, went out of his way while travelling in the neighbourhood to look at it, and it had an extensive and well-deserved reputation as a fine specimen of its class and style of building. In Kent, to the present day, are some fine specimens of the old Roman style of church building, and, although they are as rapidly pulled down as the abuse of modern architects and the cupidity of speculators and the vanity of clergymen can possibly encourage, in order to erect flimsy, Italianized structures in their stead, yet sufficient of them remain dotted over England to interest the traveller. At Willesden there is a church of this description, which will well repay a visit. This, then, was the kind of building into which it was the intention of our 4 friends to penetrate, not on an unholy or an unjustifiable errand, but on one which, proceeding from good and proper motives, it was highly desirable to conduct in as secret a manner as possible. The moon was more densely covered by clouds than it had yet been that evening, when they reached the little wicket gate, which led into the courtyard, through which was a regularly used thoroughfare. "We have a favourable night," remarked Henry, "for we are not so likely to be disturbed." "And now the question is, how are we to get in?" said Mr. Chillingworth, as he paused and glanced up at the ancient building. "The doors," said George, "would effectually resist us." "How can it be done, then?" "The only way I can think of," said Henry, "is to get out one of the small diamond-shaped panes of glass from one of the low windows, and then we can one of us put in our hands and undo the fastening, which is very simple, when the window opens like a door, and it is but a step into the church." "A good way," said Marchdale. "We will lose no time." They walked round the church till they came to a very low window indeed, near to an angle of the wall, where a huge abutment struck far out into the burial ground. "Will you do it, Henry?" said George. "Yes, I have often noticed the fastenings. Just give me a slight hoist up, and all will be right." George did so, and Henry with his knife easily bent back some of the lead work which held in one of the panes of glass, and then got it out whole. He handed it down to George, saying, "Take this, George. We can easily replace it when we leave, so that there can be no signs left of any one having been here at all." George took the piece of thick, dim-coloured glass, and, in another moment, Henry had succeeded in opening the window, and the mode of ingress to the old church was fair and easy before them all, had there been ever so many. "I wonder," said Marchdale, "that a place so inefficiently protected has never been robbed." "No wonder at all," remarked Mr. Chillingworth. "There's nothing to take that I am aware of that would repay anybody the trouble of taking." "Indeed?" "Not an article. The pulpit, to be sure, is covered with faded velvet, but beyond that, and an old box, in which I believe nothing is left but some books, I think there is no temptation." "And that, heaven knows, is little enough, then." "Come on," said Henry. "Be careful. There's nothing beneath the window, and the depth is about 2 feet. Thus guided, they all got fairly into the sacred edifice, and then Henry closed the window and fastened it on the inside, as he said, "We have nothing to do now but set to work opening a way to the vault, and I trust that heaven will pardon me for thus desecrating the tomb of my ancestors, from a consideration of the object I have in view by so doing." "It does seem wrong thus to tamper with the secrets of the tomb," remarked Mr. Marchdale. "The secrets of a fiddlestick," said the doctor. "What secrets has the tomb, I wonder? Well, but, my dear sir—" "Nay, my dear sir, it is high time that death, which is then the inevitable fate of us all, should be regarded with more philosophic eyes than it is. There are no secrets in the tomb but such as may well be endeavoured to be kept secret." "What do you mean?" "There is one which very probably we shall find unpleasantly revealed." "Which is that?" "That not over-pleasant odour of decomposed animal remains. Beyond that I know of nothing of a secret nature that the tomb can show us." "Ah, your profession hardens you to such matters." "And a very good thing that it does, or else if all men were to look upon a dead body as something almost too dreadful to look upon, and by far too horrible to touch, surgery would lose its value, and crime in many instances of the most obnoxious character would go unpunished." "If we have a light here," said Henry, "we shall run the greatest chance in the world of being seen, for the church has many windows." "Do not have one, then, by any means," said Mr. Chillingworth. "A match held down low in the pew may enable us to open the vault. That will be the only plan." Henry led them to the pew which belonged to his family, and in the floor of which was the trap-door. "When was it last opened?" inquired Marchdale. "When my father died," said Henry. "Some 10 months ago now, I should think." "The screws, then, have had ample time to fix themselves with fresh rust." "Here's one of my chemical matches," said Mr. Chillingworth, as he suddenly irradiated the pew with a clear and beautiful flame that lasted about a minute. The heads of the screws were easily discernible, and the short time that the light lasted had enabled Henry to turn the key he had brought with him in the lock. "I think that without a light now," he said, "I can turn the screws well." "Can you?" "Yes, there are but 4. "Try it, then." Henry did so, and from the screws having very large heads, and being made purposely for the convenience of removal when required, with deep indentations to receive the screwdriver, he found no difficulty in feeling for the proper places, and extracting the screws without any more light than was afforded to him from the general whitish aspect of the heavens. "Now, Mr. Chillingworth," he said, "another of your matches, if you please. I have all the screws so loose that I can pick them up with my fingers." "Here," said the doctor. In another moment the pew was as light as day, and Henry succeeded in taking out the few screws, which he placed in his pocket for their greater security, since of course the intention was to replace everything exactly as it was found, in order that not the least surmise should arise in the mind of any person that the vault had been opened and visited for any purpose whatever, secretly or otherwise. "Let us descend," said Henry. "There is no further obstacle, my friends. Let us descend." "If anyone," remarked George in a whisper, as they slowly descended the stairs which conducted into the vault, "if anyone had told me that I should be descending into a vault for the purpose of ascertaining if a dead body, which had been nearly a century there, was removed or not, and had become a vampire, I should have denounced the idea as one of the most absurd that ever entered the brain of a human being." "We are the very slaves of circumstance," said Marchdale, "and we never know what we may do, or what we may not. What appears to us so improbable as to border even upon the impossible at one time, is at another the only course of action which appears feasibly open to us to attempt to pursue." They had now reached the vault, the floor of which was composed of flat red tiles, laid in tolerable order, the one beside the other. As Henry had stated, the vault was by no means of large extent. Indeed, several of the apartments for the living at the Hall were much larger than was the one destined for the dead. The atmosphere was damp and noisome, but not by any means so bad as might have been expected, considering the number of months which had elapsed since last the vault was opened to receive one of its ghastly and still visitants. "Now for one of your lights, Mr. Chillingworth. You say you have the candle, I think, Marchdale, although you forgot the matches." "I have. Here they are." Marchdale took from his pocket a parcel which contained several wax candles, and when it was opened, a smaller packet fell to the ground. "Why, these are instantaneous matches," said Mr. Chillingworth, as he lifted the small packet up. "They are, and what a fruitless journey I should have had back to the Hall," said Marchdale, "if you had not been so well provided as you are with the means of getting a light. These matches, which I thought I had not with me, have been, in the hurry of our departure, enclosed, as you see, with the candles. Truly, I should have hunted for them at home in vain." Mr. Chillingworth lit the wax candle, which was now handed to him by Marchdale, and in another moment the vault from one end of it to the other was quite discernible. End of Chapter 7. Recorded by Nancy Roberts, Syracuse, New York.
Chapter 8 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Horniblow. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 8. The Coffin. The Absence of the Dead. The Mysterious Circumstance, and the Consternation of George. They were all silent for a few moments as they looked around them with natural feelings of curiosity. Two of that party had, of course, never been in that vault at all, and the brothers, although they had descended into it upon the occasion, nearly a year before, of their father being placed in it, still looked upon it with almost as curious eyes as they who now had their first sight of it. If a man be at all of a thoughtful or imaginative cast of mind, some curious sensations are sure to come over him upon standing in such a place, where he knows around him lie, in the calmness of death, those in whose veins have flowed kindred blood to him, who bore the same name, and who preceded him in the brief drama of his existence, influencing his destiny and his position in life probably largely by their actions, compounded of their virtues and their vices. Henry Bannerworth and his brother George were just the kind of persons to feel strongly such sensations. Both were reflective, imaginative, educated young men, and, as the light from the wax candle flashed upon their eyes, it was evident how deeply they felt the situation in which they were placed. Mr. Chillingworth and Marchdale were silent. They both knew what was passing in the minds of the brothers, and they had too much delicacy to interrupt a train of thought which, although from having no affinity with the dead who lay around, they could not share in, and yet they respected. Henry, at length, with a sudden start, seemed to recover himself from his reverie. "This is a time for action, George," he said, "and not for romantic thought. Let us proceed." "Yes, yes," said George, and he advanced a step towards the centre of the vault. "Can you find out amongst all these coffins, for there seem to be nearly 20, said Mr. Chillingworth, "which is the one we seek?" "I think we may," replied Henry. "Some of the earlier coffins of our race, I know, were made of marble, and others of metal, both of which materials, I expect, would withstand the encroaches of time for 100 years at least." "Let us examine," said George. There were shelves or niches built into the walls all round, on which the coffins were placed, so that there could not be much difficulty in a minute examination of them all, the one after the other. When, however, they came to look, they found that Decay's offensive fingers had been more busy than they could have imagined, and that whatever they touched of the earlier coffins crumbled into dust before their very fingers. In some cases the inscriptions were quite illegible, and in others the plates that had borne them had fallen to the floor of the vault, so that it was impossible to say which coffin they had belonged. Of course, the more recent and fresh-looking coffins they did not examine, because they could not have anything to do with the object of that melancholy visit. "We shall arrive at no conclusion," said George. "All seems to have rotted away amongst those coffins where we might expect to find one belonging to Marmaduke Bannersworth, our ancestor." "Here is a coffin plate," said Marchdale, taking one from the floor. He handed it to Mr. Chillingworth, who, upon an inspection of it, close to the light, exclaimed, "It must have belonged to the coffin you seek." "What says it?" "Ye mortal remains of Marmaduke Bannersworth, yeoman, God rest his soul, A.D. 1640. "It is the plate belonging to his coffin," said Henry, "and now our search is fruitless." "It is so, indeed," exclaimed George, for how can we tell to which of the coffins that have lost the plates this one really belongs? I should not be so hopeless, said Marchdale. I have, from time to time, in the pursuit of antiquarian lore, which I was once fond of, entered many vaults, and I've always observed that an inner coffin of metal was sound and good, while the outer one of wood had rotted away, and yielded at once to the touch of the first hand that was laid upon it. But, admitting that to be the case, said Henry, how does that assist us in the identification of the coffin? I have always, in my experience, found the name and rank of the deceased engraved upon the lid of the inner coffin, as well as being set forth in a much more perishable manner on the plate which was once secured to the outer one. He is right, said Mr. Chillingworth. I wonder why we never thought of that. If your ancestor was buried in a leaden coffin, there will definitely be no difficulty in finding which it is. Henry seized the light, and proceeding to one of the coffins, which seemed to be a mass of decay, he pulled away some of the rotted woodwork, and then suddenly exclaimed, "You are quite right. Here is a firm, strong leaden coffin within, which, although quite black, does not appear to otherwise have suffered." "What is the inscription on that?" asked George. With difficulty the name on the lid was deciphered, but it was found not to be the coffin of him whom they sought. "We can make short work of this," said Marchdale, "by only examining those leaden coffins which have lost the plates from their outer cases. They do not appear to be many in such a state." He then, with another light, which he lighted from the one that Henry now carried, commenced actively assisting in the search, which was carried on silently for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly Mr. Marchdale cried in a tone of excitement, "I have found it! It is here!" They all immediately surrounded the spot where he was, and then he pointed to the lid of the coffin, which he had been rubbing with his handkerchief in order to make the inscription more legible, and said, "See! It is here!" By the combined light of the candles they saw the words, "Marmaduke Bannersworth, yeoman, 1640. "Yes, there can be no mistake here," said Henry. "This is the coffin, and it shall be opened." "I have the iron crowbar here," said Marchdale. "It is an old friend of mine, and I am accustomed to the use of it. Shall I open the coffin?" Do so," said Henry. They stood around in silence, while Mr. Marchdale, with much care, proceeded to open the coffin, which seemed of great thickness, and was of solid lead. It was probably the partial rotting of the metal, in consequence of the damps of that place, which made it easier to open the coffin than it otherwise would have been, but certainly it was the top that came away remarkably easy. Indeed, so easily did it come off, that another supposition might have been hazarded, namely, that it had never been effectively fastened. The few moments that elapsed were ones of very great suspense to everyone there present, and it would, indeed, be quite safe to assert that all the world was for the time forgotten in the absorbing interest which appertained to the affair which was in progress. The candles were now both held by Mr. Chillingworth, and they were so held as to cast a full and clear light upon the coffin. Now the lid slid off, and Henry eagerly gazed into the interior. There lay something certainly there, and an audible "Thank God!" escaped his lips. "The body is there!" exclaimed George. "All right," said Marchdale. "Here it is." "There is something, and what else can it be?" "Hold the lights," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Hold the lights, some of you. Let us be quite certain." George took the lights, and Mr. Chillingworth, without any hesitation, dipped his hands at once into the coffin, and took up some fragments of rags which were there. They were so rotten that they fell to pieces in his grasp, like so many pieces of tinder. There was a death-like pause for a few moments, and then Mr. Chillingworth said in a low voice, "There is not the least vestige of a dead body here." Henry gave a deep groan as he said, "Mr. Chillingworth, can you take it upon yourself to say that no corpse has undergone the process of decomposition in this coffin?" "To answer your question exactly, as probably in your hurry you have worded it," said Mr. Chillingworth, "I cannot take it upon myself to say any such thing. But this I can say, namely, that in this coffin there are no animal remains, and it is quite impossible that any corpse enclosed here could, in any lapse of time, have so utterly and entirely disappeared. "I am answered," said Henry. "Good God!" exclaimed George. "And has this but added another damning proof to those we have already on our minds, of one of the most dreadful superstitions that ever the mind of man conceived?" "It would seem so," said Marchdale sadly. "Oh, that I were dead! This is terrible! God of heaven, why are these things? Oh, if I were but dead, and so spared the torture of supposing such things possible!" "Think again, Mr. Chillingworth. I pray you think again," cried Marchdale. "If I were to think for the remainder of my existence," he replied, "I could come to no other conclusion. It is not a matter of opinion, it is a matter of fact." "You are positive, then," said Henry, "that the dead body of Marmaduke Bannersworth has not rested here?" "I am positive. Look for yourselves. The lead is but slightly discoloured. It looks tolerably clean and fresh. There is not a vestige of putrefaction. No bones, no dust even." They did all look for themselves, and the most casual glance was sufficient to satisfy the most sceptical. "All is over," said Henry. "Let us now leave this place, and all I can now ask of you, my friends, is to lock this dreadful secret deep in your own hearts." "It shall never pass my lips," said Marchdale. "Nor mine, you may depend," said the doctor. "I was much in hopes that this night's work would have had the effect of dissipating, instead of adding to, the gloomy fancies that now possess you." "Good heavens!" cried George. "Can you call them fancies, Mr. Chillingworth?" "I do indeed." "Have you yet a doubt?" "My young friend, I told you from the first that I would not believe in your vampire, and I tell you now that if one was to come by and lay hold of me by the throat, as long as I could at all gasp for breath, I would tell him he was a damned impostor. This is carrying incredulity to the verge of obstinacy." "Far beyond it, if you please." "You will not be convinced," said Marchdale. "I most decidedly, on this point, will not." "Then you are one who would doubt a miracle, if you saw it with your own eyes." "I would, because I do not believe in miracles. I should endeavour to find some rational and some scientific means of accounting for the phenomenon, and that's the very reason why we have no miracles nowadays, between you and I, and no prophets and saints, and all that sort of thing. I would rather avoid such observations in such a place as this," said Marchdale. "Nay, do not be the moral coward," cried Mr. Chillingworth. "To make your opinions, or the expression of them, dependent upon any certain locality." "I know not what to think," said Henry. "I am bewildered quite. Let us now come away." Mr. Marchdale replaced the lid of the coffin, and then the little party moved towards the staircase. Henry turned before he ascended, and glanced back into the vault. "Oh," he said, "if I could but think there had been some mistake, some error of judgment, on which my mind could rest for hope." "I deeply regret," said Marchdale, "that I so strenuously advised this expedition. I did hope that from it would have resulted much good." "And you have every reason so to hope," said Chillingworth. "I advised it likewise, and I tell you that its result perfectly astonishes me, and I will not allow myself to embrace at once all the conclusions to which it would seem to lead me." "I am satisfied," said Henry. "I know you both advised me for the best. The curse of heaven seems now to have fallen upon me and my house." "Oh, nonsense," said Chillingworth. "What for?" "Alas, I know not." "Then you may depend that heaven would never act so oddly. In the first place, heaven don't curse anybody, and in the second, it is too just to inflict pain where pain is not amply deserved." They ascended the gloomy staircase of the vault. The countenances of both George and Henry were very much saddened, and it was quite evident that their thoughts were by far too busy to enable them to enter into any conversation. They did not, and particularly George, seemed to hear all that was said to them. Their intellects seemed almost stunned by the unexpected circumstance of the disappearance of the body of their ancestor. All along they had, although almost unknown to themselves, felt a sort of conviction that they must find some remains of Marmaduke Bannersworth, which would render the supposition, even in the most superstition minds, that he was the vampire, a thing totally and physically impossible. But now the whole question assumed a far more bewildering shape. The body was not in its coffin. It had not there quietly slept the long sleep of death common to humanity. Where was it then? What had become of it? Where, how, and under what circumstances had it been removed? Had it itself burst the bands that held it, and hideously stalked forth unto the world again, to make one of its seeming inhabitants, and kept up for 100 years a dreadful existence by such adventures as it had consummated at the Hall, where, in the course of ordinary human life, it had once lived? All these were questions which irresistibly pressed themselves upon the consideration of Henry and his brother. They were awful questions. And yet, take any sober, sane, thinking, educated man, and show him all that they had just seen, subject him to all that they had just been subjected, and say if human reason, and all the arguments that the subtlest brain could back it with, would be able to hold out against such a vast accumulation of horrible evidences, and say, "I don't believe it." Mr. Chillingworth's was the only plan. He would not argue the question. He said at once, "I will not believe this thing. Upon this point I will yield to no evidence whatsoever." That was the only way of disposing of such a question. But there are not many who could so dispose of it, and not one so much interested in it as were the brothers Bannersworth, who could at all hope to get into such a state of mind. The boards were laid carefully down again, and the screws replaced. Henry found himself unequal to the task, so it was done by Marchdale, who took pains to replace everything in the same state in which they had found it, even to laying the matting at the bottom of the pew. They extinguished the light, and, with heavy hearts, they all walked towards the window, to leave the sacred edifice by the same means they had entered it. "Shall we replace the pane of glass?" said Marchdale. "Oh, it matters not, it matters not," said Henry listlessly. "Nothing matters now. I care not what becomes of me. I am getting weary of a life, which now must be one of misery and dread." "You must not allow yourself to fall into such a state of mind as this," said the doctor, "or you will become a patient of mine very quickly." "I cannot help it." "Well, but be a man. If there are serious evils affecting you, fight out against them the best way you can." "I cannot." "Come now, listen to me. We need not, I think, trouble ourselves about the pane of glass, so come along." He took the arm of Henry, and walked on with him a little in advance of the others. "Henry," he said, "the best way, you may depend, of meeting evils, be they great or small, is to get up an obstinate feeling of defiance against them. Now, when anything occurs which is uncomfortable for me, I endeavour to convince myself, and I have no great difficulty in doing so, that I am a decidedly injured man. Indeed! Yes, I get very angry, and that gets up a kind of obstinacy, which makes me not half feel so much mental misery, as would be my portion if I were to succumb to the evil, and commence whining over it, as many people do, under the pretence of being resigned. But this family affliction of mine transcends anything that anybody else ever endured." "I don't know that. But it is a view of the subject which, if I were you, would only make me more obstinate." "What can I do?" "In the first place, I would say to myself, there may or there may not be supernatural beings, who, from some physical derangement of the ordinary nature of things, make themselves obnoxious to living people. If there are, damn them! There may be vampires, and if there are, I defy them. Let the imagination paint its very worst terrors, Let fear do what it will, and what it can, in peopling the mind with horrors. Shrink from nothing, and even then I would defy them all. Is that not like defying heaven? Most certainly not. For in all we say and all we do, we act from the impulses of that mind which is given to us by heaven itself. If heaven creates an intellect and a mind of a certain order, heaven will not quarrel that it does the work which it was adapted to do. I know these are your opinions. I have heard you mention them before. They are the opinions of every rational person, Henry Bannersworth, because they will stand the test of reason, and what I urge upon you is not to allow yourself to be mentally prostrated, even if a vampire had paid a visit to your house. Defy him, I say. Fight him! Self-preservation is a great law of nature, implanted in all our hearts. Do you summon it to your aid? I will endeavour to think as you would have me. I thought more than once of summoning religion to my aid. Well, that is religion, indeed. I consider so, and the most rational religion of all. All that we read about religion does not seem expressly to agree with it. You may consider as an allegory. But, Mr. Chillingworth, I cannot and will not renounce the sublime truths of Scripture. They may be incomprehensible, they may be inconsistent, and some of them may look ridiculous. But still they are sacred and sublime, and I will not renounce them, although my reason may not accord with them, because they are the laws of heaven. No wonder this powerful argument silenced Mr. Chillingworth, who was one of those characters in society who hold most dreadful opinions, and who would destroy religious beliefs and all the different sects of the world if they could, and endeavour to introduce instead some horrible system of human reason and profound philosophy. But how soon the religious man silences his opponent, and let it not be supposed that, because his opponent says no more upon the subject, he does so because he is disgusted with the stupidity of the other. No, it is because he is completely beaten, and has nothing more to say. The distance now between the church and the hall was nearly traversed, and Mr. Chillingworth, who was a very good man, notwithstanding his disbelief in certain things of course paved the way for him to hell, took a kind leave of Mr. Marchdale and the brothers, promising to call on the following morning and see Flora. Henry and George then, in earnest conversation with Marchdale, proceeded homewards. It was evident that the scene in the vault had made a deep and saddening impression on them, and one which was not likely easily to be eradicated. End of chapter 8.
Of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 9. The occurrences of the night at the Hall, the second appearance of the vampire, and the pistol shot. Despite the free and full consent which Flora had given to her brothers to entrust her solely to the care of her mother and her own courage at the Hall, she felt greater fear creep over her after they were gone than she chose to acknowledge. A sort of presentiment appeared to come over her that some evil was about to occur, and more than once she caught herself almost in the act of saying, "I wish they had not gone." Mrs. Bannersworth, too, could not be supposed to be entirely destitute of uncomfortable feelings, when she came to consider how poor a guard she was over her beautiful child, and how much terror might even deprive of the little power she had, should the dreadful visitor again make his appearance. But it is but for 2 hours, thought Flora, and 2 hours will soon pass away. There was, too, another feeling, which gave her some degree of confidence, although it arose from a bad source, inasmuch as it was one which showed powerfully how much her mind was dwelling on the particulars of the horrible belief in the class of supernatural beings, one of whom she believed had visited her. That consideration was this: the 2 hours of absence from the hall of its male inhabitants would be from 9 o'clock until 11, and those were not the 2 hours during which she felt that she would be most timid on account of the vampire. It was after midnight before, she thought, when it came, and perhaps it may not be able to come earlier. It may not have the power until that time to make its hideous visits, and therefore I will believe myself safe." She had made up her mind not to go to bed until the return of her brothers, and she and her mother sat in a small room that was used as a breakfast room, and which had a latticed window that opened onto the lawn. This window had on the inside strong oaken shutters, which had been fastened as securely as their construction would admit of, some time before the departure of the brothers and Mr Marchdale on that melancholy expedition, the object of which, if it had been known to her, would have added so much to the terrors of poor Flora. It was not even guessed at, however remotely, so that she had not the additional affliction of thinking that while she was sitting there, a prey to all sorts of imaginative terrors, they were perhaps gathering fresh evidence, as indeed they were, of the dreadful reality of the appearance which, but for the collateral circumstances attendant upon its coming and its going, she would fain have persuaded herself was but the vision of a dream. It was before 9 that the brothers started, but in her own mind Flora gave them to 11, and when she heard 10 o'clock sound from a clock which stood in the hall, she felt pleased to think that in another hour they would surely be at home. "My dear," said her mother, "you look more like yourself now." "Do I, mother?" "Yes, you are well again." "Ah, if I could forget—" "Time, dear Flora, will enable you to do so, and all the rest of what made you so unwell will pass away. You will soon forget it all." "I will hope to do so." Be assured that, some day or another, something will occur, as Henry says, to explain all that has happened, in some way consistent with reason and the ordinary nature of things, my dear Flora. Oh, I will cling to such a belief, I will get Henry, upon whose judgment I know I can rely, to tell me so, and each time that I hear such words from his lips, I will contrive to dismiss some portion of the terror which now, I cannot but confess, clings to my heart. Flora laid her hand upon her mother's arm, and in a low, anxious tone of voice said, "Listen, mother." Mrs. Bannersworth turned pale, as she said, "Listen to what, dear?" "Within these last 10 minutes," said Flora, "I have thought 3 or 4 times that I heard a slight noise without. Nay, mother, do not tremble, it may be only fancy." Flora herself trembled, and was of a death-like paleness; once or twice she passed her hand across her brow, and altogether she presented a picture of much mental suffering. They now conversed in anxious whispers, and almost all they said consisted in anxious wishes for the return of the brothers and Mr Marchdale. "You will be happier and more assured, my dear, with some company," said Mrs. Bannersworth. "Shall I ring for the servants, and let them remain in the room with us, until they who are our best safeguards next to heaven return?" "Hush, hush, hush, mother!" "What do you hear?" I heard a faint sound." "I heard nothing, dear." "Listen again, mother. Surely I could not be deceived so often. I have now at least 6 times heard a sound as if someone was outside by the windows." "No, no, my darling, do not think. Your imagination is active and in a state of excitement." "It is, and yet, believe me, it deceives you. I hope to heaven it does." There was a pause of some minutes' duration, and then Mrs. Bannersworth again urged slightly the calling of some of the servants, for she thought that their presence might have the effect of giving a different direction to her child's thoughts; but Flora saw her place her hand upon the bell, and she said, "No, mother, no, not yet, not yet. Perhaps I am deceived." Mrs. Bannersworth upon this sat down, but no sooner had she done so than she heartily regretted she had not rung the bell, for, before another word could be spoken, there came too perceptibly upon their ears for there to be any mistake at all about it, a strange scratching noise upon the window outside. A faint cry came from Flora's lips, as she exclaimed in a voice of great agony, "Oh God! Oh God! It has come again!" Mrs. Bannersworth became faint, and unable to move or speak at all. She could only sit like one paralyzed, and unable to do more than listen to and see what was going on. The scratching noise continued for a few seconds, and then altogether ceased. Perhaps under ordinary circumstances such a sound outside the window would have scarcely afforded food for comment at all, or, if it had, it would have been attributed to some natural effect, or to the exertions of some bird or animal to obtain admittance to the house. But there had occurred now enough in that family to make any little sound of wonderful importance, and these things which before would have passed completely unheeded, at all events without creating much alarm, were now invested with a fearful interest. When the scratching noise ceased, Flora spoke in a low, anxious whisper, as she said, "Mother, you heard it?" Mrs. Bannersworth tried to speak, but she could not, and then suddenly, with a loud clash, the bar, which on the inside appeared to fasten the shutters strongly, fell as if by some invisible agency, and the shutters now, but for the intervention of the window, could be easily pushed open from without. Mrs. Bannersworth covered her face with her hands, and, after rocking to and fro for a moment, she fell off her chair, having fainted with the excess of terror that came over her. For about the space of time in which a fast speaker could count 12, Flora thought her reason was leaving her, but it did not. She found herself recovering, and there she sat, with her eyes fixed upon the window, looking more like some exquisitely chiselled statue of despair than a being of flesh and blood, expecting each moment to have its eyes blasted by some horrible appearance, such as might be supposed to drive her to madness. And now again came the strange knocking or scratching against the pane of glass of the window. This continued for some minutes, during which it appeared likewise to Flora that some confusion was going on at another part of the house, for she fancied she heard voices and the banging of doors. It seemed to her as if she must have sat looking at the shutters of that window a long time before she saw them shake, and then one wide hinged portion of them slowly opened. Once again horror appeared to be on the point of producing madness in her brain, and then as before a feeling of calmness rapidly ensued. She was able to see plainly that something was by the window, but what it was she could not plainly discern, in consequence of the light she had in the room. A few moments, however, sufficed to settle that mystery, for the window was opened, and a figure stood before her. One glance, one terrified glance, in which her whole soul was concentrated, sufficed to show her who and what the figure was. There was a tall gaunt form, there was the faded ancient apparel, the lustrous metallic-looking eyes, its half-opened mouth, exhibiting tusk-like teeth. It was, yes, it was, the vampire. It stood for a moment gazing at her, and then, in the hideous way it had attempted before to speak, it apparently endeavoured to utter some words which it could not make articulate to human ears. The pistols lay before Flora. Mechanically she raised one, and pointed it at the figure. It advanced a step, and then she pulled the trigger. A stunning report followed. There was a loud cry of pain, and the vampire fled. The smoke and confusion that was incidental to the spot prevented her from seeing if the figure walked or ran away. She thought she heard a crashing sound among the plants outside the window, as if it had fallen, but she did not feel quite sure. It was no effort of any reflection, but a purely mechanical movement, that made her raise the other pistol, and discharge that likewise in the direction the vampire had taken. Then, casting the weapon away, she rose, and made a frantic rush from the room. She opened the door, and was dashing out, when she found herself caught in the circling arms of some one who either had been there waiting, or who had just at that moment got there. The thought that it was the vampire, who by some mysterious means had got there, and was about to make her his prey, now overcame her completely, and she sunk into a state of utter insensibility on the moment. End of chapter 9. Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 10. The Return from the Vault, the Alarm, and the Search around the Hall. It so happened that George and Henry Bannersworth, along with Mr. Marchdale, had just reached the gate which conducted into the garden of the mansion, when they were all alarmed by the report of a pistol. Amid the stillness of the night, it came upon them with so sudden a shock that they involuntarily paused, and there came from the lips of each an expression of alarm. "Good heavens!" cried George. "Can that be Flora firing at any intruder?" "It must be," cried Henry. "She has in her possession the only weapons in the house." Mr. Marchdale turned very pale, and trembled slightly, but he did not speak. "Go on!" cried Henry. "For God's sake, let us hasten on." As he spoke, he cleared the gate at a bound, and at a terrific pace he made towards the house, passing over beds and plantations and flowers heedlessly, so that he went the most direct way to it. Before, however, it was possible for any human speed to accomplish even half of the distance, the report of the other shot came upon his ears, and he even fancied he heard the bullet whistle past his head in tolerable close proximity. This supposition gave him a clue to the direction at all events from whence the shots proceeded, otherwise he knew not from which window they were fired, because it had not occurred to him, previous to leaving home, to inquire in which room Flora and his mother were likely to be seated waiting his return. He was right as regarded the bullet. It was that winged messenger of death which had passed his head in such very dangerous proximity, and consequently he made with tolerable accuracy towards the open window, from whence the shots had been fired. The night was not near so dark as it had been, although even yet it was very far from being a light one, and he was soon enabled to see that there was a room, the window of which was wide open, and lights burning on the table within. He made towards it in a moment, and entered it. To his astonishment, the first objects he beheld were Flora and a stranger, who was now supporting her in his arms. To grapple him by the throat was the work of a moment, but the stranger cried aloud, in a voice which sounded familiar to Henry, "Good God! Are you all mad?" Henry relaxed his hold, and looked in his face. "Gracious heavens! It is Mr. Holland," he said. "Yes. Did you not know me?" Henry was bewildered. He staggered to a seat, and in doing so he saw his mother stretched apparently lifeless upon the floor. To raise her was the work of a moment, and then Marchdale and George, who had followed him as fast as they could, appeared at the open window. Such a strange scene as that small room now exhibited had never been equalled in Bannersworth Hall. There was young Mr. Holland, of whom mention has already been made, as the affianced lover of Flora, supporting her faint form. There was Henry, doing equal service to his mother, and on the floor lay the two pistols, and one of the candles which had been upset in the confusion, while the terrified attitudes of George and Mr. Marchdale at the window completed the strange-looking picture. "What is this? Oh, what has happened?" cried George. "I know not, said Henry. "Some one summon the servants. I am nearly mad." Mr. Marchdale at once rung the bell, for George looked so faint and ill as to be incapable of doing so, and he rung it so loudly and so effectually, that the two servants who had been employed suddenly upon the others leaving, came with much speed to know what was the matter. "See to your mistress," said Henry. "She is dead, or has fainted. For God's sake, let who can give me some account of what has caused all this confusion here." "Are you aware, Henry," said Marchdale, "that a stranger is present in the room?" He pointed at Mr. Holland as he spoke, who, before Henry could reply, said, "Sir, I may be a stranger to you, as you are to me, and yet no stranger to those whose home this is." "No, no," said Henry. "You are no stranger to us, Mr. Holland, but are thrice welcome. None can be more welcome. Mr. Marchdale, this is Mr. Holland, of whom you have heard me speak." "I am proud to know you, sir," said Mr. Marchdale. "Sir, I thank you," replied Holland, coldly. It will so happen, but at first sight it appeared as if those two persons had some kind of antagonistic feeling towards each other, which threatened to prevent effectually their ever becoming intimate friends. The appeal of Henry to the servants to know if they could tell him what had occurred was answered in the negative. All they knew was that they had heard 2 shots fired, and that since then they had remained where they were, in a great fright, until the bell was rung violently. This was no news at all, and therefore the only chance was, to wait patiently for the recovery of the mother, or of Flora, from one or the other of whom surely some information could be at once then procured. Mrs. Bannersworth was removed to her own room, and so would Flora have been, but Mr. Holland, who was supporting her in his arms, said, "I think the air from the open window is recovering her, and it is likely to do so. Oh, do not now take her from me, after so long an absence. Flora, Flora, look up. Do you not know me? You have not yet given me one look of acknowledgment. Flora, dear Flora!" The sound of his voice seemed to act as the most potent of charms in restoring her to consciousness. It broke through the death-like trance in which she lay, and opening her beautiful eyes, she fixed them upon his face, saying, "Yes, yes, it is Charles, it is Charles." She burst into a hysterical flood of tears, and clung to him like some terrified child to its only friend in the whole wide world. "Oh, my dear friends," cried Charles Holland, "do not deceive me. Has Flora been ill?" "We have all been ill," said George. "All ill? "Ay, and nearly mad," exclaimed Henry. Holland looked from one to the other in surprise, as well he might, nor was that surprise at all lessened when Flora made an effort to extricate herself from his embrace, as she exclaimed, "You must leave me, Charles, for ever. Oh, never, never look upon my face again." I am bewildered," said Charles. "Leave me now," continued Flora. "Think me unworthy, think what you will, Charles, but I cannot, I dare not now be yours." "Is this a dream? Oh, would it were! Charles, if we had never met, you would be happier. I could not be more wretched." "Flora, Flora, do you say these words of so great a cruelty to try my love?" "No, as heaven is my judge, I do not." "Gracious heaven, then, what do they mean?" Flora shuddered, and Henry, coming up to her, took her hand in his tenderly, as he said, "Has it been again?" "It has." "You shot it?" "I fired full upon it, Henry, but it fled." "It did fly?" "It did, Henry, but it will come again. It will surely come again." You hit it with the bullet?" interposed Mr. Marchdale. "Perhaps you killed it." "I think I must have hit it, unless I am mad." Charles Holland looked from one to the other with such a look of intense surprise, that George remarked it, and said once to him, "Mr. Holland, a full explanation is due to you, and you shall have it." "You seem to be the only rational person here," said Charles. "Pray what is it that everybody calls it?" "Hush, hush!" said Henry. "You will soon hear, but not at present." "Hear me, Charles," said Flora. "From this moment, mind, I do release you from every vow, from every promise made to me of constancy and love; and if you are wise, Charles, and will be advised, you will now this moment leave this house, never to return to it." "No," said Charles, "no! By heaven, I love you, Flora. I have come to say again all that in another clime I said with joy to you. When I forget you, let what trouble may oppress you, may God forget me, and my own right hand forget to do me honest service." "Oh, no more, no more!" sobbed Flora. "Yes, much more, if you will tell me of words which will be stronger than others, in which to paint my love, my faith, and my constancy." "Be prudent," said Henry. "Say no more." "Nay, upon such a theme I could speak for ever. You may cast me off, Flora, but until you tell me you love another, I am yours till the death, and then with a sanguine hope at my heart that we shall meet again, never, dearest, to part." Flora sobbed bitterly. "Oh," she said, "this is the unkindest blow of all. This is worse than all." "Unkind!" echoed Holland. "Heed her not," said Henry. "She means not you." "Oh, no, no!" she cried. "Farewell, Charles, dear Charles." "Oh, say that word again!" he exclaimed with animation. "It is the first time such music has met my ears. It must be the last. Oh no, oh no! For your own sake I shall be able now, Charles, to show you that I really loved you." "Not by casting me from you?" "Yes, even so. That will be the way to show that I love you." She held up her hands wildly, as she added in an excited voice, "The curse of destiny is upon me. I am singled out as one lost and accursed. Oh, horror, horror! Would that I were dead!" Charles staggered back a pace or two until he came to a table, at which he clutched for support. He turned very pale as he said, in a faint voice, Is she mad, or am I?" "Tell them that I am mad, Henry," cried Flora. "Do not, oh, do not make his lonely thoughts terrible with more than that. Tell him I am mad." "Come with me," whispered Henry to Holland. "I pray you come with me at once, and you shall know all." "I will." "George, stay with Flora for a time. Come, come, Mr. Holland, you ought, and you shall know all, then you can come to a judgment for yourself. This way, sir. You cannot, in the wildest freak of your imagination, guess what I have now to tell you." Never was mortal man so utterly bewildered by the events of the last hour of his existence as was now Charles Holland, and truly he might well be so. He had arrived in England, and made what speed he could to the house of a family whom he admired for their intelligence, their high culture, and in one member of which his whole thoughts of domestic happiness in this world were centred, and he found nothing but confusion, incoherence, mystery, and the wildest dismay. Well he might doubt if he were sleeping or waking; well might he ask if he or they were mad. And now, as after a long, lingering look of affection upon the pale, suffering form of Flora, he followed Henry from the room, His thoughts were busy in fancying 1,000 vague and wild imaginations with respect to the communication which was promised to be made to him. But, as Henry had truly said to him, not in the wildest freak of his imagination could he conceive of anything near the terrible strangeness and horror of that which he had to tell him, and consequently he found himself closeted with Henry in a small private room, removed from the domestic part of the hall to the full as in bewildered a state as he had been from the first. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Belinda Brown of Indianapolis, Indiana. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Peckett, PREST. Chapter 11. The Communication to the Lover. The Heart's Despair. Consternation is sympathetic, and anyone who had looked upon the features of Charles Holland, now that he was seated with Henry Bannersworth, in expectation of a communication which his fears told him was to blast all the dearest and most fondly cherished hopes forever, would scarcely have recognized him, the same young man who, one short hour before, had knocked so loudly and so full of joyful hope and expectation at the door of the hall. But so it was. He knew Henry Bannersworth too well to suppose that any unreal cause could blanch his cheek. He knew Flora too well to imagine for one moment that caprice had dictated to him fearful words of dismissal she had uttered to him. Happier would it at that time have been to Charles Holland had she acted capriciously toward him and convinced him that his true heart's devotion had been cast at the feet of one unworthy of so really noble a gift. Pride would have then enabled him, no doubt, successfully to resist the blow. A feeling of honest and proper indignation at having his feelings trifled with would, no doubt, have sustained him. But alas, the case seemed to be widely different. True, she implored him to think of her no more, no longer to cherish in his breast the fond dream of affection which had been its guest so long, but the manner in which she did so brought along with it an irresistible conviction that she was making a noble sacrifice of her own feelings for him, from some cause which was involved in the profoundest mystery. But now he was to hear all. Henry had promised to tell him, and he looked into his pale but handsomely intellectual face. He half dreaded the disclosure he yet panted to hear. "Tell me all, Henry, tell me all," he said. "Upon the words that come from your lips, I know I can rely." "I will have no reservation with you," said Henry sadly. "You ought to know all, and you shall. Prepare yourself for the strangest revelation you have ever heard." "Indeed?" "Aye, one which in hearing you may well doubt, and one which I hope you will never find opportunity of verifying." "You speak in riddles." "And yet speak truly, Charles. You heard with what frantic vehemence Flora desired you to think of her no more." "I did. I did." "She was right. She is a noble-hearted girl for uttering those words. A dreadful incident in our family has occurred, which might well induce you to pause before uniting your fate with that of any member of it." "Impossible! Nothing can possibly subdue the feelings of affection I entertain for Flora. She is worthy of anyone, and, as such, amid all changes, all mutations of fortune, she shall be mine. Do not suppose that any change of fortune has produced the scene you were witness to." "Then, what else?" "I will tell you, Holland. In all your travels, and in all your reading, did you ever come across anything about vampires?" "About what?" cried Charles, drawing his chair forward a little. "About what?" "You may well doubt the evidence of your own ears, Charles Holland, and wish me to repeat what I said. I say, do you know anything about vampires?" Charles Holland looked curiously in Henry's face, and the latter immediately added, I can guess what is passing in your mind at present, and I do not wonder at it. You think I must be mad. Well, really, Henry, your extraordinary question. I knew it. Were I you, I should hesitate to believe the tale. But the fact is, we have every reason to believe that one member of our own family is one of those horrible, preternatural beings called vampires. Good God, Henry! Can you allow your judgment for a moment to stoop to such a superstition? That's what I have asked myself 100 times. But, Charles Holland, the judgment, the feelings, and all the prejudices, natural and acquired, must succumb to actual ocular demonstration. Listen to me, and do not interrupt me. You shall know all, and you shall know it circumstantially. Henry then related to the astonished Charles Holland all that had occurred, from the first alarm of Flora up to that period when he, Holland, caught her in his arms as she was about to leave the room. And now, he said in conclusion, I cannot tell what opinion you may come to as regards these most singular events. You will recollect that here is the unbiased evidence of 4 or 5 people to the facts, and, beyond that, the servants who have seen something of the horrible visitor. You bewilder me utterly, said Charles Holland, as we are all bewildered. But gracious heaven, it cannot be. It is. No, no, there must be yet some dreadful mistake. Can you start any supposition by which we can otherwise explain any of the phenomena I have described to you? If you can, for heaven's sake, do so, and you will find no one who will cling to it with more tenacity than I. Any other species or kind of supernatural appearance might admit of argument, but this, to my perception, is too wildly improbable, too much at variance with all we see and know of the operation of nature. It is so, all that we have told ourselves repeatedly, and yet it is all human reason at once struck down by the few brief words of, we have seen it. I would doubt my eyesight. One might, but many cannot be laboring under the same delusion. My friend, I pray you, do not make me shudder at the supposition that such a dreadful thing as this is possible. I am, believe me, Charles, most unwilling to oppress anyone with the knowledge of these evils, but you will clearly understand that you may, with perfect honor, now consider yourself free from all engagements you have entered into with Flora. No, no, by heaven, no. Yes, Charles, reflect upon the consequences now of a union with such a family. Oh, Henry Bannersworth, you can suppose me so dead to all good feeling, so utterly lost to honorable impulses, as to eject from my heart her who has possession of it entirely on such a ground as this? You would be justified. Coldly justified in prudence I might be. There are 1,000 circumstances in which a man could be justified in a particular course of action, and that course yet may be neither honorable nor just. I love Flora, and were she tormented by the whole of the supernatural world, I should still love her. Nay, it becomes then a higher and a nobler duty on my part to stand between her and those evils, if possible. Charles, said Henry, I cannot, of course, refuse you my meed of praise and admiration for your generosity of feeling. But, remember, if we are compelled, despite all our feelings and all our predilections to the contrary, to give in to a belief in the existence of vampires, why may we not at once receive as the truth all that is recorded of them? To what do you allude? To this, that one who has been visited by a vampire, and whose blood has formed a horrible repast for such a being, becomes, after death, one of the dreadful race, and visits others in the same way. Now, this must be insanity, cried Charles. It bears the aspect of it, indeed, said Henry. Oh, that you could by some means satisfy yourself that I'm mad. There may be insanity in this family, thought Charles, with such an exquisite pang of misery that he groaned aloud. Already, added Henry mournfully, already the blighting influence of the dreadful tale is upon you, Charles. Oh, let me add my advice to Flora's entreaties. She loves you, and we all esteem you. Fly, then, from us, and leave us to encounter our miseries alone. Fly from us, Charles Holland, and take with you our best wishes for happiness, which you cannot know here. Never, cried Charles. I devote my existence to Flora. I will not play the coward, and fly from one whom I love on such grounds. I devote my life to her. Henry could not speak for emotion for several minutes, and when at length, in a faltering voice, he could utter some words, he said, God of heaven, what happiness is marred by these horrible events! What have we all done to be the victims of such a dreadful act of vengeance? Henry, do not talk in that way, cried Charles. Rather, let us spend all our energies to overcoming the evil than spend any time in useless lamentations. I cannot even yet give in to a belief in the existence of such a being as you say visited Flora. But the evidences. Look here, Henry, until I am convinced that some things have happened which it is totally impossible could happen by any human means whatever, I will not ascribe them to supernatural influences. But what human means, Charles, could produce what I have narrated to you? I do not know, just at present, but I will give the subject the most attentive consideration. Will you accommodate me here for a time? You know that you are welcome here as if the house were your own, and all that it contains. I believe so most truly. You have no objection, I presume, to my conversing with Flora upon this strange subject? Certainly not. Of course, you will be careful to say nothing which can add to her fears. I shall be most guarded, believe me. You say that your brother George, Mr. Chillingsworth, yourself, and this Mr. Marchdale have all been cognizant of the circumstances? Yes, yes. With the whole of them you permit me to hold free communication upon the subject? Most certainly. I will do so then. Keep up good heart, Henry, and this affair, which looks so full of terror at first sight, may yet be divested of some of its hideous aspect. I am rejoiced, if anything can rejoice me now, said Henry, to see you view the subject with so much philosophy. Why, said Charles, you made a remark of your own which enabled me, viewing the matter in its very worst and most hideous aspect, to gather hope. What was that? You said, properly and naturally enough, that if we ever felt that there was such a weight of evidence in favor of a belief in the existence of vampires, that we are compelled to succumb to it, we might as well receive all the popular feelings and superstitions concerning them likewise. I did. Where is the mind to pause, when once we open it to the reception of such things? Well then, if that be the case, we will watch the vampire and catch it. Catch it? Yes, surely it can be caught. As I understand, this species of being is not like an apparition that must be composed of thin air and utterly impalpable to the human touch, but it consists of a revivified corpse. Yes, yes. Then it is tangible and destructible. By heaven, if I ever catch a glimpse of any such thing, it shall drag me to its home, be that where it may, or I will make it prisoner. Oh, Charles, you know not the feeling of horror that will come across you when you do. You have no idea of how the warm blood will seem to curdle in your veins, and how you will be paralyzed in every limb. Did you feel so? I did. I will endeavor to make my head against such feelings. The love of Flora shall enable me to vanquish them. Think you it will come again tomorrow? I can have no thought one way or the other. It may. We must arrange among us all, Henry, some plan of watching, which, without completely prostrating our health and strength, will always provide that some one shall be up all night and on the alert. It must be done. Flora ought to sleep with the consciousness now that she has ever at hand some intrepid and well-armed protector, who is not only himself prepared to defend her, but who can in a moment give an alarm to us all in case of necessity requiring it? It would be a dreadful capture to make, to seize a vampire, said Henry. Not at all. It would be a very desirable one. Being a corpse revivified, it is capable of complete destruction, so as to render it no longer a scourge to any one. Charles, are you jesting with me, or do you really give any credence to the story? My dear friend, I always make it a rule to take things at their worst, and then I cannot be disappointed. I am content to reason upon this matter as if the fact of the existence of a vampire were thoroughly established, and then to think upon what is best to be done about it. You are right. If it should turn out that there is an error in the fact, well and good. We are all the better off. But if otherwise, we are prepared and armed at all points. Let it be so then. It strikes me, Charles, that you will be the coolest and the calmest among us on all the emergency, but the hour now waxes late. I will get them to prepare a chamber for you, and at least tonight, after what has occurred already, I should think we can be under no apprehension. Probably not. But, Henry, if you would allow me to sleep in that room where the portrait hangs of him whom you suppose to be the vampire, I should prefer it. Prefer it? Yes. I am not one who courts danger for danger's sake, but I would rather occupy that room to see if the vampire, who perhaps has a partiality for it, will pay me a visit. As you please, Charles. You can have the apartment. It is in the same state as when occupied by Flora. Nothing has been, I believe, removed from it. You will let me, then, while I remain here, call it my room? Assuredly. This arrangement was accordingly made to the surprise of all the household, not one of whom would, indeed, have slept or attempted to sleep there for any amount of reward. But Charles Holland had his own reasons for preferring that chamber, and he was conducted to it in the course of a half an hour by Henry, who looked around it with a shudder as he bade his young friend good night. End of chapter 11 of Varney the Vampire. Reading by Belinda Brown of Indianapolis, Indiana. Chapter 12 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 12. Charles Holland's Sad Feelings, the Portrait, the Occurrence of the Night at the Hall. Charles Holland wished to be alone, if ever any human being had wished fervently to be so. His thoughts were most fearfully oppressive. The communication that had been made to him by Henry Bannersworth had about it too many strange, confirmatory circumstances to enable him to treat it, in his own mind, with the disrespect that some mere freak of a distracted and weak imagination would, most probably, receive from him. He had found Flora in a state of excitement which could arise only from some such terrible cause as had been mentioned by her brother, and then he was, from an occurrence which certainly never could have entered into his calculations, asked to forego the bright dream of happiness which he had held so long and so rapturously to his heart. How truly he found the course of true love ran not smooth, and yet how little would any one have suspected that from such a cause as that which now oppressed his mind any obstruction would arise. Flora might have been fickle and false. He might have seen some other fair face which might have enchained his fancy, and woven for him a new heart's chain. Death might have stepped between him and the realization of his fondest hopes. Loss of fortune might have made love cruel, which would have yoked to its distresses a young and beautiful girl, reared in the lap of luxury, and who was not, even by those who loved her, suffered to feel, even in later years, any of the pinching necessities of the family. All these things were possible, some of them were probable, and yet none of them had occurred. She loved him still, and he, although he had looked on many a fair face, and basked in the sunny smile of beauty, had never for a moment forgotten her faith or lost his devotion to his own dear English girl. Fortune he had enough for both. Death had not even threatened to rob him of the prize of such a noble and faithful heart which he had won. But a horrible superstition had arisen, which seemed to place at once an impassable abyss between them, and to say to him in a voice of thundering denunciation, "Charles Holland, will you have a vampire for your bride?" The thought was terrific. He paced the gloomy chamber to and fro with rapid strides, until the idea came across his mind that by so doing he might not only be proclaiming to his kind entertainers how much he was mentally distracted, but he likewise might be seriously distracting them. The moment this occurred to him he sat down, and was profoundly still for some time. He then glanced at the light which had been given to him, and found himself almost unconsciously engaged in a mental calculation as to how long it would last him in the night. Half ashamed, then, of such terrors as such considerations would seem to indicate, he was on the point of hastily extinguishing it, when he happened to cast his eyes on the now mysterious and highly interesting portrait in the panel. The picture, as a picture, was well done. Whether it was a correct likeness or not of that party whom it represented, it was one of those kinds of portraits that seem so lifelike that, as you look at them, they seem to return your gaze fully, and even follow you with their eyes from place to place. By candlelight such an effect is more likely to become striking and remarkable than by daylight, and now, as Charles Holland shaded his eyes from the light, so as to cast its full radiance upon the portrait, he felt wonderfully interested in its lifelike appearance. "Here is true skill," he said, "such as I have not before seen. How strangely this likeness of a man whom I never saw seems to gaze upon me." Unconsciously, too, he aided the effect, which he had justly enough called lifelike, by a slight movement of the candle, such as any one not blessed with nerves of iron would be sure to make, and such a movement made the face look as if it was inspired with vitality. Charles remained looking at the portrait for a considerable period of time. He found a kind of fascination in it which prevented him from drawing his eyes away from it. It was not fear which induced him to continue gazing on it, but the circumstance that it was a likeness of the man who, after death, was supposed to have borrowed so new and so hideous an existence, combined with its artistic merits, chained him to the spot. "I shall now," he said, "know that face again. Let me see it where I may, or under what circumstances I may. Every feature is now indelibly fixed upon my memory. I can never mistake it." He turned aside as he uttered these words, and as he did so his eyes fell upon a part of the ornamental frame which composed the edge of the panel, and which seemed to him to be a different colour from the surrounding portion. Curiosity and increased interest prompted him at once to make a closer inquiry into the matter, and by a careful and diligent scrutiny he was almost induced to come to the positive opinion that at no very distant period in time past the portrait had been removed from the place it occupied. When once this idea, even vague and indistinct as it was, in consequence of the slight grounds he had formed it on, had got possession of his mind, he felt most anxious to prove its verification or its fallacy. He held the candle in a variety of situations, so that its light fell in different ways on the picture, and the more he examined it, the more he felt convinced that it must have been moved lately. It would appear as if, in its removal, a piece of the old oaken carved framework of the panel had been accidentally broken off, which caused the new look of the fracture, and that this accident, from the nature of the broken bit of framing, could have occurred in any other way than from an actual or attempted removal of the picture. he felt was extremely unlikely. He set down the candle on a chair near at hand, and tried if the panel was fast in its place. Upon the very first touch, he felt convinced it was not so, and thus it was easily moved. How to get it out, though, presented a difficulty, and to get it out was tempting. "Who knows," he said to himself, "what may be behind it? This is an old baronial sort of hall, and the great portion of it was, no doubt, built at a time when the construction of such places as hidden chambers and intricate staircases were, in all buildings of importance, considered desiderata. That he should make some discovery behind the portrait now became an idea that possessed him strongly, although he certainly had no definite grounds for really supposing that he should do so. Perhaps the wish was more father to the thought than he, in the partial state of excitement he was in, really imagined, but so it was. He felt convinced that he should not be satisfied until he had removed the panel from the wall and seen what was immediately behind it. After the panel containing the picture had been placed where it was, it appeared that pieces of moulding had been inserted all around, which had the effect of keeping it in its place, and it was a fracture of one of these pieces which had first called Charles Holland's attention to the probability of the picture having been removed. That he should have to get two, at least, of the pieces of moulding away before he could hope to remove the picture was to him quite apparent, and he was considering how he should accomplish such a result when he was suddenly startled by a knock at his chamber door. Until that sudden demand for admission at his door came, he scarcely knew to what a nervous state he had worked himself up. It was an odd sort of tap, one only, a single tap, as if one demanded admittance and wished to awaken his attention with the least possible chance of disturbing any one else. "Come in," said Charles, for he knew he had not fastened his door. "Come in." There was no reply, but after a moment's pause, the same sort of low tap came again. Again he cried, "Come in." But whoever it was seemed determined that the door should be opened for him, and no movement was made from the outside. A third time the tap came, and Charles was very close to the door when he heard it, for with a noiseless step he had approached it, intending to open it. The instant this third mysterious demand for admission came, he did open it wide. There was no one there. In an instant he crossed the threshold into the corridor, which ran right and left. A window at one end of it now sent in the moon's rays, so that it was tolerably light, but he could see no one. Indeed, to look for any one, he felt sure was needless, for he had opened his chamber door almost simultaneously with the last knock for admission. "It is strange," he said, as he lingered on the threshold of his room door for some moments. "My imagination could not so completely deceive me. There was most certainly a demand for admission." Slowly, then, he returned to his room again, and closed the door behind him. "One thing is evident," he said, "that I am in this apartment, and to be subjected to these annoyances I shall get no rest, which will soon exhaust me." This thought was a very provoking one, and the more he thought that he should ultimately find necessity for giving up that chamber he had himself asked as a special favour to be allowed to occupy, the more vexed he became to think what construction might be put upon his conduct for so doing. "They will fancy me a coward," he thought, "and that I dare not sleep here. They may not, of course, say so, but they will think that my appearing so bold was one of those acts of bravado which I have not courage to carry fairly out." Taking this view of the matter was just the way to enlist a young man's pride in staying, under all circumstances, where he was, and, with a slight accession of colour which, even though he was alone, would visit his cheeks, Charles Holland said aloud, "I will remain the occupant of this room, come what may, happen what may. No terrors, real or unsubstantial, shall drive me from it. I will brave them all, and remain here to brave them." Tap came the knock at the door again, and now, with more an air of vexation than fear, Charles turned again towards it, and listened. Tap in another minute again succeeded, and, most annoyed, he walked close to the door, and laid his hand upon the lock, ready to open it at the precise moment of another demand for admission being made. He had not to wait long. In about half a minute it came again, and simultaneously with the sound the door flew open. There was no one to be seen, but, as he opened the door, he heard a strange sound in the corridor, a sound which scarcely could be called a groan, and scarcely a sigh, but seemed a compound of both, having the agony of the one combined with the sadness of the other. From what direction it came he could not at the moment decide, but he called out, "Who's there? Who's there?" The echo of his own voice alone answered him for a few moments, and then he heard a door open, and a voice, which he knew to be Henry's, cried, "What is it? Who speaks?" "Henry?" said Charles. "Yes, yes, yes!" "I fear I have disturbed you." "You have been disturbed yourself, or you would not have done so. I shall be with you in a moment." Henry closed this door before Charles Hollands could tell him not to come to him, as he intended to do so, for he felt ashamed to have, in a manner of speaking, summoned assistance for so trifling a cause of alarm, as to which he had been subjected. However, he could not go to Henry's chamber to forbid him from coming to his, and, more vexed than before, he retired to his room again to await his coming. He left the door open now, so that Henry Bannersworth, when he had got on some articles of dress, walked in at once, saying, "What has happened, Charles?" "A mere trifle, Henry, concerning which I am ashamed you have been at all disturbed." "Never mind that. I was wakeful." "Did you hear me open my door?" "I heard a door open, which kept me listening, but I could not decide which door it was, till I heard your voice in the corridor." "Well, it was this door, and I opened it twice in consequence of the repeated taps for admission that came to it. Some one had been knocking at it, and when I go to it, lo! I can see nobody." "Indeed! Such is the case. You surprise me. I am very sorry to have disturbed you, because, upon such a ground, I do not feel that I have ought to have done so, and when I called out in the corridor, I assure you it was with no such intention." "Do not regret it for a moment," said Henry. "You were quite justified in making an alarm on such an occasion. It's strange enough, but still it may arise from some accidental cause, admitting, if we did but know it, of some ready enough explanation." "It may certainly, but after what has happened already, we may well suppose a mysterious connection between any unusual sight or sound and the fearful ones we have already seen." "Certainly we may. How earnestly that strange portrait seems to look upon us, Charles." "It does, and I have been examining it carefully. It seems to have been removed lately." "Removed?" "Yes, I think, as far as I can judge, that it has been taken from its frame. I mean that the panel on which it is painted has been taken out." "Indeed!" "If you touch it you will find it loose, and, upon a close examination, you will perceive that a piece of the moulding, which holds it in its place, has been chipped off, which is done in such a place. What I think it could only have arisen during the removal of the picture." "You must be mistaken." "I cannot, of course, take upon myself, Henry, to say precisely such is the case," said Charles, "but there is no one here to do so." "That I cannot say. Will you permit me, and assist me to remove it? I have a great curiosity to know what is behind it." "If you have, I certainly will do so. We thought of taking it away altogether, but when Flora left this room the idea was given up as useful. Remain here a few moments, and I will endeavour to find something which will assist us in its removal." Henry left the mysterious chamber in order to search in his own for some means of removing the framework of the picture, so that the panel would slip easily out, and while he was gone, Charles Holland continued gazing upon it with greater interest, if possible, than before. In a few minutes Henry returned, and although what he had succeeded in finding were very inefficient implements for the purpose, yet with this aid the two young men set about the task. It is said, and said truly enough, that where there is a will there is a way, and although the young men had no tools at all adapted for the purpose, they did succeed in removing the moulding from the sides of the panel, and then, by a little tapping at one end of it, and using a knife as a lever at the other end of the panel, they got it fairly out. Disappointment was all they got for their pains. On the other side there was nothing but a rough wooded wall, against which the finer and more nicely finished oak panelling of the chamber rested. "There is no mystery here," said Henry. "None whatever," said Charles, as he tapped the wall with his knuckles, and found all hard and sound. "We are foiled. We are indeed. I had a strange presentiment now," added Charles, "that we should make some discovery that would repay us for our trouble. It appears, however, that such is not to be the case, for you see nothing presents itself to us but the most ordinary appearances." "I perceive as much, and the panel itself, although of more ordinary thickness, is, after all, but a bit of planed oak, and apparently fashioned for no other object than to paint the portrait on." "True. Shall we replace it?" Charles reluctantly assented, and the picture was replaced in its original position. We say Charles reluctantly assented, because, although he had now had ocular demonstration that there was really nothing behind the panel but the ordinary woodwork, which might have been expected from the construction of the old house, but he could not, even with such a fact staring him in the face, get rid entirely of the feeling that had come across him, to the effect that the picture had some mystery or another. "You are not yet satisfied," said Henry, as he observed the doubtful look of Charles Holland's face. "My dear friend," said Charles, "I will not deceive you. I am much disappointed that we have made no discovery behind that picture." "Heaven knows we have mysteries enough in our family," said Henry. Even as he spoke, they were both startled by a strange clattering noise at the window, which was accompanied by a shrill, odd kind of shriek, which sounded fearful and preternatural on the night air. "What is that?" said Charles. "God only knows," said Henry. The two young men naturally turned their earnest gaze in the direction of the window, which, we have before remarked, was one unprovided with shutters, and there, to their intense surprise, they saw, slowly rising up from the lower part of it, what appeared to be a human form. Henry would have dashed forward, but Charles restrained him, and drawing quickly from his case a large holster pistol, he levelled it carefully at the figure, saying in a whisper, "Henry, if I don't hit it, I will consent to forfeit my head." He pulled the trigger. A loud report followed. The room was filled with smoke, and then all was still. A circumstance, however, had occurred, as a consequence of the concussion of the air produced by the discharge of the pistol, which neither of the young men had for the moment calculated upon, and that was the putting out of the only light they there had. In spite of this circumstance, Charles, the moment he had discharged the pistol, dropped it and sprung forward to the window. But here he was perplexed, for he could not find the old-fashioned, intricate fastening which held it shut, and he had to call to Henry. "Henry, for God's sake, open the window for me! Henry, the fastening of the window is known to you, but not to me. Open it for me." Thus called upon, Henry sprung forward, and by this time the report of the pistol had effectually alarmed the whole household. The flashing of lights from the corridor came into the room, and in another minute, just as Henry succeeded in getting the window wide open, and Charles Holland had made his way on to the balcony, both George Bannersworth and Mr Marchdale entered the chamber, eager to know what had occurred. To their eager questions Henry replied, "Ask me not now," and then calling to Charles, he said, "Remain where you are, Charles, while I run down to the garden immediately beneath the balcony." Yes, yes, said Charles. Henry made prodigious haste, and was in the garden immediately below the bay window in a wonderfully short space of time. He spoke to Charles, saying, "Will you now descend? I can see nothing here, but we will both make a search." George and Mr. Marchdale were both now in the balcony, and they would have descended likewise, but Henry said, "Do not all leave the house. God only knows, now, situated as we are, what might happen." "I will remain then," said George. "I have been sitting up to-night as guard, and therefore may as well continue to do so." Marchdale and Charles Holland clambered over the balcony, and easily from its insignificant height dropped into the garden. The night was beautiful and profoundly still. There was not a breath of air sufficient to stir a leaf on a tree, and the very flame of the candle which Charles had left burning in the balcony burnt clearly and steadily, being perfectly unruffled by any wind. It cast a sufficient light close to the window to make everything very plainly visible, and it was evident at a glance that no object was there, although had that figure, which Charles had shot at, and no doubt hit, been flesh and blood, it must have dropped immediately below. As they looked up for a moment, after a cursory examination of the ground, Charles exclaimed, "Look at the window! As the light is now situated, you can see the hole made in one of the panes of the glass by the passage of the bullet from my pistol." They did look, and there the clear round hole, without any starring, which a bullet discharged close to a pane of glass will make in it, was clearly and plainly discernible. "You must have hit him," said Henry. "One would think so," said Charles, "for that was the exact place where the figure was." "And there is nothing there," added Marchdale. "What can we think of these events? What resource has the mind against the most dreadful suppositions concerning them?" Charles and Henry were both silent. In truth, they knew not what to think, and the words uttered by Marchdale were too strikingly true to dispute for a moment. They were lost in wonder. "Human means against such an appearance as we saw to-night," said Charles, "are evidently useless." "My dear young friend," said Marchdale with much emotion, as he grasped Henry Bannersworth's hand, and the tears stood in his eyes as he did so, "my dear young friend, these constant alarms will kill you. They will drive you, and all whose happiness you hold dear, distracted. You must control these dreadful feelings, and there is but one chance that I can see of getting the better of these." "What is that?" "By leaving this place forever." "Alas! Am I to be driven from the home of my ancestors from such a cause as this? And whither am I to fly? Where are we to find a refuge? To leave here will be at once to break up the establishment, which is now held together, certainly upon the sufferance of creditors, but still to their advantage, inasmuch as I am doing what no one else would do, namely, paying away to within the scantiest pittance the whole proceeds of the estate which spreads around me. Heed nothing but an escape from such horrors as seems to be accumulating now around you. If I were sure that such a removal would bring with it such a corresponding advantage, I might, indeed, be induced to risk all to accomplish it." "As regards poor dear Flora," said Mr. Marchdale, "I know not what to say, or what to think. She has been attacked by a vampire, and after this mortal life shall have ended, it is dreadful to think that there may be a possibility that she, with all her beauty, all her excellence and purity of mind, and all those virtues and qualities which should make her the beloved of all, and which do, indeed, attach all hearts toward her, should become one of that dreadful tribe of beings who cling to existence by feeding, in the most dreadful manner, upon the life-blood of others. Oh, it is dreadful to contemplate! Too horrible! Too horrible!" "Then wherefore speak of it?" said Charles with some asperity. "Now, by the great God of heaven, who sees all our hearts, I will not give in to such a horrible doctrine. I will not believe it, and were death itself my portion for my want of faith, I would this moment die in my disbelief of anything so truly fearful." Oh, my young friend," added Marchdale, "if anything could add to the pangs which all who love and admire and respect Flora Bannersworth must feel at the unhappy condition in which she is placed, it would be the noble nature of you, who, under happier auspices, would have been her guide through life, and the happy partner of her destiny. As I will be still. May Heaven forbid it! We are now among ourselves, and can talk freely upon such a subject. Mr. Charles Hollands, if you wed, you would look forward to being blessed with children, those sweet ties which bind the sternest of hearts to life with so exquisite a bondage. Oh, fancy then, for a moment, the mother of your babes coming at the still hour of midnight to drain from their veins the very life-blood she gave to them, to drive you and them mad with the expected horror of such visitations, to make your nights hideous, your days but so many hours of melancholy retrospection. Oh, you know not the world of terror, on the awful brink of which you stand, when you talk of making Flora Bannersworth a wife." "Peace, oh, peace!" said Henry. "Nay, I know my words are unwelcome," continued Mr. Marchdale. "It happens unfortunately for human nature that truth and some of our best and holiest feelings are too often at variance, and holds a sad contest." "I will hear no more of this," cried Charles Hollands. "I will hear no more." "I have done," said Mr. Marchdale, "and 'twere well you had not begun." "Nay, say not so. I have but done what I considered a solemn duty." "Under that assumption of doing duty, a solemn duty, heedless of the feelings and the opinions of others," said Charles sarcastically, "more mischief is produced, more heart-burnings and anxieties caused, than by any other two causes of such mischievous results combined. I wish to hear no more of this." "Do not be angered with Mr. Marchdale, Charles," said Henry. "He can have no motive but our welfare in what he said. We should not condemn the speaker, because his words may not sound pleasant to our ears." "By heaven!" said Charles with animation, "I meant not to be a liberal, but I will not, because I cannot see a man's motives for active interference in the affairs of others, always be ready, merely on account of such ignorance, to jump to a conclusion that they must be estimable." "To-morrow I leave this house," said Marchdale. "Leave us!" exclaimed Henry. "Ay, for ever." "Nay, now, Mr. Marchdale, is this generous? Am I treated generously by one who is your own guest, and towards whom I was willing to hold out that honest right hand of friendship?" Henry turned to Charles Hollands, saying, "Charles, I know your generous nature. Say you meant no offence to my mother's old friend." "If to say I meant no offence," said Charles, "is to say I meant no insult, I say it freely." "Enough!" cried Marchdale. "I am satisfied." "But do not," added Charles, "draw me any more such pictures as the one you have already presented to my imagination, I beg of you. From the storehouse of my own fancy, I say I will not allow this monstrous superstition to tread me down like the tread of a giant on a broken reed. I will contend against it while I have life to do so." "Bravely spoken. And when I desert Flora Bannersworth, may Heaven from that moment desert me." "Charles!" cried Henry with emotion. "Dear Charles! My more than friend, brother of my heart, noble Charles!" "Nay, Henry, I am not entitled to your praises. I were base indeed to be other than that which I purpose to be. Come weal or woe, come what may, I am the affianced husband of your sister, and she, and only she, can break asunder the ties that bind me to her." End of chapter 12. Reading by Belinda Brown of Indianapolis, Indiana.
Chapter 13 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 13. The Offer for the Hall. The Visit to Sir Francis Varney. The Strange Resemblance. A Dreadful Suggestion. The party made a strict search through every nook and corner of the garden, but it proved to be a fruitless one. Not the least trace of anyone could be found. There was only one circumstance which was pondered over deeply by them all, and that was that beneath the window of the room in which Flora and her mother sat while the brothers were on their visit to the vault of their ancestors were visible marks of blood to a considerable extent. It will be remembered that Flora had fired a pistol at the spectral appearance, and that immediately upon that it had disappeared, after uttering a sound which might well be construed into a cry of pain from a wound. That a wound then had been inflicted upon someone, the blood beneath the window now abundantly testified, and when it was discovered, Henry and Charles made a very close examination indeed of the garden, to discover what direction the wounded figure, be it man or vampire, had taken. But the closest scrutiny did not reveal to them a single spot of blood beyond the space immediately beneath the window. There the apparition seemed to have received its wound, and then, by some mysterious means, to have disappeared. At length, wearied with the continued excitement, combined with want of sleep to which they had been subjected, they returned to the hall. Flora, with the exception of the alarm she experienced from the firing of the pistol, had met with no disturbance, and that in order to spare her painful reflections, they told her was merely done as a precautionary measure, to proclaim to anyone who might be lurking in the garden that the inmates of the house were ready to defend themselves against any aggression. Whether or not she believed this kind deceit, they knew not. She only sighed deeply and wept. The probability is that she more than suspected the vampire had made another visit, but they forbore to press the point, and leaving her with her mother, Henry and George went from her chamber again, the former to endeavor to seek some repose, as it would be his turn to watch on the succeeding night, and the latter to resume his station in a small room close to Flora's chamber, where it had been agreed watch and ward should be kept by turns while the alarm lasted. At length the morning again dawned upon that unhappy family, and to none were its beams more welcome. The birds sang their pleasant carols beneath the window. The sweet, deep-colored autumnal sun shone upon all objects with a golden luster, and to look abroad upon the beaming face of nature, no one could for a moment suppose, except from sad experience, that there were such things as gloom, misery, and crime upon the earth. "And must I," said Henry, as he gazed from a window of the hall upon the undulating park, the majestic trees, the flowers, the shrubs, and the many natural beauties with which the place was full, "must I be chased from this spot, the home of myself and my kindred, by a phantom? Must I indeed seek refuge elsewhere, because my own home has become hideous?" It was indeed a cruel and painful thought. But it was one he yet would not, could not be convinced was absolutely necessary. But now the sun was shining, it was morning, and the feelings, which found a home in his breast amid the darkness, the stillness, and the uncertainty of night, were chased away by those glorious beams of sunlight that fell upon hill, valley, and stream, and the thousand sweet sounds of life and animation that filled that sunny air. Such a revulsion of feeling was natural enough. Many of the distresses and mental anxieties of night vanish with the night, and those which oppressed the heart of Henry Bannerworth were considerably modified. He was engaged in these reflections when he heard the sound of the lodge bell, and as a visitor was now somewhat rare at this establishment, he waited with some anxiety to see to whom he was indebted for so early a call. In the course of a few minutes, one of the servants came to him with a letter in her hand. It bore a large, handsome seal, and from its appearance would seem to have come from some personage of consequence. A second glance at it showed him the name of Varney in the corner, and with some degree of vexation he muttered to himself, "Another condoling epistle from the troublesome neighbour whom I have not yet seen." "If you please, sir," said the servant who had brought in the letter, "as I'm here, and you are here, perhaps you'll have no objection to give me what I'm to have for the day and 2 nights as I've been here, 'cause I can't stay in the family as is so familiar with all sorts of ghostesses. I ain't used to such company." "What do you mean?" said Henry. The question was a superfluous one. Too well he knew what the woman meant, and the conviction came across his mind strongly that no domestic would consent to live long in a house which was subject to such dreadful visitations. "What does I mean?" said the woman. "Why, sir, if it's all the same to you, I don't myself come from a wampire family, and I don't choose to remain in a house where there is such things encouraged. That's what I mean, sir." "What wages are owing to you?" said Henry. "Why, as to wages, I only comed here by the day." "Go, then, and settle with my mother. The sooner you leave this house the better." "Oh, indeed, I'm sure I don't want to stay." This woman was one of those who were always armed at all points for a row, and she had no notion of concluding any engagement, of any character whatever, without some disturbance. Therefore, to see Henry take what she said with such provoking calmness was aggravating in the extreme. But there was no help for such a source of vexation. She could find no other ground of quarrel than what was connected with the vampire, and as Henry would not quarrel with her on such a score, she was compelled to give it up in despair. When Henry found himself alone, and free from the annoyance of this woman, he turned his attention to the letter he held in his hand, and which, from the autograph in the corner, he knew came from his new neighbour, Sir Francis Varney, whom, by some chance or another, he had never yet seen. To his great surprise, he found that the letter contained the following words: "Dear Sir, as a neighbour, by purchase of an estate contiguous to your own, I am quite sure you have excused and taken in good part the cordial offer I made to you of friendship and service some short time since. But now, in addressing to you a distinct proposition, I trust I shall meet with an indulgent consideration, whether such a proposition be accordant with your views or not. What I have heard from common report induces me to believe that Bannersworth Hall cannot be a desirable residence for yourself or your amiable sister. If I am right in that conjecture, and you have any serious thought of leaving the place, I would earnestly recommend you, as one having some experience in such descriptions of property, to sell it at once. Now the proposition with which I conclude this letter is, I know, of a character to make you doubt the disinterestedness of such advice, but that it is disinterested, nevertheless, is a fact of which I can assure my own heart, and of which I beg to assure you. I propose, then, should you, upon consideration, decide upon such a course of proceeding, to purchase of you the Hall. I do not ask for a bargain on account of any extraneous circumstances which may at the present time depreciate the value of the property, but I am willing to give a fair price for it. Under these circumstances, I trust, sir, that you will give a kindly consideration to my offer, and even if you reject it, I hope that, as neighbours, we may live on in peace and amity, and in the interchange of those good offices which should subsist between us. Awaiting your reply. Believe me to be, dear sir, your very obedient servant, Francis Varney. To Henry Bannersworth, Esquire. Henry, after having read this most unobjectionable letter through, folded it up again, and placed it in his pocket. Clasping his hands then behind his back, a favourite attitude of his when he was in deep contemplation, he paced to and fro in the garden for some time in deep thought. "How strange," he muttered. "It seems that every circumstance combines to induce me to leave my old ancestral home. It appears as if everything now that happened had that direct tendency. What can be the meaning of all this? 'Tis very strange, amazingly strange. Here arise circumstances which are enough to induce any man to leave a particular place. Then a friend, in whose single-mindedness and judgment I know I can rely, advised that step, and immediately upon the back of that comes a fair and candid offer. There was an apparent connection between all these circumstances which much puzzled Henry. He walked to and fro for nearly an hour, until he heard a hasty footstep approaching him, and upon looking in the direction from whence it came, he saw Mr. Marchdale. "I will seek Marchdale's advice," he said, "upon this matter. I will hear what he says concerning it." "Henry," said Marchdale, when he came sufficiently near to him for conversation, "why do you remain here alone?" "I have received a communication from our neighbor, Sir Francis Varney," said Henry. "Indeed!" "It is here. Peruse it for yourself, and then tell me, Marchdale, candidly, what you think of it." "I suppose," said Marchdale, as he opened the letter, "it is another friendly note of condolence on the state of your domestic affairs, which, I grieve to say, from the prattling of domestics, whose tongues it is quite impossible to silence, have become the food for gossip all over the neighboring villages and estates. If anything could add another pang to those I have already been made to suffer," said Henry, "it would certainly arise from being made the food of vulgar gossip. But read the letter, Marchdale. You will find its contents of a more important character than you anticipate." "Indeed," said Marchdale, as he ran his eyes eagerly over the note. When he had finished it, he glanced at Henry, who then said, "Well, what is your opinion?" "I know not what to say, Henry. You know that my own advice to you had been to get rid of this place." "It has." "With the hope that the disagreeable affair connected with it now may remain connected with it as a house, and not with you and yours as a family." "It may be so." "There appears to me every likelihood of it." "I do not know," said Henry with a shudder. "I must confess, Marchdale, that to my own perceptions it seems more probably that the infliction we have experienced from the strange visitor, who seems now resolved to pester us with visits, will rather attach to a family than to a house. The vampire may follow us." "If so, of course the parting with the Hall would be a great pity, and no gain." "None in the least." "Henry, a thought has struck me." "Let's hear it, Marchdale." "It is this. Suppose you were to try the experiment of leaving the Hall without selling it. Suppose for 1 year you were to let it to someone, Henry." "It might be done." "Aye, and it might, with very great promise and candor, be proposed to this very gentleman, Sir Francis Varney, to take it for 1 year, to see how he likes it before becoming the possessor of it. Then, if he found himself tormented by the vampire, he need not complete the purchase, or if you have found that the apparition followed you from hence, you might yourself return, feeling that perhaps here in the spots familiar to your youth you might be most happy, even under such circumstances as at present oppress you." "Most happy!" ejaculated Henry. "Perhaps I should not have used that word." "I am sure you should not," said Henry, "when you speak of me." Well, let us hope that the time may not be far distant when I may use the term happy as applied to you in the most conclusive and the strongest manner it can be used." "Oh," said Henry, "I will hope, but do not mock me with it now, Marchdale, I pray you." "Heaven forbid that I should mock you." Well, I do not believe you are the man to do so to anyone. But about the affair of the house." "Distinctly, then, if I were you, I would call upon Sir Francis Varney, and make him an offer to become a tenant of the Hall for 12 months, during which time you could go where you please, and test the fact of absence ridding you, or not ridding you, of the dreadful visitant who makes the night here truly hideous." "I will speak to my mother, to George, and to my sister of the matter. They shall decide." Mr. Marchdale now strove in every possible manner to raise the spirits of Henry Bannerworth, by painting to him the future in far more radiant colors than the present, and endeavoring to induce a belief in his mind that a short period of time might after all replace in his mind, and the minds of those who were naturally so dear to him, all their wonted serenity. Henry, although he felt not much comfort from these kindly efforts, yet could feel gratitude to him who made them, and after expressing such a feeling to Marchdale, in strong terms, he repaired to the house in order to hold a solemn consultation with those whom he felt ought to be consulted, as well as himself, as to what steps should be taken with regard to the Hall. The proposition, or rather the suggestion, which had been made by Marchdale upon the proposition of Sir Francis Varney, was in every respect so reasonable and just that it met, as was to be expected, with the concurrence of every member of the family. Flora's cheeks almost resumed some of their wonted color at the mere thought now of leaving that home to which she had been at one time so much attached. "Yes, dear Henry," she said, "let us leave here if you are agreeable to do so, and in leaving this house we will believe that we leave behind us a world of terror." "Flora," remarked Henry in a tone of slight reproach, "if you were so anxious to leave Bannerworth Hall, why did you not say so before this proposition came from other mouths? You know your feelings upon such a subject would have been laws to me." "I knew you were attached to the old house," said Flora, "and besides, events have come upon us all with such fearful rapidity, there has scarcely been time to think." "True, true." "And you will leave, Henry?" "I will call upon Sir Francis Varney myself, and speak to him upon the subject." A new impetus to existence appeared now to come over the whole family at the idea of leaving a place which always would be now associated in their minds with so much terror. Each member of the family felt happier, and breathed more freely than before, so that the change which had come over them seemed almost magical. And Charles Holland, too, was much better pleased, and he whispered to Flora, "Dear Flora, you will now surely no longer talk of driving from you the honest heart that loves you?" "Hush, Charles, hush," she said. "Meet me in an hour hence in the garden, and we will talk of this." "That hour will seem an age," he said. Henry, now having made a determination to see Sir Francis Varney, lost no time in putting it into execution. At Mr. Marchdale's own request, he took him with him, as it was desirable to have a third person present in the sort of business negotiation which was going on. The estate which had been so recently entered upon by the person calling himself Sir Francis Varney, and which common report said he had purchased, was a small but complete property, and situated so close to the grounds connected with Bannerworth Hall that a short walk soon placed Henry and Mr. Marchdale before the residence of this gentleman who had shown so kindly a feeling towards the Bannerworth family. "Have you seen Sir Francis Varney?" asked Henry of Mr. Marchdale as he rung the gate bell. "I have not. Have you?" "No, I never saw him. It is rather awkward our both being absolute strangers to his person." "We can but send in our names, however, and, from the great vein of courtesy that runs through his letter, I have no doubt but we shall receive the most gentlemanly reception from him." A servant in handsome livery appeared at the iron gates, which opened upon a lawn in the front of Sir Francis Varney's house, and to this domestic Henry Bannerworth handed his card, on which he had written in pencil, likewise the name of Mr. Marchdale. "If your master," he said, "is within, we shall be glad to see him." "Sir Francis is at home, sir," was the reply, "although not very well. If you will be pleased to walk in, I will announce you to him." Henry and Marchdale followed the man into a handsome enough reception room, where they were desired to wait while their names were announced. "Do you know if this gentleman be a baronet," said Henry, "or a knight merely?" "I really do not. I never saw him in my life, or heard of him before he came into this neighborhood." "And I have been too much occupied with the painful occurrences of this Hall to know anything of our neighbors. I dare say Mr. Chillingworth, if we had thought to ask him, would have known something concerning him." "No doubt." This brief colloquy was put an end to by the servant, who said, "My master, gentlemen, is not very well. but he begs me to present his best compliments, and to say he is much gratified with your visit, and will be happy to see you in his study." Henry and Marchdale followed the man up a flight of stone stairs, and then they were conducted through a large apartment into a smaller one. There was very little light in this small room, but at the moment of their entrance a tall man, who was seated, rose, and, touching the spring of a blind that was to the window, it was up in a moment, admitting a broad glare of light. A cry of surprise mingled with terror came from Henry Bannerworth's lip. The original of the portrait on the panel stood before him. There was the lofty stature, the long, sallow face, the slightly projecting teeth, the dark, lustrous, although somewhat somber eyes, the expression of the features, all were alike. "Are you unwell, sir?" said Sir Francis Varney in soft, mellow accents, as he handed a chair to the bewildered Henry. "God of heaven," said Henry, "how like! You seem surprised, sir. Have you ever seen me before?" Sir Francis drew himself up to his full height, and cast a strange glance upon Henry, whose eyes were riveted upon his face, as if with a species of fascination which he could not resist. "Marchdale," Henry gasped. "Marchdale, my friend, Marchdale. I am surely mad." "Hush! Be calm," whispered Marchdale. "Calm, calm, can you not see? Marchdale, is this a dream? Look! Look! Oh, look! For God's sake, Henry, compose yourself." "Is your friend often thus?" said Sir Francis Varney, with the same mellifluous tone which seemed habitual with him. "No, sir, he is not, but recent circumstances have shattered his nerves, and to tell the truth, you bear so strong a resemblance to an old portrait in his house that I do not wonder so much as I otherwise should at his agitation." "Indeed." "A resemblance," said Henry. "A resemblance! God of heaven! It is the face itself." "You much surprise me," said Sir Francis. Henry sunk into the chair which was near him, and he trembled violently. The rush of painful thoughts and conjectures that came through his mind was enough to make anyone tremble. "Is this the vampire?" was the horrible question that seemed impressed upon his very brain in letters of flame. "Is this the vampire?" "Are you better, sir?" said Sir Francis Varney in his bland, musical voice. "Shall I order refreshment for you?" "No, no," gasped Henry. "For the love of truth, tell me, is your name really Varney?" "Sir?" "Have you no other name to which, perhaps, a better title you could urge?" "Mr. Bannerworth, I can assure you that I am too proud of the name of the family to which I belong to exchange it for any other, be it what it may." "How wonderfully like!" "I grieve to see you so much distressed, Mr. Bannerworth. I presume ill health has thus shattered your nerves?" "No, ill health has not done the work. I know not what to say, Sir Francis Varney, to you, but recent events in my family have made the sight of you full of horrible conjectures." "What mean you, sir?" "You know, from common report, that we have had a fearful visitor at our house." "A vampire, I have heard," said Sir Francis Varney, with a bland and almost beautiful smile which displayed his white, glistening teeth to perfection. "Yes, a vampire, and... "I pray you go on, sir. You surely are above the vulgar superstition of believing in such matters." "My judgment is assailed in too many ways and shapes for it to hold out probably as it ought to do against so hideous a belief, but never was it so much bewildered as now." "Why so?" "Because—" "Nay, Henry," whispered Mr. Marchdale, "it is scarcely civil to tell Sir Francis to his face that he resembles a vampire." "I must. "Pray, sir," interrupted Varney to Marchdale, Permit Mr. Bannersworth to speak here freely. There is nothing in the whole world I so much admire as candor." "Then you so much resemble the vampire," added Henry, that I know not what to think." "Is it possible?" said Varney. "It is a damning fact." "Well, it's unfortunate for me, I presume. Ah!" Varney gave a twinge of pain, as if some sudden bodily ailment had attacked him severely. "You are unwell, sir?" said Marchdale. "No, he said. "I hurt my arm, and happened accidentally to touch the arm of this chair with it." "A hurt?" said Henry. "Yes, Mr. Bannersworth." A wound?" "Yes, a wound, but not much more than skin deep. In fact, little beyond an abrasion of the skin." "May I inquire how you came by it?" "Oh, yes, a slight fall." "Indeed." "Remarkable, is it not? Very remarkable. We should know a moment when, for some most trifling cause, we may receive some serious bodily hurt. How true it is, Mr. Bannersworth, that in the midst of life we are in death." "And equally true, perhaps," said Henry, "that in the midst of death there may be found a horrible life." "Well, I should not wonder. There are really so many strange things in this world that I have left off wondering at anything now." "There are strange things," said Henry. "You wish to purchase of me the Hall, sir?" "If you wish to sell." You are perhaps attached to the place? Perhaps you recollected it, sir, long ago?" "Not very long," smiled Sir Francis Varney. "It seems a nice, comfortable old house, and the grounds, too, appear to be amazingly well wooded, which to one of rather a romantic temperament like myself is always an additional charm to a place. I was extremely pleased with it the first time I beheld it, and a desire to call myself the owner of it took possession of my mind. The scenery is remarkable for its beauty, and from what I have seen of it, it is rarely to be excelled. No doubt you are greatly attached to it." "It has been my home from infancy," returned Henry, "and being also the residence of my ancestors for centuries, it is natural that I should be so." "True, true." "The house, no doubt, has suffered much," said Henry, "within the last 100 years." "No doubt it has. 100 years is a tolerable long space of time, you know." "It is indeed. Oh, how any human life which is spun out to such an extent must lose its charms by losing all its fondest and dearest associations." "Ah, how true," said Sir Francis Varney. He had some minutes previously touched a bell, and at this moment a servant brought in on a tray some wine and refreshments. End of chapter 13. Recording by Roger Moline.
Of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 14. Henry's agreement with Sir Francis Varney. The sudden arrival at the Hall. Flora's alarm. On the tray which the servant brought into the room were refreshments of different kinds, including wine, and after waving his hand for the domestic to retire, Sir Francis Varney said, "You will be better, Mr. Bannersworth, for a glass of wine after your walk, and you too, sir. I am ashamed to say I have quite forgotten your name." "Marchdale. Mr. Marchdale. Ay, Marchdale. Pray, sir, help yourself." "You take nothing yourself?" said Henry. "I am under a strict regimen," replied Varney. "The simplest diet alone does for me, and I have accustomed myself to long abstinence." "He will not eat or drink," muttered Henry, abstractedly. "Will you sell me the Hall?" said Sir Francis Varney. Henry looked in his face again, from which he had only momentarily withdrawn his eyes, and he was then more struck than ever with the resemblance between him and the portrait on the panel of what had been Flora's chamber. What made that resemblance, too, One about which there could scarcely be two opinions was the mark or cicatrix of a wound in the forehead, which the painter had slightly indented in the portrait, but which was more plainly visible on the forehead of Sir Francis Varney. Now that Henry observed the distinctive mark, which he had not done before, he could feel no doubt, and a sickening sensation came over him at the thought that he was actually now in the presence of one of those terrible creatures, vampires. "You do not drink," said Varney. "Most young men are not so modest with a decanter of unimpeachable wine before them. Pray help yourself." "I cannot." Henry rose as he spoke, and turning to Marchdale, he said, in addition, "Will you come away?" "If you please," said Marchdale, rising. "But you have not, my dear sir," said Varney, "given me an answer yet about the Hall." "I cannot yet," answered Henry. "I will think. My present impression is, to let you have it on whatever terms you may yourself propose, always provided you consent to one of mine." "Name it." "That you never show yourself in my family." "How very unkind! I understand you have a charming sister, young, beautiful, and accomplished. Shall I confess, now, that I had hopes of making myself agreeable to her?" "You make yourself agreeable to her? The sight of you would blast her for ever, and drive her to madness." "Am I so hideous?" "No, but you are—" "Hush, Henry, hush!" cried Marchdale. "Remember, you are in this gentleman's house." "True, true. Why does he tempt me to say these dreadful things? I do not want to say them." "Come away, then. Come away at once. Sir Francis Varney, my friend Mr. Bannersworth, will think over your offer, and let you know. I think you may consider that your wish to become the purchaser of the Hall will be complied with." "I wish to have it," said Varney, "and I can only say, that if I am master of it, I shall be very happy to see any of the family on a visit at any time." "A visit!" said Henry, with a shudder. "A visit to the tomb were far more desirable. Farewell, sir." "Adieu," said Sir Francis Varney, and he made one of the most elegant bows in the world, while there came over his face a peculiarity of expression that was strange, if not painful, to contemplate. In another minute Henry and Marchdale were clear of the house, and with feelings of bewilderment and horror, which beggar all description, poor Henry allowed himself to be led by the arm by Marchdale to some distance, without uttering a word. When he did speak, he said, "Marchdale, it would be charity of some one to kill me." "To kill you?" "Yes, for I am certain otherwise that I must go mad." "Nay, nay, rouse yourself." "This man, Varney, is a vampire." "Hush, hush!" "I tell you, Marchdale," cried Henry in a wild, excited manner, "he is a vampire. He is the dreadful being who visited Flora at the still hour of midnight, and drained the life blood from her veins. He is a vampire. There are such things. I cannot doubt now. Oh, God, I wish now that your lightnings would blast me, as here I stand, for ever into annihilation, for I am going mad to be compelled to feel that such horrors can really have existence." "Henry, Henry!" "Nay, talk not to me. What can I do? Shall I kill him? Is it not a sacred duty to destroy such a thing? Oh, horror, horror! He must be killed, destroyed, burnt, and the very dust to which he is consumed must be scattered to the winds of heaven. It would be a deed well done, Marchdale." "Hush, hush! These words are dangerous." "I care not." What if they were overheard now by unfriendly ears? What might not be the uncomfortable results? "I pray you, be more cautious what you say of this strange man." "I must destroy him. And wherefore? Can you ask? Is he not a vampire?" "Yes, but reflect, Henry, for a moment, upon the length to which you might carry out so dangerous an argument. It is said that vampires are made by vampires sucking the blood of those who, but for that circumstance, would have died and gone to decay in the tomb along with ordinary mortals, but that being so attacked during life by a vampire, they themselves after death become such." "Well, well, what is that to me?" "Have you forgotten Flora?" A cry of despair came from poor Henry's lips, and in a moment he seemed completely, mentally and physically, prostrated. "God of heaven!" he moaned, "I had forgotten her." "I thought you had." "Oh, if the sacrifice of my own life would suffice to put an end to all this accumulating horror, how gladly would I lay it down! Ay, and in any way, in any way! No mode of death should appal me, no amount of pain make me shrink. I could smile then upon the destroyer and say, 'Welcome, welcome, most welcome.' Rather, Henry, seek to live for those whom you love than die for them. Your death would leave them desolate. In life you may ward off many a blow of fate from them. I may endeavour to do so. Consider that Flora may be wholly dependent upon such kindness as you may be able to bestow upon her. Charles clings to her. Humph! You do not doubt him. My dear friend, Henry Bannersworth, although I am not an old man, yet I am so much older than you that I have seen a great deal of the world, and am perhaps far better able to come to accurate judgments with regard to individuals. No doubt, but yet, nay, hear me out. Such judgments, founded upon experience, when uttered, have all the character of prophecy about them. I, therefore, now prophesy to you that Charles Holland will yet be so stung with the horror of the circumstances of a vampire visiting Flora that he will never make her his wife. Marchdale, I differ from you most completely, said Henry. I know that Charles Holland is the very soul of honour. I cannot argue the matter with you. It has not become a thing of fact. I have only sincerely to hope that I am wrong. You are, you may depend, entirely wrong. I cannot be deceived in Charles. From you such words produce no effect but one of regret that you should so much err in your estimate of any one. From any one but yourself they would have produced in me a feeling of anger I might have found it difficult to smother. It has often been my misfortune through life, said Mr. Marchdale sadly, to give the greatest offence where I feel the truest friendship, because it is in such quarters that I am always tempted to speak too freely. Nay, no offence, said Henry. I am distracted, and scarcely know what I say. Marchdale, I know that you are my sincere friend, but I tell you I am nearly mad. My dear Henry, be calmer. Consider upon what is to be said concerning this interview at home. Ay, that is a consideration. I should not think it advisable to mention the disagreeable fact that in your neighbourhood you think you have found out the nocturnal disturber of your family. No, no. I would say nothing of it. It is not at all probable that, after what you have said to him, this Sir Francis Varney, or whatever his real name may be, will obtrude himself upon you. If he should, he surely dies. He will, perhaps, consider that such a step would be dangerous to him. It would be fatal, so help me heaven, and then I would take such especial care that no power of resuscitation should ever enable that man to again walk the earth. They say the only way of destroying a vampire is to fix him to the earth with a stake, so that he cannot move, and then of course decomposition will take its course, as in ordinary cases. Fire would consume him, and be a quicker process, said Henry. But these are fearful reflections, and, for the present, we will not pursue them. Now, to play the hypocrite, and to endeavour to look composed and serene to my mother and to Flora, while my heart is breaking. The two friends had by this time reached the hall, and leaving his friend Marchdale, Henry Bannersworth, with feelings of the most enviable description, slowly made his way to the apartment occupied by his mother and sister. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Tobias. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 15. The Old Admiral and His Servant. The Communication from the Landlord of the Nelson's Arms. While those matters of most grave and serious import were going on at the Hall, while each day, and almost each hour in each day, was producing more and more conclusive evidence upon a matter which at first had seemed too monstrous to be at all credited, it may well be supposed what a wonderful sensation was produced among the gossip-mongers of the neighbourhood by the exaggerated reports that had reached them. The servants, who had left the hall on no other account, as they declare, but sheer fright at the awful visits of the vampire, spread the news far and wide, so that in the adjoining villages and market-towns the vampire of Bannersworth Hall became quite a staple article of conversation. Such a positive godsend for the lovers of the marvellous had not appeared in the countryside within the memory of that sapient individual, the oldest inhabitant. And, moreover, there was one thing which staggered some people of better education and maturer judgments, and that was, that the more they took pains to inquire into the matter, in order, if possible, to put an end to what they considered a gross lie from the commencement, the more evidence they found to stagger their own senses upon the subject. Everywhere, then, in every house, public as well as private, something was being continually said of the vampire. Nursery maids began to think a vampire vastly superior to Old Scratch and Old Bogey, as a means of terrifying their infant charges into quietness, if not to sleep, until they themselves became too much afraid upon the subject to mention it. But nowhere was gossiping carried on upon the subject with more systematic fervor than at an inn called the Nelson's Arms, which was in the High Street of the nearest market town to the Hall. There it seemed as if the lovers of the horrible made a point of holding their headquarters, and so thirsty did the numerous discussions make the guests, that the landlord was heard to declare that he, from his heart, really considered a vampire as very nearly equal to a contested election. It was towards evening on the same day that Marchdale and Henry made their visit to Sir Francis Varney, that a post-chaise drew up to the inn we have mentioned. In the vehicle were two persons of exceedingly dissimilar appearance and general aspect. One of these people was a man who seemed fast verging upon 70 years of age, although from his still ruddy and embrowned complexion and stentorian voice, it was quite evident he intended yet to keep time at arm's length for many years to come. He was attired in ample and expensive clothing, but every article had a naval animus about it, if we may be allowed such an expression with regard to clothing. On his buttons was an anchor, and the general assortment and color of the clothing as nearly assimilated as possible to the undressed naval uniform of an office of high rank some 50 or 60 years ago. His companion was a younger man, and about his appearance there was no secret at all. He was a genuine sailor, and he wore the shore costume of one. He was hardy-looking and well-dressed, and evidently well-fed. As the chaise drove up to the door of the inn, this man made an observation to the other to the following effect. "Ahoy!" "Well, you lubber, what now?" cried the other. "They call this the Nelson's Arms, and you know, shiver me, that for the best half of his life he had but one." "Damn you!" was the only rejoinder he got for his observation, but with that he seemed very well satisfied. "Heave to!" he then shouted to the postilion, who was about to drive the chaise into the yard. "Heave to, you lubberly son of a gun! We don't want to go into the dock." "Ah," said the old man, "let's get out, Jack. This is the port, and, do you hear? And be cursed to you! Let's have no swearing, damn you, nor bad language, you lazy swab." "Aye, aye," cried Jack. "I've not been ashore now a matter of 10 years, and not learnt a little shore-going politeness, Admiral. I ain't been your Wally de Sham without learning a thing about land reckonings. Nobody would take me for a sailor now, I'm thinking, Admiral." "Hold your noise!" "Aye, aye, sir." Jack, as he was called, bundled out of the chaise when the door was opened, with a movement so closely resembling what would have ensued had he been dragged out by the collar, that one was tempted almost to believe that such a feat must have been accomplished by some invisible agency. He then assisted the old gentleman to alight, and the landlord of the inn commenced the usual profusion of bows with which a passenger by a post-chaise is usually welcomed in preference to one by a stage-coach. "Be quiet, will you?" shouted the Admiral, for such indeed he was. "Be quiet!" "Best accommodations, sir, good wine, well-aired beds, good attendance, fine air." "Belay there," said Jack, and he gave the landlord what he considered a gentle admonition, but which consisted of such a dig in the ribs that he made as many evolutions as the clown in a pantomime when he vociferated hot codlings. "Now, Jack, where's the sailing instructions?" said his master. "Here, sir, in the locker," said Jack, as he took from his pocket a letter which he handed to the Admiral. "Won't you step in, sir?" said the landlord, who had begun now to recover a little from the dig in the ribs. "What's the use of coming into port and paying harbor dues and all that sort of thing, till we know if it's the right, you lubber, eh?" "No, oh, dear me, sir, of course. God bless me, what can the old gentleman mean?" The Admiral opened the letter and read, "If you stop at the Nelson's Arms at Uxotter, you will hear of me, and I can be sent for, and I will tell you more. Yours very obediently and humbly, Josiah Crinkles." "Who the deuce is he?" "This is Uxotter, sir," said the landlord, "and here you are, sir, at the Nelson's Arms. Good beds, good wine, good—" "Silence!" "Yes, sir. Oh, of course." "Who the devil is Josiah Crinkles?" "Ha, ha, ha, ha! Makes me laugh, sir. Who the devil, indeed? They do say the devil and lawyers, sir, know something of each other. Makes me smile. I'll make you smile out the other side of that damned great hatchway of a mouth of yours in a minute. Who is Crinkles?" "Oh, Mr. Crinkles, sir. Everybody knows. A most respectable attorney, sir, indeed, a highly respectable man, sir." "A lawyer?" "Yes, sir, a lawyer." "Well, I'm damned." Jack gave a long whistle, and both master and man looked at each other, aghast. "Now hang me!" cried the Admiral, "if ever I was so taken in all my life." "Aye, aye, sir," said Jack. "To come 170 miles to see a damned swab of a rascally lawyer." "Aye, aye, sir." "I'll smash him." "Jack!" "Your honor?" "Get into the chase again." "Well, but where's Master Charles? Lawyers, in course, sir, is all blessed rogues, but howsomedever, he may have, for once in his life, this here one of 'em have told us of the right channel, and if so be as he has, don't be the Yankee to leave him among the pirates. I'm ashamed of you." "You infernal scoundrel! How dare you preach to me in such a way, you lubberly rascal?" "'Cause you deserves it." "Mutiny! Mutiny, by Jove! Jack, I'll have you put in irons. You're a scoundrel and no seaman." "No seaman! No seaman!" "Not a bit of one." "Very good. It's time, then, as I was off the purser's books. Good-bye to you. I only hopes as you may get a better seaman to stick to you and be your Wally de Sham, nor Jack Pringle. That's all the harm I wish you. You didn't call me no seaman in the Bay of Corfu when the bullets were scuttling our knobs." "Jack, you rascal! Give us your fin! Come here, you damned villain! You'll leave me, will you?" "Not if I know it." "Come in, then." "Don't tell me I'm no seaman. Call me a wagabone if you like, but don't hurt my feelin's. There, I'm as tender as a baby, I am. Don't do it." "Confound you! Who is doing it?" "The devil." "Who is?" "Don't, then." Thus wrangling, they entered the inn, to the great amusement of several bystanders, who had collected to hear the altercation between them. "Would you like a private room, sir?" said the landlord. "What's that to you?" said Jack. "Hold your noise, will you?" cried his master. "Yes, I should like a private room and some grog." "Strong as the devil," put in Jack. Yes, sir, good wines, good beds, good—" "You said all that before, you know," remarked Jack, as he bestowed upon the landlord another terrific dig in the ribs. "Hilloa!" cried the Admiral. "You can send for that infernal lawyer, Mr. Landlord." "Mr. Crinkles, sir?" "Yes, yes." "Who may I have the honor to say, sir, wants to see him?" "Admiral Bell." "Certainly, Admiral, certainly. You'll find him a very conversable, nice, gentlemanly little man, sir." "And tell him Jack Pringle is here too," cried the seaman. "Oh, yes, yes, of course," said the landlord, who was in such a state of confusion from the digs in the ribs he had received, and the noise his guests had already made in his house, that, had he been suddenly put upon his oath, he would scarcely have liked to say which was the master and which was the man. "The idea now, Jack," said the Admiral, of coming all this way to see a lawyer. Aye, aye, sir. If he said he was a lawyer, we would have known what to do. But it's a take-in, Jack. So I think. Howsomedever, we'll serve him out when we catch him, you know. Good. So we will. And, then again, he may know something about Master Charles, sir, you know. Lord love him, don't you remember when he came aboard to see you once at Portsmouth? Ah, I do indeed. And how he said he hated the French, and quite a baby, too. What perseverance and sense! Uncle, he says to you, when I'm a big man, I'll go in a ship, and fight all the French in a heap, says he. And beat 'em, my boy, too, says you, 'cause you thought he'd forgot that. And then he says, what's the use of saying that, stupid? Don't we always beat 'em? The Admiral laughed and rubbed his hands as he cried aloud, I remember, Jack. I remember him. I was stupid to make such a remark. I know you was. A damned old fool I thought you. Come, come. Hilloa there! Well then, what do you call me no seaman for? Why, Jack, you bear malice like a marine. There you go again. Good-bye. Do you remember when we were yard-arm to yard-arm with those 2 Yankee frigates, and took 'em both? You didn't call me a marine then, when the scuppers were running with blood. Was I a seaman then? You were, Jack, you were, and you saved my life. I didn't. You did. I say I didn't. It was a marlinspike. But I say you did, you rascally scoundrel. I say you did, and I won't be contradicted in my own ship. Call this your ship? No, damn it, Mr. Crinkles, said the landlord, flinging the door wide open, and so at once putting an end to the discussion which always apparently had a tendency to wax exceedingly warm. The shark, by God, said Jack. A little, neatly dressed man made his appearance, and advanced rather timidly into the room. Perhaps he had heard from the landlord that the parties who had sent for him were of rather a violent sort. So, you're Crinkles, are you? cried the Admiral. Sit down, though you are a lawyer. Thank you, sir. I am an attorney, certainly, and my name is certainly Crinkles. Look at that! The Admiral placed the letter in the little lawyer's hands, who said, Am I to read it? Yes, to be sure. Aloud? Read it to the devil, if you like, in a pig's whisper, or a West India hurricane. Oh, very good, sir. I am willing to be agreeable, so I'll read it aloud, if it's all the same to you. He then opened the letter, and read as follows. To Admiral Bell. Admiral, being from various circumstances aware that you take a warm and a praiseworthy interest in your nephew Charles Holland, I venture to write to you concerning a matter in which your immediate and active cooperation with others may rescue him from a condition which will prove, if allowed to continue, very much to his detriment and ultimate unhappiness. You are, then, hereby informed that he, Charles Holland, has, much earlier than he ought to have done, returned to England, and that the object of his return is to contract a marriage into a family in every way objectionable, and with a girl who is highly objectionable. You, Admiral, are his nearest and almost his only relative in the world. You are the guardian of his property, and therefore it becomes a duty on your part to interfere to save him from the ruinous consequences of a marriage which is sure to bring ruin and distress upon himself and all who take an interest in his welfare. The family he wishes to marry into is named Bannerworth, and the young lady's name is Flora Bannersworth. When, however, I inform you that a vampire is in that family, and that if he marries into it, he marries a vampire, and will have vampires for children, I trust I have said enough to warn you upon the subject, and to induce you to lose no time in repairing to the spot. If you stop at the Nelson's Arms in Uxotter, you will hear of me. I can be sent for when I will tell you more. Yours very obediently and humbly, Josiah Crinkles. P.S. I enclose you Dr. Johnson's definition of a vampire, which is as follows. Vampire, a German bloodsucker, by which you perceive how many vampires, from time immemorial, must have been well entertained at the expense of John Bull, at the court of St. James, where nothing hardly is to be met with but German bloodsuckers. The lawyer ceased to read, and the amazed look with which he glanced at the face of Admiral Bell would, under any other circumstances, have much amused him. His mind, however, was by far too much engrossed with a consideration of the danger of Charles Holland, his nephew, to be amused at anything, so, when he found that the little lawyer said nothing, he bellowed out, "Well, sir?" Well, said the attorney, I've sent for you, and here you are, and here I am, and here's Jack Pringle. What have you got to say? Just this much, said Mr. Crinkles, recovering himself a little. Just this much, sir, that I never saw that letter before in all my life. You never saw it? Never. Didn't write it? On my solemn word of honor, sir, I did not. Jack Pringle whistled, and the Admiral looked puzzled. Like the Admiral in the song, too, he grew paler. And then Mr. Crinkles added, Who has forged my name to a letter such as this, I cannot imagine. As for writing to you, sir, I never heard of your existence, except publicly, as one of those gallant officers who have spent a long life in nobly fighting their country's battles, and who are entitled to the admiration and the applause of every Englishman. Jack and the Admiral looked at each other in amazement, and then the latter exclaimed, What? This from a lawyer? A lawyer, sir, said Crinkles, may know how to appreciate the deeds of gallant men, although he may not be able to imitate them. That letter, sir, is a forgery, and I now leave you, only much grateful at the incident which has procured me the honor of an interview with a gentleman whose name will live in the history of his country. Good day, sir. Good day. No, I'm damned if you go like that, said Jack as he sprang to the door and put his back against it. You shall take a glass of wine with me in honor of the wooden walls of old England. Damned if you was 20 lawyers. That's right, Jack, said the Admiral. Come, Mr. Crinkles. I'll think, for your sake, there may be 2 decent lawyers in the world, and you one of them. We must have a bottle of the best wine the ship, I mean the house, can afford together. If it is your command, Admiral, I obey with pleasure, said the attorney, and although I assure you, on my honor, I did not write that letter, yet some of the matters mentioned in it are so generally notorious here that I can afford you some information concerning them. Can you? I regret to say I can, for I respect the parties. Sit down, then, sit down. Jack, run to the steward's room and get the wine. We will go into it now, starboard and larboard. Who the deuce could have written that letter? I have not the least idea, sir. Well, never mind. It has brought me here, that's something, so I won't grumble much at it. I didn't know my nephew was in England, and I dare say he didn't know I was, but here we both are, and I won't rest till I've seen him, and ascertained how the what's-its-name? The vampire. Ah, the vampire. Shiver my timbers, said Jack Pringle, who now brought in some wine, much against the remonstrances of the waiters of the establishment, who considered that he was treading upon their vested interests by so doing. Shiver my timbers if I knows what a wampire is, unless he's some distant relation to Davy Jones. Hold your ignorant tongue, said the Admiral. Nobody wants you to make a remark, you great lubber. Very good, said Jack, and he set down the wine on the table and then retired to the other end of the room, remarking to himself that he was not called a great lubber on a certain occasion, when bullets were scuttling their knobs, and they were yard-arm to yard-arm with God knows who. "Now, Mr. Lawyer," said Admiral Bell, who had about him a large share of the habits of a rough sailor, "now, Mr. Lawyer, here is a glass first to our better acquaintance, for damned if I don't like you." "You are very good, sir." "Not at all. There was a time when I'd just as soon have thought of asking a young shark to supper with me in my own cabin as a lawyer, but I began to see that there may be such a thing as a decent, good sort of fellow seen in the law, so here's good luck to you, and you shall never want a friend or a bottle while Admiral Bell has a shot in the locker." "Gammon!" said Jack. "Damn you, what do you mean by that?" roared the Admiral in a furious tone. "I wasn't speaking to you," shouted Jack about 2 octaves higher. "It's 2 boys in the street as is pretending they're going to fight, and I know damn well they won't." "Hold your noise!" "I'm going. I wasn't told to hold my noise when our knobs were being scuttled off Beirut." "Never mind him, Mr. Lawyer," added the Admiral. "He don't know what he's talking about. Never mind him. You go on and tell me all you know about the vampire." I always forget the names of strange fish. I suppose, after all, it's something of the mermaid order?" "That I cannot say, sir. But certainly the story, in all its painful particulars, has made a great sensation all over the country." "Indeed!" "Yes, sir. You shall hear how it occurred. It appears that one night Miss Flora Bannersworth, a young lady of great beauty, and respected and admired by all who knew her, was visited by a strange being who came in at the window." "My eye!" said Jack. "If it weren't me, I wish it had been." So petrified by fear was she, that she had only time to creep half out of the bed and to utter one cry of alarm, when the strange visitor seized her in his grasp. "Damn my pigtail!" said Jack. "What a squall there must have been, to be sure!" "Do you see this bottle?" roared the Admiral. "To be sure I does. I think as it's time I seed another." "You scoundrel! I'll make you feel it against that damned stupid head of yours if you interrupt this gentleman again." "Don't be violent." "Well, as I was saying," continued the attorney, "she did, by great good fortune, manage to scream, which had the effect of alarming the whole house. The door of her chamber, which was fast, was broken open." "Yes, yes." "Ah!" cried Jack. You may imagine the horror and the consternation of those who entered the room to find her in the grasp of a fiend-like figure, whose teeth were fastened on her neck, and who was actually draining her veins of blood. One could lay hands sufficiently upon the figure to detain it. It had fled precipitately from its dreadful repast. Shots were fired after it in vain. "And they let it go?" "They followed it, I understand, as well as they were able, and saw it scale the garden wall of the premises. There it escaped, leaving, as you may well imagine, on all their minds, a sensation of horror difficult to describe." "Well, I never did hear anything the equal of that. Jack, what do you think of it?" "I haven't begun to think yet," said Jack. "What about my nephew, Charles?" added the Admiral. "Of him I know nothing." "Nothing?" "Not a word, Admiral. I was not aware you had a nephew, or that any gentleman bearing that, or any other relationship to you, had any sort of connection with these mysterious and most unaccountable circumstances. I tell you all I have gathered from common report about this vampire business. Further I know not, I assure you." "Well, a man can't tell what he don't know. It puzzles me to think who could possibly have written me this letter." "That I am completely at a loss to imagine," said Crinkles. "I assure you, my gallant sir, that I am much hurt at the circumstances of anyone using my name in such a way. But, nevertheless, as you are here, permit me to say that it will be my pride, my pleasure, and the boast of the remainder of my existence, so gallant a defender of my country, and one whose name, along with the memory of his deeds, is engraved upon the heart of every Briton." "Quite equal to a book he talks," said Jack. "I never could read one myself, on account of not knowin' how, but I've heard 'em read, and that's just the sort of incomprehensible gammon." "We don't want any of your ignorant remarks," said the Admiral, "so you be quiet." "Aye, aye, sir." "Now, Mr. Lawyer, you are an honest fellow, and an honest fellow is generally a sensible fellow." "Sir, I thank you." "If so be as what this letter says is true, my nephew Charles has got a liking for this girl who has had her neck bitten by a vampire, you see?" "I perceive, sir." "Now, what would you do?" "One of the most difficult, as well, perhaps, as one of the most ungracious of tasks, attorney, is to interfere with family affairs. The cold and steady eye of reason generally sees things in such very different lights to what they appear to those whose feelings and whose affections are much compromised in their results." "Very true. Go on." "Taking, my dear sir, what in my humble judgment appears a reasonable view on this subject, I should say it would be a dreadful thing for your nephew to marry into a family any member of which was liable to the visitations of a vampire." "It wouldn't be pleasant." "The young lady might have children." "Oh, lots!" cried Jack. "Hold your noise, Jack." "Aye, aye, sir." "And she might herself actually, when after death she became a vampire, come and feed on her own children." "Become a vampire? What, is she going to be a vampire too?" "My dear sir, don't you know that it's a remarkable fact, as regards the physiology of vampires, that whoever is bitten by one of those dreadful beings becomes a vampire?" "The devil!" "It is a fact, sir." "Whew!" whistled Jack. "She might bite us all, and we should be a whole ship's crew of wampires. There would be a confounded go." "It's not pleasant," said the Admiral, as he rose from his chair and paced to and fro in the room. "It's not pleasant. Hang me up at my own yardarm if it is." "Who said it was?" cried Jack. "Who asked you, you brute?" "Well, sir," added Mr. Crinkles, "I have given you all the information I can, and I can only repeat what I before had the honor of saying more at large, namely, that I am your humble servant to command, and that I shall be happy to attend upon you at any time." Thank ye, Mr. Crinkles. Ah, Crinkles. Come down here. I will see to the very bottom of this affair, were it deeper than fathom ever sounded. Charles Holland was my poor sister's son. He's the only relative I have in the wide world, and his happiness is dearer to my heart than my own." And, by the twinkle of his eyes, one might premise that the honest little lawyer was much affected. "God bless you, sir," he said. "Farewell." "Good day to you," cried Jack. "Mind how you go. Damn me if you don't seem a decent sort of fellow, and, after all, you may give the devil a clear berth, and get into heaven's straits with a flowing sheet, provided you don't, towards the end of the voyage, make any lubberly blunders." Threw himself into a chair with a deep sigh. "Jack," said he. "Eh, sir?" "What's to be done now?" Jack opened the window to discharge the superfluous moisture from an enormous quid he had indulged himself with while the lawyer was telling about the vampire, and then again turning his face towards his master, he said, "Do? What shall we do? Why, go at once and find out Charles, our nevy, and ask him all about it, and see the young lady too, and lay hold of the vampire, if we can, as well, and go at the whole affair broadside to broadside, till we make a prize of all the particulars, arter which we can turn it over in our minds again, and see what's to be done. Jack, you are right. Come along. I knows I am. Do you know now which way to steer? Of course not. I never was in this latitude before, and the channel looks intricate. We will hail a pilot, Jack, and then we shall be all right, and if we strike it will be his fault. Which is a mighty great consolation, said Jack. Come along. End of chapter 15. Recording by Lisa Tobias, Fort Worth, Texas. Hypersensitive.podbean.com. Recorded in November 2007.
Chapter 16 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 16. The Meeting of the Lovers in the Garden, An Affecting Scene, The Sudden Appearance of Sir Francis Varney. Our readers will recollect that Flora Bannersworth had made an appointment with Charles Holland in the garden of the Hall. This meeting was looked forward to by the young man with a variety of conflicting feelings, and he passed the intermediate time in a most painful state of doubt as to what would be its result. The thought that he should be much urged by Flora to give up all thoughts of making her his was a most bitter one to him, who loved her with so much truth and constancy, and that she would say all she could to induce such a resolution in his mind, he felt certain. But to him the idea of now abandoning her presented itself in the worst of aspects. "Shall I," he said, "sink so low in my own estimation, as well as in hers, and in that of all honourable-minded persons, as to desert her now in the hour of affliction? Dare I be so base as actually or virtually to say to her, Flora, when your beauty was undimmed by sorrow, when all around you seemed life and joy, I loved you selfishly for the increased happiness which you might bestow upon me. But now the hand of misfortune presses heavily upon you. You are not what you were, and I desert you? Never, never, never." Charles Holland, it will be seen by some of our more philosophic neighbours, felt more acutely than he reasoned. But let his errors of argumentation be what they may, can we do other than admire the nobility of soul which dictated such a self-denying, generous course as that he was pursuing? As for Flora, heaven only knows if at that precise time her intellect had completely stood the test of the trying events which had nearly overwhelmed it. The two grand feelings that seemed to possess her mind were fear of the renewed visits of the vampire, and an earnest desire to release Charles Holland from his repeated vows of constancy toward her. Feeling, generosity, and judgment all revolted holding a young man to such a destiny as hers. To link him to her fate would be to make him to a real extent a sharer in it, and the more she heard fall from his lips in the way of generous feelings of continued attachment to her, the more severely did she feel that he would suffer most acutely if united to her. And she was right. The very generosity of feeling which would have now prompted Charles Holland to lead Flora Bannersworth to the altar, even with the marks of the vampire's teeth upon her throat, gave an assurance of the depth of feeling which would have made him an ample haven in all her miseries, in all her distresses and afflictions. What was familiarly in the family at the Hall called the garden was a semicircular piece of ground shaded in several directions by trees, and which was exclusively devoted to the growth of flowers. The piece of ground was nearly hidden from the view of the house, and in its centre was a summer-house, which at the usual season of the year was covered with all kinds of creeping plants of exquisite perfumes and rare beauty. All around, too, bloomed the fairest and sweetest of flowers, which a rich soil and a sheltered situation could produce. Alas, though, of late many weeds had straggled up among their more estimable floral culture, for the decayed fortunes of the family had prevented them from keeping the necessary servants to place the hall and its grounds in a state of neatness, such as it had once been the pride of the inhabitants of the place to see them. It was then in this flower garden that Charles and Flora used to meet. As may be supposed, he was on the spot before the appointed hour, anxiously expecting the appearance of her who was so really and truly dear to him. What to him were the sweet flowers that there grew in such happy luxuriance and heedless beauty? Alas, the flower that to his mind was fairer than them all was blighted, and in the wan cheek of her whom he loved he sighed to see the lily usurping the place of the radiant rose. "Dear, dear Flora," he ejaculated, "you must indeed be taken from this place, which is so full of the most painful remembrances now. I cannot think that Mr. Marchdale somehow is a friend to me, but that conviction, or rather impression, does not paralyze my judgment sufficiently to induce me not to acknowledge that his advice is good. He might have couched it in pleasanter words, words that would not, like daggers, each have brought a deadly pang home to my heart, but still I do think that in his conclusion he was right." A light sound, as of some fairy footstep among the flowers, came upon his ears, and turning instantly to the direction from whence the sound proceeded, he saw what his heart had previously assured him of, namely, that it was his Flora that was coming. Yes, it was she, but oh, how pale, how wan, how languid, and full of the evidences of much mental suffering was she! Where now was the elasticity of that youthful step? Where now was that lustrous beaming beauty of mirthfulness, which was wont to dawn in those eyes? Alas, all was changed. The exquisite beauty of form was there, but the light of joy which had lent its most transcendent charms to that heavenly face was gone. Charles was by her side in a moment. He had her hand clasped in his, while his disengaged one was wound tenderly around her taper waist. "Flora, dear, dear Flora," he said, "you are better. Tell me that you feel the gentle air revives you." She could not speak. Her heart was too full of woe. "O Flora, my own, my beautiful," he added, in those tones which come so direct from the heart, and which are so different from any assumption of tenderness. "Speak to me, dear, dear Flora, speak to me, if it be but a word." "Charles," was all she could say, and then she burst into a flood of tears, and leant so heavily upon his arm that it was evident but for that support she must have fallen. Charles Holland welcomed those, although they grieved him so much that he could have accompanied them with his own, but then he knew that she would be soon now more composed, and they would relieve the heart whose sorrows had called them into existence. He forbore to speak to her until he felt this sudden gush of feeling was subsiding into sobs, and then in low soft accents he again endeavoured to breathe comfort to her afflicted and terrified spirit. "My dear Flora," he said, "remember that there are warm hearts that love you. Remember that neither time nor circumstance can change such endearing affection as mine. Oh, Flora, what evil is there in the whole world that love may not conquer, and in the height of its noble feelings laugh to scorn?" "Oh, hush, hush, Charles, hush!" "Wherefore, Flora, would you still the voice of pure affection? I love you surely, as few have ever loved. Oh, why would you forbid me to give such utterance as I may to those feelings which fill up my whole heart?" "No, no, no." "Flora, Flora, wherefore do you say no?" "Do not, Charles, now speak to me of affection or love. Do not tell me you love me now." "Not tell you I love you! Oh, Flora, if my tongue, with its poor eloquence to give utterance to such a sentiment, were to do its office, each feature of my face would tell the tale. Each action would show to all the world how much I loved you." "I must not now hear this. Great God of heaven, give me strength to carry out the purpose of my soul." "What purpose is it, Flora, that you have to pray thus fervently for strength to execute? Oh, if it savour aught of reason against love's majesty, forget it. Love is a gift from heaven, the greatest and the most glorious gift it ever bestowed upon its creatures. Heaven will not aid you in repudiating that which is the one grand redeeming feature that rescues human nature from a world of reproach." Flora wrung her hands despairingly as she said, "Charles, I know I cannot reason with you. I know I have not power of language, aptitude of illustration, nor depth of thought to hold a mental contention with you." "Flora, for what do I contend?" You speak of love." "And I have, ere this, spoken to you of love unchecked." "Yes, yes, before this." "And now, wherefore not now? Do not tell me you are changed." "I am changed, Charles, fearfully changed. The curse of God has fallen upon me, I know not why. I know not that in word or in thought I have done evil, except perchance unwittingly, and yet the vampire—" "Let not that affright you." "Affright me! It has killed me." Nay, Flora, you think too much of what I still hope to be susceptible of far more rational explanation. By your own words, then, Charles, I must convict you. I dare not be yours, while such a dreadful circumstance is hanging over me, Charles. If a more rational explanation than the hideous one which my own fancy gives to the form that visits me can be found, find it, and rescue me from despair and from madness." They had now reached the summer-house, and as Flora uttered these words, she threw herself on to a seat, and covering her beautiful face with her hands, she sobbed convulsively. "You have spoken," said Charles, dejectedly. "I have heard that which you wished to say to me." "No, no, not all, Charles." "I will be patient, then, although what more you may have to add should tear my very heartstrings." I have to add, Charles," she said in a tremulous voice, "that justice, religion, mercy, every human attribute which bears the name of virtue, calls loudly upon me no longer to hold you to vows made under different auspices." "Go on, Flora." "I then implore you, Charles, finding me what I am, to leave me to the fate which it has pleased Heaven to cast upon me. I do not ask you, Charles, not to love me." "'Tis well. Go on, Flora." "Because I should like to think that, although I might never see you more, you loved me still. But you must think seldom of me, and you must endeavour to be happy with some other—" "You cannot, Flora, pursue the picture you yourself would draw. These words come not from your heart." "Yes, yes, yes." "Did you ever love me?" "Charles, Charles, why will you add another pang to those you know must already rend my heart?" "No, Flora. I would tear my own heart from my bosom ere I would add one pang to yours. Well I know that gentle maiden modesty would seal your lips to the soft confession that you love me. I could not hope the joy of hearing you utter those words. The tender, devoted lover is content to see the truthful passion in the speaking eyes of beauty. Content is he to translate it from 1,000 acts, which, to eyes that look not so acutely as a lover's, bear no signification. But when you tell me to seek happiness with another, well may the anxious question burst from my throbbing heart of, "Did you ever love me, Flora?" Her senses hung entranced upon his words. Oh, what a witchery is the tongue of love! Some even of the former colour of her cheek returned, as, forgetting all for the moment but that she was listening to the voice of him, the thoughts of whom had made up the daydream of her happiness, she gazed upon his face. His voice ceased. To her it seemed as if some music had suddenly left off in its most exquisite passage. She clung to his arm. She looked imploringly up to him. Her head sunk upon his breast as she cried, "Charles, Charles, I did love you! I do love you now!" "Then let sorrow and misfortune shake their grisly locks in vain," he cried. "Heart to heart, hand to hand with me, defy them." He lifted up his arms towards heaven as he spoke, and at the moment came such a rattling peal of thunder that the very earth seemed to shake upon its axis. A half scream of terror burst from the lips of Flora as she cried, "What was that?" "Only thunder," said Charles calmly. "'Twas an awful sound." "A natural one." "But at such a moment, when you were defying fate to injure us. Oh, Charles, is it ominous?" "Flora, can you really give way to such idle fancies?" "The sun is obscured." "Ay, but it will shine all the brighter for its temporary eclipse. The thunderstorm will clear the air of many noxious vapours. The forked lightning has its uses as well as its powers of mischief. Hark, there it is again." Another peal, of almost equal intensity to the other, shook the firmament. Flora trembled. "Charles," she said, "this is the voice of heaven. We must part for ever. I cannot be yours." "Flora, this is madness. Think again, dear Flora. Misfortunes for a time will hover over the best and most fortunate of us, but, like the clouds that now obscure the sweet sunshine, will pass away, and leave no trace behind them. The sunshine of joy will shine on you again." There was a small break in the clouds, like a window looking into heaven. From it streamed one beam of sunlight, so bright, so dazzling, and so beautiful, that it was a sight of wonder to look upon. It fell upon the face of Flora. It warmed her cheek. It lent lustre to her pale lips and tearful eyes. It illuminated that little summer-house as if it had been the shrine of some saint. "Behold!" cried Charles. "Where is your omen now?" "God of heaven!" cried Flora, and she stretched out her arms. "The clouds that hover over your spirit now," said Charles, "shall pass away. Accept this beam of sunlight as a promise from God." "I will, I will." It is going. It has done its office. The clouds closed over the small orifice, and all was gloom again as before. "Flora," said Charles, "you will not ask me now to leave you?" She allowed him to clasp her to his heart. It was beating for her, and for her only. "You will let me, Flora, love you still?" Her voice, as she answered him, was like the murmur of some distant melody the ears can scarcely translate to the heart. "Charles, we will live, love, and die together." And now there was a rapt stillness in that summer house for many minutes, a trance of joy. They did not speak, but now and then she would look into his face with an old familiar smile, and the joy of his heart was near to bursting in tears from his eyes. A shriek burst from Flora's lips, a shriek so wild and shrill that it awakened echoes far and near. Charles staggered back a step as if shot, and then in such agonized accents as he was long indeed in banishing the remembrance of, she cried, "The vampire! The vampire!" End of chapter 16. Recording by Kalinda.
Chapter 17 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Tobias. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 17. The Explanation, the Arrival of the Admiral at the House, a Scene of Confusion, and some of its results. So sudden and so utterly unexpected a cry of alarm from Flora at such a time might well have the effect of astounding the nerves of anyone, and no wonder that Charles was, for a few seconds, absolutely petrified and almost unable to think. Mechanically, then, he turned his eyes towards the door of the summer-house, and there he saw a tall, thin man, rather elegantly dressed, whose countenance certainly, in its wonderful resemblance to the portrait on the panel, might well appall anyone. The stranger stood in the irresolute attitude, on the threshold of the summer-house, of one who did not wish to intrude, but who found it as awkward, if not more so now, to retreat than to advance. Before Charles Holland could summon any words to his head, or think of freeing himself from the clinging grasp of Flora, which was wound around him, the stranger made a very low and courtly bow, after which he said, in winning accents, "I very much fear that I am an intruder here. Allow me to offer my warmest apologies, and to assure, sir, and you, madam, that I had no idea that anyone was in the arbor. You perceive the rain is falling smartly, and I made towards here, seeing it was likely to shelter me from the shower." These words were spoken in such a plausible and courtly tone of voice that they might well have become any drawing-room in the kingdom. Flora kept her eyes fixed upon him during the utterance of these words, and as she convulsively clutched the arm of Charles, she kept on whispering, "The vampire! The vampire!" "I much fear," added the stranger in the same bland tones, "that I've been the cause of some alarm to the young lady." "Release me," whispered Charles to Flora. "Release me. I will follow him at once." "No, no! Do not leave me. Do not leave me. The vampire, the dreadful vampire!" "But, Flora—" "Hush, hush, hush! It speaks again." "Perhaps I ought to account for my appearance in the garden at all," added the insinuating stranger. "The fact is, I came on a visit—" Flora shuddered. "To Mr. Henry Bannerworth," continued the stranger, "and finding the garden gate open, I came in without troubling the servants, which I much regret, as I can perceive I have alarmed and annoyed the lady. Madame, pray accept of my apologies." "In the name of God, who are you?" said Charles. "My name is Varney." "Oh, yes. You are the Sir Francis Varney, residing close by, who bears so fearful a resemblance to— Pray go on, sir. I am all attention." "To a portrait here." "Indeed? Now I reflect a moment, Mr. Henry Bannerworth did incidentally mention something of the sort. It's a most singular coincidence." The sound of approaching footsteps was now plainly heard,
and in a few moments Henry and George, along with Mr. Marchdale, reached the spot. Their appearance showed that they had made haste, and Henry at once exclaimed, "We heard, or fancied we heard, a cry of alarm." "You did hear it," said Charles Holland. "Do you know this gentleman?" "It is Sir Francis Varney." "Indeed." Varney bowed to the newcomers, and was altogether as much at his ease as everybody else seemed quite the contrary. Even Charles Holland found the difficulty of going up to such a well-bred, gentlemanly man and saying, "Sir, we believe you to be a vampire," to be almost, if not, insurmountable. "I cannot do it," he thought, "but I will watch him." "Take me away," whispered Flora. "'Tis he, 'tis he! Oh, take me away, Charles!" "Hush, Flora, hush! You are in some error. The accidental resemblance should not make us be rude to this gentleman." "The vampire! It is the vampire!" "Are you sure, Flora?" "Do I know your features? My own? My brother's? Do not ask me to doubt. I cannot. I am quite sure. Take me from his hideous presence, Charles." "The young lady, I fear, is very much indisposed," remarked Sir Francis Varney in a sympathetic tone of voice. "If she will take my arm, I shall esteem it a great honor." "No, no, no, God, no!" cried Flora. "Madam, I will not press you." He bowed, and Charles led Flora from the summer-house towards the hall. "Flora," he said, "I am bewildered. I know not what to think. That man most certainly has been fashioned after the portrait which is on the panel in the room you formerly occupied, or it has been painted from him." "He is my midnight visitor!" exclaimed Flora. "He is the vampire. This Sir Francis Varney is the vampire." "Good God! What can be done?" "I know not. I am nearly distracted." "Be calm, Flora. If this man be really what you name him, we now know from what quarter the mischief comes, which is, at all events, a point gained. Be assured we shall place a watch upon him." "Oh, it is terrible to meet him here. And he is so wonderfully anxious, too, to possess the hall." "He is, he is." "It looks strange, the whole affair. But, Flora, be assured of one thing, and that is for your own safety." "Can I be assured of that?" "Most certainly. Go to your mother now. Here we are, you see, fairly within doors. Go to your mother, dear Flora, and keep yourself quiet. I will return to this mysterious man now with a cooler judgment than I left him." "You will watch him, Charles?" "I will, indeed." "And you will not let him approach the house here alone?" "I will not." "Oh, that the Almighty should allow such beings to haunt the earth!" "Hush, Flora, hush! We cannot judge of his all-wise purpose." "'Tis hard that the innocent should be inflicted with its presence." Charles bowed his head in mournful assent. "Is it not very, very dreadful?" "Hush, hush! Calm yourself, dearest, calm yourself. Recollect that all we have to go upon in this matter is a resemblance, which, after all, may be accidental. But leave it all to me, and be assured that now I have some clues to this affair, I will not lose sight of it, or of Sir Francis Varney." So saying, Charles surrendered Flora to the care of her mother, and then was hastening back to the summer-house when he met the whole party coming towards the hall, for the rain was each moment increasing in intensity. "We are returning," remarked Sir Francis Varney, with a half-bow and a smile, to Charles. "Allow me," said Henry, "to introduce you, Mr. Holland, to our neighbor, Sir Francis Varney." Charles felt himself compelled to behave with courtesy, although his mind was so full of conflicting feelings as regarded Varney, but there was no avoiding, without such brutal rudeness as was inconsistent with all his pursuits and habits, replying in something like the same strain to the extreme courtly politeness of the supposed vampire. "I will watch him closely," thought Charles. "I can do no more than watch him closely." Sir Francis Varney seemed to be a man of the most general and discursive information. He talked fluently and pleasantly upon all sorts of topics, and notwithstanding he could not but have heard what Flora had said of him, he asked no questions whatever upon that subject. This silence, as regarded a matter which would at once have induced some sort of inquiry from any other man, Charles felt told much against him, and he trembled to believe for a moment that, after all, it really might be true. Is he a vampire? He asked himself. Are there vampires? And is this man of fashion, this courtly, talented, educated gentleman, one? It was a perfectly hideous question. "You are charmingly situated here," remarked Varney, as, after ascending the few steps that led to the hall door, he turned and looked at the view from that slight altitude. "The place has been much esteemed," said Henry, "for its picturesque beauties of scenery." "And well it may be. I trust, Mr. Holland, the young lady is much better?" "She is, sir," said Charles. "I was not honored by an introduction." "It was my fault," said Henry, who spoke to his extraordinary guest with an air of forced hilarity. "It was my fault for not introducing you to my sister." "And that was your sister?" "It was, sir." "Report has not belied her. She is beautiful. But she looks rather pale, I thought. Has she bad health?" "The best of health." "Indeed! Perhaps the little disagreeable circumstance which has made so much food for gossip in the neighborhood has affected her spirits?" "It has." "You allude to the supposed visit here of a vampire?" said Charles, as he fixed his eyes upon Varney's face. "Yes, I allude to the supposed appearance of the supposed vampire in this family," said Sir Francis Varney, as he returned the earnest gaze of Charles with such unshrinking assurance that the young man was compelled, after about a minute, nearly to withdraw his own eyes. "He will not be cowed," thought Charles. "Use has made him familiar to such cross-questioning." It appeared now suddenly to occur to Henry that he had said something at Varney's own house which should have prevented him from coming to the hall, and he now remarked, "We scarcely expected the pleasure of your company here, Sir Francis Varney." "Oh, my dear sir, I am aware of that. But you roused my curiosity. You mentioned to me that there was a portrait here, amazingly like me." "Did I?" "Indeed you did. Or how could I know of it? I wanted to see if the resemblance was so perfect." "Did you hear, sir," added Henry, "that my sister was alarmed at your likeness to the portrait?" "No, really." "I pray you walk in, and we will talk more at large upon that matter." "With great pleasure. One leads a monotonous life in the country when compared with the brilliancy of a court existence. Just now I have no particular engagement. As we are near neighbors, I see no reason why we should not be good friends, and often interchange such civilities as make up the amenities of existence, and which, in the country, more particularly, are valuable." Henry could not be hypocrite enough to assent to this, but still, under the present aspect of affairs, it was impossible to return any but a civil reply, so he said, "Oh yes, of course, certainly. My time is very much occupied, and my sister and mother see no company." "Oh now, how wrong!" "Wrong, sir? Yes, surely. If anything more than another tends to harmonize individuals, it is the society of that fairer half of the creation, which we love for their very foibles. I am much attached to the softer sex, to young persons of health. I like to see the rosy cheeks, where the warm blood mantles in the superficial veins, and all is loveliness and life." Charles shrank back, and the word demon unconsciously escaped his lips. Sir Francis took no manner of notice of the expression, but went on talking as if he had been on the very happiest terms with everyone present. "Will you follow me at once to the chamber where the portrait hangs?" said Henry, "or will you partake of some refreshment first?" "No refreshment for me," said Varney. "My dear friend, if you will permit me to call you such, this is a time of the day at which I never do take any refreshment." Nor at any other, thought Henry. They all went to the chamber where Charles had passed one very disagreeable night, and when they arrived, Henry pointed to the portrait on the panel, saying, "There, Sir Francis Varney, is your likeness." He looked, and, having walked up to it, in an undertone, rather as if he were conversing with himself than making a remark for anyone else to hear, he said, is wonderfully like." "It is indeed," said Charles. "If I stand beside it thus," said Varney, placing himself in a favourable attitude for comparing the two faces, "I dare say you will be more struck with the likeness than before." So accurate was it now, that the same light fell upon his face as that under which the painter had executed the portrait, that all started back a step or two. "Some artists," remarked Varney, "have the sense to ask where a portrait is to be hung before they paint it, and then they adapt their lights and shadows to those which would fall upon the original, were it similarly situated." "I cannot stand this," said Charles to Henry. "I must question him farther." "As you please, but do not insult him." "I will not." "He is beneath my roof now, and, after all, it is but a hideous suspicion we have of him. Rely upon me." Charles stepped forward, and, once again confronting Varney with an earnest gaze, he said, "Do you know, sir, that Miss Bannerworth declares the vampire she fancies to have visited this chamber to be, in features, the exact counterpart of this portrait?" "Does she indeed?" "She does indeed." "And perhaps, then, that accounts for her thinking that I am the vampire, because I bear a strong resemblance to the portrait." "I should not be surprised," said Charles. "How very odd." "Very. And yet entertaining. I am rather amused than otherwise. The idea of being a vampire! Ha ha! If ever I go to a masquerade again, I shall certainly assume the character of a vampire." "You would do it well." "I dare say now, I should make quite a sensation." "I am certain you would. Do you not think, gentlemen, that Sir Francis Varney would enact the character to the very life? By heavens, he would do it so well that one might, without much difficulty, really imagine him a vampire." "Bravo, bravo!" said Varney, as he gently folded his hands together, with that genteel applause that may even be indulged in a box at the opera itself. "Bravo! I like to see young persons enthusiastic. It looks as if they had some of the real fire of genius in their composition. Bravo, bravo!" This was, Charles thought, the very height and acme of impudence, and yet what could he do? What could he say? He was foiled by the downright coolness of Varney. As for Henry, George, and Mr. Marchdale, they had listened to what was passing between Sir Francis and Charles in silence. They feared to diminish the effects of anything Charles might say by adding a word of their own, and, likewise, they did not wish to lose one observation that might come from the lips of Varney. But now Charles appeared to have said all he had to say. He turned to the window and looked out. He seemed like a man who had made up his mind, for a time, to give up some contest in which he had been engaged. And perhaps, not so much did he give it up from any feeling or consciousness of being beaten, as from a conviction that it could be more effectually, at some other and far more eligible opportunity, renewed. Varney now addressed Henry, saying, "I presume the subject of our conference, when you did me the honour of a call, is no secret to anyone here." "None whatever," said Henry. "Then, perhaps, I am too early in asking you if you have made up your mind?" "I've scarcely, certainly, had time to think." "My dear sir, do not let me hurry you. I much regret, indeed, the intrusion." "You seem anxious to possess the hall," remarked Mr. Marchdale to Varney. "I am." "Is it new to you?" "Not quite. I have some boyish recollections connected with this neighbourhood, among which Bannersworth Hall stands sufficiently prominent." "May I ask how long ago that was?" said Charles Holland, rather abruptly. "I do not recollect, my enthusiastic young friend," said Varney. "How old are you?" "Just about 21. "You are, then, for your age, quite a model of discretion." It would have been difficult for the most accurate observer of human nature to have decided whether this was said truthfully or ironically, so Charles made no reply to it whatever. "I trust," said Henry, "we shall induce you, as this is your first visit, Sir Francis Varney, to the hall, to partake of something." "Well, well, a cup of wine is at your service," Henry now led the way to a small parlour, which, although by no means one of the showiest rooms of the house, was, from the care and exquisite carving with which it abounded, much more to the taste of any who possessed an accurate judgment in such works of art. Then wine was ordered, and Charles took an opportunity of whispering to Henry, "Notice well if he drinks." "I will." "Do you see that beneath his coat there is a raised place, as if his arm was bound up?" "I do." "There, then, was where the bullet from the pistol fired by Flora, when we were at the church, hit him. Hush! For God's sake, hush! You're getting into a dreadful state of excitement, Charles. Hush, hush! And can you blame— No, no, but what can we do?" "You are right. Nothing we can do at present. We have a clue now, and be it our mutual inclination as well as a duty to follow it. Oh, you shall see how calm I will be." "For heaven's sake, be so. I have noted that his eyes flash upon yours with no friendly feeling." "His friendship were a curse." "Hush! He drinks." "Watch him." "I will." "Gentlemen all," said Sir Francis Varney in such soft, dulcet tones that it was quite a fascination to hear him speak. "Gentlemen all, being as I am much delighted with your company, do not accuse me of presumption if I drink now, poor drinker that I am, to our future merry meetings." He raised the wine to his lips and seemed to drink, after which he replaced the glass upon the table. Charles glanced at it. It was still full. "You have not drank, Sir Francis Varney," he said. "Pardon me, enthusiastic young sir," said Varney. "Perhaps you will have the liberality to allow me to take my wine how I please, and when I please." "Your glass is full." "Well, sir?" "Will you drink it?" "Not at any man's bidding, most certainly. If the fair Flora Bannerworth would grace the board with her sweet presence, methinks I could then drink on, on. "Hark you, sir!" cried Charles. "I can bear no more of this. We have had in this house most horrible and damning evidence that there are such things as vampires." "Have you really? I suppose you eat raw pork at supper, and so had the nightmare?" "A jest is welcome in its place, but pray hear me out, sir, if it suits your lofty courtesy to do so." "Oh, certainly." "Then I say we believe, as far as human judgment has a right to go, that a vampire has been here." "Go on. It's interesting. I always was a lover of the wild and the wonderful." "We have, too," continued Charles, "some reason to believe that you are the man." Varney tapped his forehead as he glanced at Henry, and said, "Oh dear, I did not know. You should have told me he was a little wrong about the brain. I might have quarrelled with the lad. Dear me, how lamentable for his poor mother." "This will not do, Sir Francis Varney, alias Bannerworth." Oh, be calm, be calm." "I defy you to your teeth, sir. No, God, no, your teeth." "Poor lad, poor lad." "You are a cowardly demon, and here I swear to devote myself to your destruction." Sir Francis Varney drew himself up to his full height, and that was immense, and he said to Henry, "I pray you, Mr. Bannerworth, since I am thus grievously insulted beneath your roof, to tell me if your friend here be mad or sane." "He is not mad." "Then— Hold, sir! The quarrel shall be mine, in the name of my persecuted sister, in the name of heaven, Sir Francis Varney, I defy you." Sir Francis, in spite of his impenetrable calmness, appeared somewhat moved as he said, "I have endured insult sufficient. I will endure no more. If there are weapons at hand—" "My young friend," interrupted Mr. Marchdale, stepping between the excited men, "is carried away by his feelings, and knows not what he says. You will look upon it in that light, Sir Francis." "We need no interference," exclaimed Varney, his hitherto bland voice changing to one of fury. "The hot-blooded fool wishes to fight, and he shall, to the death, to the death." "And I say he shall not," exclaimed Mr. Marchdale, taking Henry by the arm. "George," he added, turning to the young man, "assist me in persuading your brother to leave the room. Conceive the agony of your sister and mother if anything should happen to him." Varney smiled with a devilish sneer as he listened to these words, and then he said, "As you will, as you will. There will be plenty of time, and perhaps better opportunity, gentlemen. I bid you good day." And with provoking coolness, he then moved towards the door and quitted the room. "Remain here," said Mr. Marchdale. "I will follow him and see that he quits the premises." He did so, and the young men, from the window, beheld Sir Francis walking slowly across the garden, and then saw Mr. Marchdale follow on his track. While they were thus occupied, a tremendous ringing came at the gate, but their attention was so riveted to what was passing in the garden that they paid not the least attention to it. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Carl, St. Louis, Missouri, November 2008. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 18. The Admiral's Advice, the Challenge to the Vampire, the New Servant at the Hall. The violent ringing of the bell continued uninterruptedly until at length George volunteered to answer it. The fact was that now there was no servant at all in the place, for, after the one who had recently demanded of Henry her dismissal had left, the other was terrified to remain alone, and had precipitately gone from the house, without even going through the ceremony of announcing her intention to do so. To be sure, she sent a boy for her money afterwards, which may be considered as a great act of condescension. Suspecting then this state of things, George himself hastened to the gate, and, being not over-well pleased at the continuous and unnecessary ringing which was kept up at it, he opened it quickly and cried, with more impatience by a vast amount than was usual with him, "Who is so impatient that he cannot wait a seasonable time for the door to be opened?" "And who the are you?" cried the one who was immediately outside. "What do you want?" cried George. "Shiver my timbers!" cried Admiral Bell, for it was no other than that personage. "What's it to you?" "Aye, aye," added Jack. "Answer that, if you can, you sure-going-looking swab." "Two madmen, I suppose," ejaculated George, and he would have closed the gate upon them, but Jack introduced between it and the post the end of a thick stick, saying, "Avast there! None of that! We have had trouble enough to get in. If you are the family lawyer, or the chaplain, perhaps you'll tell us where Mr. Charlie is." "Once more I demand of you who you want," said George, who was now perhaps a little amused at the conduct of the impatient visitors. "We want the Admiral's nevy," said Jack. "But how do I know who is the Admiral's nevy, as you call him?" "Why, Charles Holland, to be sure. Have you got him aboard or not?" "Mr. Charles Holland is certainly here, and if you had said at once, and explicitly, that you wished to see him, I would have given you a direct answer." "He is here?" cried the Admiral. "Most certainly." "Come along, then. Yet stop a bit. I say, young fella, just before we go any further, tell us if he has maimed the vampire." "The what?" "The vampire," said Jack, by way of being, as he considered, a little more explanatory than the Admiral. "I do not know what you mean," said George. "If you wish to see Mr. Charles Holland, walk in and see him. He is in this house, but for myself, as you are strangers to me, I decline answering any questions, let their import be what they may." "Hilloa! Who are they?" suddenly cried Jack, as he pointed two fingers some distance off in the meadows, who appeared to be angrily conversing. George glanced in the direction towards which Jack pointed, and there he saw Sir Francis Varney and Mr. Marchdale standing within a few paces of each other, and apparently engaged in some angry discussion. His first impulse was to go immediately towards them, but before he could execute even that suggestion of his mind, he saw Varney strike Marchdale, and the latter fell to the ground. "Allow me to pass," cried George, as he endeavoured to get by the rather unwieldy form of the Admiral. But before he could accomplish this, for the gate was narrow, he saw Varney with great swiftness make off, and Marchdale, rising to his feet, came towards the hall. When Marchdale got near enough to the garden gate to see George, he motioned to him to remain where he was, and then, by quickening his pace, he soon came up to the spot. "Marchdale," cried George, "have you had an encounter with Sir Francis Varney?" "I have," said Marchdale in an excited manner. "I threatened to follow him, but he struck me to the earth as easily as I could a child. His strength is superhuman. I saw you fall. I believe but that he was observed he would have murdered me." "Indeed! What, do you mean to say that lanky horse-marine fellow is as bad as that?" said the Admiral. Marchdale now turned his attention to the two new-comers, upon whom he looked with some surprise, and then, turning to George, he said, "Is this gentleman a visitor?" "To Mr. Holland, I believe he is," said George, "but I have not the pleasure of knowing his name." "Oh, you may know my name as soon as you like," cried the Admiral. "The enemies of old England know it, and I don't care if all the world knows it. I am old Admiral Bell, something of a hulk now, but still able to head a quarter-deck if there was any need to do so." "Aye, aye," cried Jack, and taking from his pocket a boatswain's whistle, he blew a blast so long and loud and shrill that George was fain to cover his ears with his hands to shut out the brain-piercing and, to him, unusual sound. "And you are then a relative," said Mr. Marchdale, "of Mr. Holland, sir, may I ask?" "I'm his uncle, and be to him, if you must know, and someone has told me that the young scamp thinks of marrying a mermaid, or a ghost or vampire, or some such thing, so, for the sake of the memory of his poor mother, I've come to say no to the bargain, and, me who cares." "Come in, sir," said George. "I will conduct you to Mr. Holland. I presume this is your servant?" "Why, not exactly. That's Jack Pringle. He was my boatswain, you see, and now he's a kind of something betwixt and between. Not exactly a servant." "Aye, aye, sir," said Jack. "Have it all your own way, though we is paid off." "Hold your tongue, you audacious scoundrel, will ya?" "Oh, I forgot. You don't like anything said about paying off, 'cause it puts you in mind of—" "Now, Dern, I'll have you strung up to the hard arm, you dog, if you don't belay there." "I'm done. All's right." By this time the party, including the Admiral, Jack, George Bannerworth, and Marchdale, had got more than halfway across the garden, and were observed by Charles Holland and Henry, who had come to the steps of the hall to see what was going on. The moment Charles saw the Admiral, a change of colour came over his face, and he exclaimed, "By all that's surprising, there is my uncle!" "Your uncle?" said Henry. "Yes, as good a light-hearted man as ever drew breath, and yet withal as full of prejudices and as ignorant of life as a child." And without waiting for any reply from Henry, Charles Holland rushed forward, and seizing his uncle by the hand, he cried, in tones of genuine affection, "Uncle, dear uncle, how came you to find me out?" "Charlie, my boy," cried the old man, "bless you, I mean, confound your impudence, you rascal. I'm glad to see you. No, I ain't, you young mutineer. What do you mean by it, you ugly, ill-looking, fine fellow, my dear boy? Oh, you infernal scoundrel!" All this accompanied by a shaking of the hand, which was enough to dislocate anybody's shoulder, and which Charles was compelled to bear as well as he could. It quite prevented him from speaking, however, for a few moments, for it nearly shook the breath out of him. When, then, he could get a word in, he said, "Uncle, I dare say you are surprised." "Surprised? Me. I'm surprised." "Well, I shall be able to explain all to your satisfaction, I am sure. Allow me now to introduce you to my friends." Turning then to Henry, Charles said, "This is Mr. Henry Bannerworth, uncle, and this is Mr. George Bannerworth, both good friends of mine, and this is Mr. Marchdale, a friend of theirs, uncle." "Oh, indeed." "And here you see Admiral Bell, my most worthy, but rather eccentric uncle." "Confound your impudence." What brought him here I cannot tell, but he is a brave officer and a gentleman." "None of your nonsense," said the Admiral. "And here you see Jack Pringle," said that individual, introducing himself, since no one appeared inclined to do that office for him. "A tofferel with us, one who hates the French, and is never so happy as when he's alongside of some o' these lubberly craft blazing away." "That's uncommonly true," remarked the Admiral. "Will you walk in, sir?" said Henry courteously. "Any friend of Charles Holland is most welcome here. You will have much to excuse us for, because we are deficient in servants at present, in consequence of some occurrences in our family, which your nephew has our full permission to explain to you in full." "Oh, very good. I'll tell you what it is, all of you, what I've seen of you. I like, so here goes. Come along, Jack." The Admiral walked into the house, and as he went, Charles Holland said to him, "How came you to know I was here, uncle?" "Some fellow wrote me a dispatch." "Indeed?" "Yes, saying as you were going to marry some odd sort of fish that wasn't at all the thing to introduce into the family." Was a vampire mentioned?" "That's the very thing." "Hush, uncle, hush." "What for?" "Do not, I implore, hint at such a thing before these kind friends of mine. I will take an opportunity within the next hour of explaining all to you, and you shall form your own kind and generous judgment upon circumstances in which my honour and my happiness are so nearly concerned." "Come on," said the uncle. "What, uncle?" "Oh, I know you want to palaver me into saying it's all right. I suppose if my judgment and generosity doesn't like it, I shall be an old fool, and a cursed goose." "Now, uncle." "Now, nivvy." Well, no more at present. We will talk over this at leisure. You promise me not to say anything about it until you have heard my explanation, uncle." "Very good. Make it as soon as you can, and as short as you can. That's all I ask of you." I will. Charles was to the full as anxious as his uncle could be to enter upon the subject, some remote information of which, he felt convinced, had brought the old man down to the Hall. Who it could have been that so far intermeddled with his affairs as to write to him, he could not possibly conceive. A very few words will suffice to explain the precise position in which Charles Holland was. A considerable sum of money had been left to him, but it was saddled with the condition that he should not come into possession of it until he was 1 year beyond the age which is usually denominated that of discretion, namely 21. His uncle, the Admiral, was the trustee of his fortune, and he, with rare discretion, had got the active and zealous assistance of a professional gentleman of great honour and eminence to conduct the business for him. This gentleman had advised that for the 2 years between the ages of 20 and 22, Charles Holland should travel, inasmuch as in English society he would find himself in an awkward position, being for 1 whole year of age, and yet waiting for his property. Under such circumstances, reasoned the lawyer, a young man, unless he is possessed of a very rare discretion indeed, is almost sure to get fearfully involved with moneylenders. Being of age, his notes and bills and bonds would all be good, and he would be in a 10 times worse situation than a wealthy minor. All this was duly explained to Charles, who, rather eagerly than otherwise, caught at the idea of a 2 years' wander on the Continent, where he could visit so many places which to a well-read young man like himself, and one of a lively imagination, were full of the most delightful associations. But the acquaintance with Flora Bannersworth effected a great revolution in his feelings. The dearest, sweetest spot on earth became that which she inhabited. When the Bannersworths left him abroad, he knew not what to do with himself. Everything and every pursuit in which he had before taken a delight became most distasteful to him. He was, in fact, in a short time completely used up, and then he determined upon returning to England, and finding out the dear object of his attachment at once. This resolution was no sooner taken than his health and spirits returned to him, and with what rapidity he could, he now made his way to his native shores. The 2 years were so nearly expired that he made up his mind he would not communicate either with his uncle, the Admiral, or the professional gentleman upon whose judgment he set so high and so just a value. and at the Hall he considered he was in perfect security from any interruption, and so he would have been, but for that letter which was written to Admiral Bell, and signed Josiah Crinkles, but which Josiah Crinkles so emphatically denied all knowledge of. Who wrote it remains at present one of those mysteries which time, in the progress of our narrative, will clear up. The opportune, or rather the painful juncture at which Charles Holland had arrived at Bannersworth Hall, we are well cognizant of. Where he expected to find smiles, he found tears, and the family with whom he had fondly hoped he should pass a time of uninterrupted happiness, he found plunged into the gloom incidental to an occurrence of the most painful character. Our readers will perceive, too, that coming as he did with utter disbelief in the vampire, Charles had been compelled, in some measure, to yield to the overwhelming weight of evidence which had been brought to bear upon the subject, and although he could not exactly be said to believe in the existence and the appearance of the vampire at Bannersworth Hall, he was, upon the subject, in a most painful state of doubt and indecision. Charles now took an opportunity to speak to Henry privately and inform him exactly how he stood with his uncle, adding, "Now, my dear friend, if you forbid me, I will not tell my uncle of this sad affair, but I must own I would rather do so fully and freely, and trust to his own judgment upon it." "I implore you to do so," said Henry. "Conceal nothing. Let him know the precise situation and circumstances of the family by all means. There is nothing so mischievous as secrecy. I have the greatest dislike of it. I beg you tell him all." "I will, and with it, Henry, I will tell him that my heart is irrevocably Flora's." "Your generous clinging to one whom your heart saw and loved under very different auspices," said Henry, "believe me, Charles, sinks deep into my heart. She has related to me something of a meeting she had with you. Oh, Henry, she may tell you what I said, but there are no words which can express the depth of my tenderness. 'Tis only time which can prove how much I love her. Go to your uncle," said Henry, in a voice of emotion. "God bless you, Charles. It is true you would have been fully justified in leaving my sister, but the nobler and the more generous path you have chosen has endeared you to us all." "Where is Flora now?" said Charles. "She is in her own room. I have persuaded her by some occupation to withdraw her mind from a too close and consequently painful contemplation of the distressing circumstances in which she feels herself placed." "You are right. What occupation best pleases her?" "The pages of a romance once had charms for her gentle spirit." "Then come with me, and from among the few articles I brought with me here, I can find some papers which may help her to pass some merry hours." Charles took Henry to his room, and, unstrapping a small valise, he took from it some manuscript paper, one of which he handed to Henry, saying, "Give that to her. It contains an account of a wild adventure, and shows that human nature may suffer much more, and that wrongfully too, than came ever under our present mysterious affliction." "I will," said Henry, "and coming from you, I am sure it will have a more than ordinary value in her eyes." "I will now," said Charles, "seek my uncle. I will tell him how I love her, and at the end of my narration, if he should not object, I would fain introduce her to him, that he might himself see that, let what beauty may have met his gaze, her peer he never yet met with, and may in vain hope to do so." "You are partial, Charles." "Not so. 'Tis true I look upon her with a lover's eyes, but I look still with those of truthful observation." "Well, I will speak to her about seeing your uncle, and let you know. No doubt he will not be at all averse to an interview with any one who stands high in your esteem." The young men now separated, Henry to seek his beautiful sister, and Charles to communicate to his uncle the strange particulars connected with Varney the Vampyre. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Tobias. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 19. Flora in her chamber, her fears, the manuscript, an adventure. Henry found Flora in her chamber. She was in deep thought when he tapped at the door of the room, and such was the state of nervous excitement in which she was, that even the demand for admission made by him to the room was sufficient to produce from her a sudden cry of alarm. Who is there?" she then said, in accents full of terror. "'Tis I, dear Flora," said Henry. She opened the door in an instant, and with a feeling of grateful relief exclaimed, "Oh, Henry, is it only you?" "Who did you suppose it was, Flora?" She shuddered. I do not know, but I am so foolish now, and so weak-spirited, that the slightest noise is enough to alarm me." "You must, dear Flora, fight up, as I had hoped you were doing, against this nervousness." "I will endeavor. Did not some strangers come at a short time since, brother?" "Strangers to us, Flora, but not to Charles Holland. A relative of his, an uncle, whom he much respects, has found him out here, and has now come to see him." "And to advise him," said Flora, as she sunk into a chair and wept bitterly. "To advise him, of course, to desert, as he would a pestilence, a vampire bride." "Hush, hush! For the sake of heaven, never make use of such a phrase, Flora. You know not what a pang it brings to my heart to hear you. Oh, forgive me, brother." "Say no more of it, Flora. Heed it not. It may be possible, in fact, it may well be supposed as more than probable, that the relative of Charles Holland may shrink from sanctioning the alliance, but do you rest securely in the possession of the heart which I feel convinced is wholly yours, and which, I am sure, would break ere it surrendered you?" A smile of joy came across Flora's pale but beautiful face as she cried, "And you, dear brother, you think so much of Charles's faith?" "As heaven is my judge, I do." "Then I will bear up, with what strength God may give me against all things that seek to depress me. I will not be conquered." "You are right, Flora. I rejoice to find in you such a disposition. Here is some manuscript which Charles thinks will amuse you, and he bade me ask you if you would be introduced to his uncle." Yes, willingly." "I will tell him so. I know he wishes it, and I will tell him so. Be patient, dear Flora, and all may yet be well." "But, brother, on your sacred word, tell me, do you not think this Sir Francis Varney is the vampire?" "I know not what to think, and do not press me for a judgment now. He shall be watched." Henry left his sister, and she sat for some moments in silence with the papers before her that Charles had sent her. "Yes," she then said, gently, "he loves me. Charles loves me. I ought to be very, very happy. He loves me. In those words are concentrated a whole world of joy. Charles loves me. He will not forsake me. Oh, was there ever such dear love, such fond devotion? Never, never. Dear Charles, he loves me. He loves me." The very repetition of these words had a charm for Flora, a charm which was sufficient to banish much sorrow. Even the much-dreaded vampire was forgotten, while the light of love was beaming upon her, and she told herself, "He is mine, he is mine, he loves me truly." After a time, she turned to the manuscript which her brother had brought her, and, with a far greater concentration of mind than she had thought it possible she could bring to it, considering the many painful subjects of contemplation that she might have occupied herself with, she read the pages with very great pleasure and interest. The tale was one which chained her attention both by its incidents and the manner of its recital. It commenced as follows, and was titled, Hugo de Verrol, or The Double Plot. In a very mountainous part of Hungary lived a nobleman whose paternal estates covered many a mile of rock and mountain land, as well as some fertile valleys, in which reposed a hardy and contented peasantry. The old Count Hugo de Verolles had quitted life early, and had left his only son, the then Count Hugo de Verolles, a boy of scarcely 10 years, under the guardianship of his mother, an arbitrary and unscrupulous woman. The Count, her husband, had been one of those quiet, even-tempered men who have no desire to step beyond the sphere in which they are placed. He had no cares, save those included in the management of his estate, the prosperity of his serfs, and the happiness of those around him. His death caused much lamentation throughout his domains. It was so sudden and unexpected, being in the enjoyment of his health and strength until a few hours previous, and then his energies became prostrated by pain and disease. There was a splendid funeral ceremony which, according to the usages of his house, took place by torchlight. So great and rapid were the ravages of disease that the Count's body quickly became a mass of corruption. All were amazed at the phenomena, and were heartily glad when the body was disposed of in the place prepared for its reception in the vaults of his own castle. The guests who came to witness the funeral and attend the Count's obsequies, and to condole with the widow on the loss she had sustained, were entertained sumptuously for many days. The widow sustained her part well. She was inconsolable for the loss of her husband, and mourned his death bitterly. Her grief appeared profound, but she, with difficulty, subdued it to within decent bounds, that she might not offend any of her numerous guests. However, they left her with the assurances of their profound regard, and then, when they were gone, when the last guest had departed, and were no longer visible to the eye of the Countess, as she gazed from all the battlements, then her behavior changed totally. She descended from the battlements, and then with an imperious gesture she gave her orders that all the gates of the castle should be closed, and a watch set. All signs of mourning she ordered to be laid on one side save her own, which she wore, and then she retired to her own apartment, where she remained unseen. Here the Countess remained in profound meditation for nearly 2 days, during which time the attendants believed she was praying for the welfare of the soul of their deceased master, and they feared she would starve herself to death if she remained any longer. Just as they had assembled together for the purpose of either recalling her from her vigils or breaking open the door, they were amazed to see the Countess open the room door and stand in the midst of them. "What do you do here?" she demanded in a stern voice. "We came, my lady, to see if you were well." "And why?" "Because we hadn't seen your ladyship these 2 days, and we thought that your grief was so excessive that we feared some harm might befall you." The Countess's brows contracted for a few seconds, and she was about to make a hasty reply, but she conquered the desire to do so, and merely said, "I am not well. I am faint, but, had I been dying, I should not have thanked you for interfering to prevent me. However, you acted for the best, but do so no more. Now, prepare me some food." The servants thus dismissed repaired to their stations, but with such degree of alacrity that they sufficiently showed how much they feared their mistress. The young Count, who was only in his 6th year, knew little about the loss he had sustained, but after a day or two's grief, there was an end of his sorrow for the time. That night there came to the castle gate a man dressed in a black cloak, attended by a servant. They were both mounted on good horses, and they demanded to be admitted to the presence of the Countess de Hugo de Verolles. The message was carried to the Countess, who started, but said, "Admit the stranger." Accordingly, the stranger was admitted, and shown into the apartment where the Countess was sitting. At a signal, the servants retired, leaving the Countess and the stranger alone. It was some moments ere they spoke, and then the Countess said in a low tone, "You are come?" "I am come." "You cannot now, you see, perform your threat. My husband, the Count, caught a putrid disease, and he is no more. I cannot indeed do what I intended, inform your husband of your amours, but I can do something as good, and which will give you as much annoyance. Indeed. Aye, more, if it will cause you to be hated, I can spread reports. You can. And these may ruin you. They may. What do you intend to do? Do you intend that I shall be an enemy or a friend? I can be either, according to my will." "What, do you desire to be either?" inquired the Countess with a careless tone. "If you refuse my terms, you can make me an implacable enemy, and if you grant them, you can make me a useful friend and auxiliary," said the stranger. "What would you do if you were my enemy?" inquired the Countess. "It is hardly my place," said the stranger, "to furnish you with a knowledge of my intentions, but I will say this much, that the bankrupt Count of Morvan is your lover." "Well?" "And in the second place, that you were the cause of the death of your husband." "How dare you, sir?" "I dare say so much, and I dare say also that the Count of Morvan bought you the drug of me, and that he gave it to you, and that you gave it to the Count, your husband." "And what could you do if you were my friend?" inquired the Countess in the same tone and without emotion. "I should abstain from doing all this. I should be able to put anyone else out of your way for you, when you get rid of this Count of Morvan, as you assuredly will, for I know him too well not to be sure of that." "Get rid of him?" "Exactly, in the same manner you got rid of the old Count." "Then I accept your terms." "It is agreed, then?" "Yes, quite." "Well, then, you must order me some rooms in a tower where I can pursue my studies in quiet." "You will be seen and noticed. All will be discovered." "No, indeed, I will take care of that. I can so far disguise myself that he will not recognize me, and you can give out I am a philosopher or a necromancer, or what you will. No one will come to me. They will be terrified." "Very well." "And the gold?" "Shall be forthcoming as soon as I can get it. The Count has placed all his gold in safe keeping, and all I can seize are the rents as they become due." "Very well, but let me have them. In the meantime, you must provide for me, as I have come here with the full intention of staying here, or in some neighboring town." "Indeed!" "Yes, and my servant must be discharged, as I want none here." The Countess called to an attendant and gave the necessary orders, and afterward remained some time with the stranger, who had thus so unceremoniously thrust himself upon her, and insisted upon staying under such strange and awful circumstances. The Count of Morvan came a few weeks after, and remained some days with the Countess. They were ceremonious and polite until they had a moment to retire from before people, when the Countess changed her cold disdain to a cordial and familiar address. "And now, my dear Morvan," she exclaimed as soon as they were unobserved, "and now, my dear Morvan, that we are not seen, tell me, what have you been doing with yourself?" "Why, I've been in some trouble. I never had gold that would stay by me. You know my hand was always open." "The old complaint again." "No, but having come to the end of my store, I began to grow serious." "Ah, Morvan," said the Countess reproachfully. "Well, never mind. When my purse is low, my spirits sink, as the mercury does with the cold. You used to say my spirits were mercurial. I think they were." "Well, what did you do?" "Oh, nothing." "Was that what you were about to tell me?" inquired the Countess. "Oh, dear, no. You recollect the Italian quack of whom I bought the drug you gave to the Count, and which put an end to his days. He wanted more money. Well, as I had no more to spare, I could spare no more to him, and he turned vicious and threatened. I threatened too, and he knew I was fully able and willing to perform any promise I might make to him on that score. I endeavored to catch him, as he had already begun to set people off on the suspicious and marvelous concerning me, and if I could have come across him, I would have laid him very low indeed." "And you could not find him?" "No, I could not." "Well, then, I will tell you where he is at this present moment." "You?" "Yes, I." "I can scarcely credit my senses at what you say," said Count Morvan. "My worthy doctor, you are a little better than a candidate for divine honors. But where is he?" "Will you promise to be guided by me?" said the Countess. "If you make it a condition upon which you grant the information, I must." "Well, then, I take that as a promise." "You may. Where is he?" "Remember your promise. Your doctor is, at this moment, in this castle." "This castle?" "Yes, this castle." "Surely there must be some mistake. It is too much fortune at once." "He came here for the same purpose he went to you." "Indeed!" "Yes, to get more money by extortion and a promise to poison anybody I liked. Damn! It is the offer he made to me, and he named you. He named you to me, and said I should be soon tired of you. You have caged him? Oh, dear, no. He has a suite of apartments in the Eastern Tower where he passes for a philosopher, or a wizard, as people like best. How? I have given him leave there. Indeed. Yes, and what is more amazing is that he is to aid me in poisoning you when I have become tired of you. This is a riddle I cannot unravel. Tell me the solution. Well, dear, listen. He came to me and told me of something I already knew, and demanded money and a residence for his convenience, and I have granted him the asylum. You have? I have. I see. I will give him an inch or two of my Andrea Ferrara. No, no! Do you countenance him? For a time. Listen. We want men in the mines. My late husband sent very few men to them in late years, and therefore they are getting short of men there. Aye, aye. The thing will be for you to feign ignorance of the man, and then you will be able to get him seized and placed in the mines, for such men as he are dangerous, and carry poisoned weapons. Would he not be better out of the world at once? There would be no escape, and no future contingencies. No, no, I will have no more lives taken, and he will be made useful, and, moreover, he will have time to reflect upon the mistake he made in threatening me. He was paid for the job, and he had no future claim. But what about the child? Oh, he may remain for some time longer here with us. It will be dangerous to do so, said the Count. He is now 10 years old, and there is no knowing what may be done for him by his relatives. They dare not enter the gates of this castle, Morven. Well, well, but you know he might have traveled the same road as his father, and all would be settled. No more lives, as I told you, but we can easily secure him in some other way, and we shall be equally as free from him and them. That is enough. There are dungeons, I know, in this castle, and he can be kept there safe enough. He can, but this is not what I propose. We can put him in the mines, and confine him as a lunatic. Excellent! You see, we must make those mines more productive somehow or other. They would be so, but the Count would not hear of it. He said it was so inhuman. They were so destructive of life. Pshaw! What were the mines intended for, if not for use? Exactly! I often said so, but he always put a negative to it. We'll make use of an affirmative, my dear Countess, and see what will be the result in a change of policy. By the way, when will our marriage be celebrated? Not for some months. How so long? I am impatient. You must restrain your impatience. But we must have the boy settled first, and the Count will have been dead a longer time then, and we shall not give so much scandal to the weak-minded fools that were his friends, for it will be dangerous to have so many events happen about the same period. You shall act as you think proper, but the first thing to be done will be to get this cunning doctor quietly out of the way. Yes. I must contrive to have him seized and carried to the mines. Beneath the tower in which he lives is a trap-door and a vault, from which, by means of another trap and vault, is a long subterranean passage that leads to a door that opens into one end of the mines. Near this end live several men whom you must give some reward to, and they will, by concert, seize him and set him to work. And if he will not work? Why, they will scourge him in such a manner that he will be afraid even of a threat of repetition of the same treatment. That will do, but I think the worthy doctor will split himself with rage and malice. He will be like a caged tiger. But he will be denuded of his teeth and claws, replied the Countess, smiling. Therefore, he will have leisure to repent of having threatened his employers. Some weeks passed over, and the Count of Morven contrived to become acquainted with the doctor. They appeared to be utter strangers to each other, though each knew the other. The doctor having disguised himself, he believed the disguise impenetrable, and therefore sat at ease. "Worthy doctor," said the Count to him one day, "you have, no doubt, in your studies, become acquainted with many of the secrets of science." "I have, my Lord Count. I may say there are few that are not known to Father Aldrovani. I have spent many years in research." "Indeed?" "Yes, the midnight lamp has burned till the glorious sun has reached the horizon and brings back the day, and yet I have been found beside my books. 'Tis well. Men like you should well know the value of the purest and most valuable metals the earth produces." "I know of but one. That is gold." "'Tis what I mean. But 'tis hard to procure from the bowels of the earth, from the heart of these mountains by which we are surrounded." "Yes, that is true. But know you not the owners of this castle and territory possess these mines and work them?" "I believe they do, but I thought they had discontinued working them some years." "Oh, no, that was given out to deceive the government, who claimed so much out of its products." I see now." "And ever since they have been working it privately, and storing bars of gold up in the vaults of in this castle?" "Yes, beneath this very tower, it being the least frequented, the strongest, and perfectly inaccessible from all sides save the castle, it was placed there for the safest deposit." "I see. And there is much gold deposited in the vaults?" "I believe there is an immense quantity in the vaults." "And what is your motive for telling me of this hoard of the precious metal?" "Why, doctor, I thought that you or I could use a few bars, and that, if we acted in concert, we might be able to take away, at various times, and secrete, in some place or other, enough to make us rich men for all our lives." "I should like to see this gold before I said anything about it," replied the doctor thoughtfully. "As you please. Do you find a lamp that will not go out by the sudden draughts of air, or have the means of relighting it, and I will accompany you." "When?" "This very night, good doctor, when you shall see such a golden harvest you never yet hoped for, or even believed in." "To-night be it then," replied the doctor. "I will have a lamp that will answer our purpose, and some other matters." "Do, good doctor." And the Count left the philosopher's cell. "The plan takes," said the Count to the Countess. "Give me the keys, and the worthy man will be in safety before daylight." "Is he not suspicious?" "Not at all." That night, about an hour before midnight, the Count Morvin stole toward the philosopher's room. He tapped at the door. "Enter," said the philosopher. The Count entered, and saw the philosopher seated, and by him a lamp of peculiar construction, and encased in gauze wire, and a cloak. "Are you ready?" inquired the Count. "Quite," he replied. "Is that your lamp?" "It is." "Follow me then, and hold the lamp tolerably high, as the way is strange, and the steps steep." "Lead on." "You have made up your mind, I dare say, as to what share of the undertaking you will accept of with me?" "And what if I will not?" said the philosopher coolly. "It falls to the ground, and I return the keys to their place." "I dare say I shall not refuse, if you have not deceived me as to the quality and purity of the metal they have stored up." "I am no judge of these metals, doctor. I am no essayist, but I believe you will find what I have to show you will far exceed your expectations on that head." "'Tis well. Proceed." They had now got to the first vault, in which stood the first door, and, with some difficulty, they opened the vault door. "It has not been opened for some time," said the philosopher. "I dare say not. They seldom used to go here, from what I can learn, though it is kept a great secret." "And we can keep it so, likewise." "True." They now entered the vault, and came to the second door, which opened into a kind of flight of steps, cut out of the solid rock, and then along a passage cut out of the mountain, of some kind of stone, but not so hard as the rock itself. "You see," said the Count, "what care has been taken to isolate the place, and detach it from the castle, so that it should not be dependent upon the possessor of the castle. This is the last door but one, and now prepare yourself for a surprise, doctor. This will be an extraordinary one." So saying, the Count opened the door and stepped on one side, when the doctor approached the place, and was immediately thrust forward by the Count, and he rolled down some steps into the mine, and was immediately seized by some of the miners, who had been stationed there for that purpose, and carried to a distant part of the mine, there to work for the remainder of his life. The Count, seeing all secure, refastened the doors, and returned to the castle. A few weeks after this, the body of a youth, mangled and disfigured, was brought to the castle, which the Countess said was her son's body. The Count had immediately secured the real heir, and thrust him into the mines, there to pass a life of labor and hopeless misery. There was a high feast held, the castle gates were thrown open, and everybody who came were entertained without question. This was on the occasion of the Count's and Countess's marriage. It seemed many months after the death of her son, whom she affected to mourn for a long time. However, the marriage took place, and in all magnificence and splendor. The Countess again appeared arrayed in splendor and beauty. She was proud and haughty, and the Count was imperious. In the meantime, the young Count de Hugo de Verolles was confined in the mines, and the doctor with him. By a strange coincidence, the doctor and the young Count became companions, and the former, meditating projects of revenge, educated the young Count as well as he was able for several years in the mines, and cherished in the young man a spirit of revenge. They finally escaped together, and proceeded to Leyden, where the doctor had friends, and where he placed his pupil at the university, and thus made him a most efficient means of revenge, because the education of the Count gave him a means of appreciating the splendor and rank he had been deprived of. He, therefore, determined to remain at Leyden until he was of age, and then apply to his father's friends, and then to his sovereign, to dispossess and punish them both for their double crimes. The Count and Countess lived on in a state of regal splendor. The immense revenue of his territory and the treasure of the late Count had amassed, as well as the revenue that the mines brought in, would have supported a much larger expenditure than even their tastes disposed them to enjoy. They had heard nothing of the escape of the doctor and the young Count. Indeed, those who knew of it held their peace and said nothing about it, for they feared the consequences of their negligence. The first intimation they received was at the hands of a state messenger, summoning them to deliver up the castle revenues and treasure of the late Count. This was astonishing to them, and they refused to do so, but were soon after seized upon by a regiment of cuirassiers sent to take them, and they were accused of the crime of murder at the instance of the doctor. They were arraigned and found guilty, and, as they were of the patrician order, their execution was delayed, and they were committed to exile. This was done out of favor to the young Count, who did not wish to have his family name tainted by a public execution, or their being confined like convicts. The Count and Countess quitted Hungary, and settled in Italy, where they lived upon the remains of the Count of Morven's property, shorn of all their splendor, but enough to keep them from being compelled to do any menial office. The young Count took possession of his patrimony and his treasure at last, such as was left by his mother and her paramour. The doctor continued to hide his crimes from the young Count, and the perpetrators denying all knowledge of it, he escaped, but he returned to his native place, Leyden, with a reward for his services from the young Count. Flora rose from her perusal of the manuscript, which here ended, and even as she did so, she heard a footstep approaching her chamber door. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Varney the Vampyre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 20. The Dreadful Mistake. The Terrific Interview in the Chamber. The Attack of the Vampire. The footstep which Flora, upon the close of the tale she had been reading, heard approaching her apartment came rapidly along the corridor. "It is Henry, returned to conduct me to an interview with Charles's uncle," she said. "I wonder, now, what manner of man he is. He should in some respect resemble Charles, and if he do so, I shall bestow upon him some affection for that alone." Tap, tap came upon the chamber door. Flora was not at all alarmed now as she had been when Henry brought her the manuscript. From some strange action of the nervous system she felt quite confident, and resolved to brave everything. But then she felt quite sure that it was Henry, and before the knocking had taken her by surprise. "Come in," she said in a cheerful voice. "Come in." The door opened with wonderful swiftness. A figure stepped into the room, and then closed it as rapidly, and stood against it. Flora tried to scream, but her tongue refused its office. A confused whirl of sensations passed through her brain. She trembled, and an icy coldness came over her. It was Sir Francis Varney, the vampire. He had drawn up his tall, gaunt figure to its full height, and crossed his arms upon his breast. There was a hideous smile upon his sallow countenance, and his voice was deep and sepulchral, as he said, "Flora Bannerworth, hear that which I have to say, and hear it calmly. You need have nothing to fear. Make an alarm, scream or shout for help, and by the hell beneath us you are lost." There was a death-like, cold, passionless manner about the utterance of these words, as if they were spoken mechanically, and came from no human lips. Flora heard them, and yet scarcely comprehended them. She stepped slowly back till she reached a chair, and there she held for support. The only part of the address of Varney that thoroughly reached her ears was that, if she gave any alarm, some dreadful consequences were to ensue. But it was not on account of these words that she really gave no alarm. It was because she was utterly unable to do so. "Answer me," said Varney. "Promise that you will hear that which I have to say. In so promising you commit yourself to no evil, and you shall hear that which shall give you much peace." It was in vain she tried to speak. Her lips moved, but she uttered no sound. "You are terrified," said Varney, "and yet I know not why. I do not come to do you harm, although harm you have done me. Girl, I come to rescue you from a thraldom of the soul under which you now labor." There was a pause of some moments' duration, and then, faintly, Flora managed to say, "Help! Help! Oh, help me, Heaven!" Varney made a gesture of impatience as he said, "Heaven works no special matters now. Flora Bannerworth, if you have as much intellect as your nobility and beauty would warrant the world is supposing, you will listen to me." I hear," said Flora, as she, still dragging the chair with her, increased the distance between them. "'Tis well. You are now more composed." She fixed her eyes upon the face of Varney with a shudder. There could be no mistake. It was the same which, with the strange, glassy-looking eyes, had glared upon her on that awful night of the storm, when she was visited by the vampire. And Varney returned that gaze unflinchingly. There was a hideous and strange contortion of his face now, as he said, "You are beautiful. The most cunning statuary might well model some rare work of art from those rounded limbs, that were surely made to bewitch the gazer. Your skin rivals the driven snow. What a face of loveliness, and what a form of enchantment!" She did not speak, but a thought came across her mind which at once crimsoned her cheek. She knew she had fainted on the first visit of the vampire, and now he, with a hideous reverence, praised beauties which he might have cast his demonic eyes over at such a time. "You understand me," he said. "Well, let that pass. I am something allied to humanity yet." "Speak your errand," gasped Flora. "Or come what may, I scream for help to those who will not be slow to render it." "I know it." "You know I will scream?" "No, you will hear me. I know they would not be slow to render help to you, but you will not call for it. I will present to you no necessity." "Say on, say on." "You perceive I do not attempt to approach you, My errand is one of peace." "Peace from you? Horrible being, if you be really what even now my appalled imagination shrinks from naming you, would not even to you absolute annihilation be a blessing?" "Peace, peace. I came not here to talk on such a subject. I must be brief, Flora Bannerworth, for time presses. I do not hate you. Wherefore should I? You are young, and you are beautiful, and you bear a name which should command, and does command, some portion of my best regard." "There is a portrait," said Flora, "in this house." "No more, no more. I know what you would say." "It is yours." "The house and all within I covet," he said uneasily. "Let that suffice. I have quarrelled with your brother. I have quarrelled with one who just now fancies he loves you." "Charles Holland loves me truly." "It does not suit me now to dispute that point with you. I have the means of knowing more of the secrets of the human heart than common men. I tell you, Flora Bannerworth, that he who talks to you of love loves you not but with the fleeting fancy of a boy, and there is one who hides deep in his heart a world of passion, one who has never spoken to you of love, and yet who loves you with a love as far surpassing the effervescent fancy of this boy Holland as does the mighty ocean the most placid lake that ever basked in idleness beneath a summer's sun." There was a wonderful fascination in the manner now of Varney. His voice sounded like music itself. His words flowed from his tongue, each gently and properly accented with all the charm of eloquence. Despite her trembling horror of that man, despite her fearful opinion, which might be said to amount to a conviction of what he really was, Flora felt an irresistible wish to hear him speak on. Despite, too, the ungrateful theme to her heart which he had now chosen as the subject of his discourse, she felt her fear of him gradually dissipating, and now, when he made a pause, she said, "You are much mistaken. On the constancy and truth of Charles Holland I would stake my life." "No doubt, no doubt. Have you spoken now that which you had to say?" "No, no. I tell you I covet this place. I would purchase it, but having with your bad-tempered brothers quarrelled, they will hold no further converse with me." "And well they may refuse." "Be that as it may, sweet lady, I come to you to be my mediator. In the shadows of the future I can see many events which are to come." "Indeed!" "It is so. Borrowing some wisdom from the past, and some from resources I would not detail to you, I know that if I have inflicted much misery upon you, I can spare you much more. Your brother or your lover will challenge me." "Oh, no, no!" "I say such will happen, and I can kill either. My skill as well as my strength is superhuman." "Mercy, mercy!" gasped Flora. "I will spare either or both on a condition." "What fearful condition?" "It is not a fearful one. Your terrors go far beyond the fact. All I wish, maiden, of you is to induce these imperious brothers of yours to sell or let the Hall to me." "Is that all?" "It is. I ask no more, and in return I promise you not only that I will not fight with them, but that you shall never see me again. Rest securely, maiden, you will be undisturbed by me." "Oh God! That were indeed an assurance worth the striving for," said Flora. "It is one you may have, but—" "Oh, I knew. My heart told me there was yet some fearful condition to come." "You are wrong again. I only ask of you that you keep this meeting a secret." "No, no, no, I cannot." "Nay? What, so easy?" "I will not. I have no secrets from those I love." "Indeed, you will find soon the expediency of a few, at least. But if you will not, I cannot urge it longer. Do as your wayward woman's nature prompts you." There was a slight, but a very slight, tone of aggravation in these words, and the manner in which they were uttered. As he spoke, he moved from the door towards the window, which opened into a kitchen garden. Flora shrunk as far from him as possible, and for a few minutes they regarded each other in silence. "Young blood," said Varney, "mantles in your veins." She shuddered with terror. "Be mindful of the condition I have proposed to you. I covet Bannersworth Hall." I hear—" "And I must have it. I will have it, although my path to it be through a sea of blood. You understand me, maiden? Repeat what has passed between us, or not, as you please. I say, beware of me, if you keep not the condition I have proposed." "Heaven knows that this place is becoming daily more hateful to us all," said Flora. "Indeed!" "You well might know so much. It is no sacrifice to urge it now. I will urge my brothers." "Thanks, 1,000 thanks. You may not live to regret having made a friend of Varney—" "The Vampire," said Flora. He advanced towards her a step, and she involuntarily uttered a scream of terror. In an instant his hand clasped her waist with the power of an iron vice. She felt his hot breath flushing on her cheek. Her senses reeled, and she found herself sinking. She gathered all her breath and all her energies into one piercing shriek, and then she fell to the floor. There was a sudden crash of broken glass, and then all was still. End of chapter 20. Recording by Roger Moline.